There's that. Uh, oh, good, because I didn't want to get up and leave anyway. I just started to hang out. My mother-in-law is bringing my wife home. I'm over here trying to sign up for a temporary job. Actually, when I move, I'm going to be fucking broke because I won't have a job because my job will be here in Maryland. So that's what I'm actually doing right now. Tommy's going to be a few minutes. So while he fiddles around and gathers his notes, I'm here like literally in my underwear talking to my wife on Facebook looking for a temporary job. This is what I do in my free time. I actually fell asleep during Steve's hangout. It's not, no, it wasn't because I was bored. I was actually listening to the conversation and they were having a back and forth and I was laying down. I was on my iPad because I was going to look up something and I ended up falling asleep because I was feeling really tired this weekend. I may have like sleep apnea or something, which I think I do. And I actually should have I have an appointment sometime. I don't know if it's this week or next week. When is my appointment? Because I have a VA appointment. That's actually, it's kind of important. That's kind of, and I don't have it in my, shit. I might have missed my appointment. Oh, when, okay, when is my appointment? Uh, this is not a clinic appointment. Okay. I really don't remember. I think it was on a Wednesday. It can't. No, it couldn't be last week because I wouldn't have. It's either this Wednesday or next Wednesday. It's one of the two. I don't. I don't remember. I got too much stuff to do. I'm sorry. They'll call me. That's what they're pretty good about that. Yeah. No. The sleep apnea thing is probably because I've gained too much weight. I'm about 300 pounds now, so I actually carry my weight very well, but it's kind of a pain in the ass. So my new thing is going to be taking a bike and going to school. Like my new college is actually about 24 minutes away. It's a 24-minute walk. If you want to look up where I live, it's fine. Where I will be living, it's the park at Armand Bayou, and that's in Pasadena, Texas. And then the school I'm going to, it's the University of Houston at Clear Lake. And you can actually go to Google Earth and do the little walk, excuse me, and see that it's about a 24-minute walk. And I think biking is like maybe 15, 16 minutes, something like that. So that will help me lose some of this weight. The problem is that there's actually good food in Texas, unlike here where I've just been eating shit and it tastes like cardboard with fucking what's that seasoning? The Old Bay. Just oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So I'm waiting on Tommy, waiting on some other folks. Oh, we got people. Okay.
Yeah,
I
like
don't who's Lance? Hello, how are you? Lance, do you have a microphone, Lance? Sure, okay. Be quiet, everyone, so Lance can talk. Yeah, we're gonna need to have a mic, sir. I actually didn't want to come and have Tommy come in here and me beat him up, but I wanted somebody else to actually, discuss evolution with Tommy because, just something new, right? Just something, you know. Hell, Pseudo, you could probably talk.
Oh, come on. I don't want to get into this.
I know you don't want to get okay.
I
I'm trying to
mean,
get Steve to do it.
I mean, at this point, it's like it's a pointless endeavor. I mean, he doesn't he provides scientific papers and he hardly even reads the abstract. I mean, that's it. He doesn't actually read the paper. This guy, he's not serious about actually learning like the academic material behind evolutionary theory. He just wants to bullshit. Talking about cancer is good for you, it absorbs the toxins and all this bullshit.
Oh yeah. We definitely learned that in genetics.
Yeah, yeah, that was exactly what Gregor Mendel, like, that was what he was uncovering in his research.
I don't know. I don't. Maybe Tommy has something new. He was on another channel. I think last week or two ago, and from what I understand, it was a pretty good discussion. I didn't catch all of it. I listened to some of it, but I fell asleep because I'm out doing stuff and things, and I'm getting text messages. What the fuck? Why? Oh my goodness. Okay. Why? I had to send 3 paragraphs worth of fucking text message.
I would just break it up in a few acronyms just to simplify it.
It's a young friend of mine. She's trying to learn how to have discussion with people, trying to learn how to have vigorous discourse about social issues, and she's kind of yeah. Lance, okay, I can barely hear you. Yeah, what? Try it again.
Testing.
That's a little bit better. Try to remove the mic from your mouth.
All right. I'm sorry about that.
Much better.
In trying to make it work, I actually did that.
Okay. Awesome.
Cool.
So, just like the title says, folks, Tommy announced that he wanted to take on someone in evolution, and so I was like, "Fuck it," I don't have anything else better to do with my life at this point. My son's sleeping, and what'd you say,
This
Lance?
is why I got on here. This is what it's all about for me.
Do you want to debate Tommy into evolution?
Well, like I definitely am interested in talking to people on here and hearing their opinions and sharing my own opinions with them. So it's something that's interesting and exciting to me. And I am an atheist and I do believe in evolution,
Hey,
but I believe it for demonstrable reasons and for of all the articles that I've seen and
hey,
things that I've read on about it,
hey,
it
hey,
seems pretty valid.
Drag, can I just mention something to you? I'm kind of annoyed. I mean, I could do this, but I gotta say I'm kind of annoyed because I'm looking at this job agency and I gave her my credentials, right? I'm annoyed because I haven't given her the letter of recommendation that my instructor gave me from my apprenticeship, and it kind of bugs me because I got to do that later on. So it's kind of impeding my search. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, why didn't you include that when you submitted the original shit?
I don't know. It just slipped my mind.
Were you smoking?
No.
Okay.
Maybe.
You don't remember.
Might be why. Well, Lance, do you feel comfortable enough to? I mean, you say you have a belief in evolution, but do you feel comfortable enough to actually defend it in the discussion?
Well, I can't say 'cause I've never really tried this. Like I said, that's why I'm on here. I
We're all
found
gonna start. We got to start somewhere.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can try against Tommy if you run into issues. Just say you don't know.
Okay.
If there is
Nothing wrong with
something
that.
that we need clarification on, I mean, Scientist Sam's in the fucking chat. There's something I can't answer. I'm just going to turn to him. I have no problem doing that.
I mean,
Way more than me.
I'll say this. I think it depends on whether or not you're scientifically literate. If you're not, I mean, if you're scientifically literate, the world looks very different to you, and that an understanding actually empowers you to understand the phenomena, like through mathematical modeling. If you're science illiterate, like that's just going to limit you. So which is it?
Yeah,
Right.
well, even if you are scientifically literate, there's still certain things that little topics that not everyone knows about. So you have to take into consideration that people study different things. Like, for instance, Sam is a data scientist, so he is going to focus more on numbers and how certain phenomena occur using math, and not too many people here are going to really latch on to that like at all.
I'm like a YouTube monster. I've like seen a lot of YouTube videos, debates. Particularly interesting to me, if we're talking about evolution, Aron Ra's Foundational Falsehoods of Creationism series has a great part of it. I think it's part number 9 about the common claim that evolution cannot create beneficial mutations, and he goes through and he lists at least 10 or 20 examples with pictures, data, sources, everything all flashing on the screen as he's explaining it. And
that's a straw man, by the way.
What's a straw man?
Creationists do not believe that mutations cannot confer a benefit. So that whole section that you're referring to is a straw man. What we say is that mutations don't add information.
So some creationists do believe that those claims. So it's not a straw man for all creationists, but it definitely can be a straw man for some. I'll agree with you.
Any informed creationist would know. I mean, just the bacterial resistance, antibiotic resistance. Obviously that is a benefit. Otherwise the whole colony of bacteria would be wiped out. So nobody who knows anything about science or biology at all would ever say that mutations don't confer a benefit. So he should know that. The fact that he's made a video on that stating that that's not something any of the, the big voices in creationist or creationism would ever say. So he shouldn't have even spent that kind of time on it.
Well, it was very interesting and very informative to me. And regardless of whether people disagree or agree with it, I think having the information and putting it out there of these different beneficial mutations that come about, the family in Italy that's able to eat high cholesterol food, white European males having resistance to HIV, some women in India or Indonesia or whatever being able to see a different color spectrum, all very interesting. And it's kind of like really,
I mean, I have no problem with any and all of that, yet somehow I am a young earth creationist. So you've got to, the issue is, it's
okay, cool, man.
You've got to get to the fundamental issues of what spells the difference between a naturalist atheist, someone who believes it all got here by natural processes, and someone like me who believes that this is all basically the work of a giant miracle. So just because organisms change biologically doesn't necessarily prove one or the other. So yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things about debating this you kind of have to dig into to tease out, the really important issues. So.
So you said you're young Earth creationist, like 6 to 10,000 years time frame, right? Is that your belief?
Yeah, I mean, I don't put a time frame on it, but yeah, I do believe existence is young, fairly young.
Okay, but definitely closer to 6 to 10,000 versus 13.84 billion or so.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, you're talking about the age of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll be 4.5 billion.
I was saying the universe. The universe is closer to 14 billion.
Yeah.
So what is the evidence that convinces you most, Lance, that you've come across then, aside from just this kind of random interesting information that you've learned on YouTube, but personally, what convinces you most that evolution is true?
Well, I think so you know about the scientific use for the word theory, correct? The theory is composed of facts that are observed and about reality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so one of the most interesting examples that I've seen about human DNA evolving, we've actually mapped out the exact marker where the genome, how we have one pair less chromosomes than our chimpanzee cousins or brothers or whatever, our siblings, chimpanzee genetic siblings.
Mm-hmm.
And they've actually been able to map out the exact marker where the chromosomal split happened between humans and the common ancestor with humans and apes, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And I forget exactly where they pointed it out to be, but it was basically a pair of chromosomes that became fused at some point in time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of a little bit familiar with that. So on that, you do realize that there's a lot of people in the evolution community. Some of them are in here in this community that acknowledge that that event, even if it did happen, doesn't necessarily prove common descent. In fact, it's not a proof of common descent. All that would indicate is that somewhere along the history in the human lineage that humanity had this event happen. And so at some point we would have the same number of chromosomes as chimps or as apes. But that doesn't necessarily prove common descent. I mean, it would be a requirement if, looking at it from your angle, it would be a requirement from your side that it did happen that way. But it doesn't necessarily necessitate that common descent was true just because it did happen. I mean, the event just happened in the human lineage. So, that doesn't really say much about any of that which happened before or common descent itself.
What kind of common descent are you talking about would be my question.
Well, between humans and chimps, or that we share a common ancestor.
Right.
Oh, okay, I have a question. Absent of it being like some kind of evolutionary split off, what other? How would you define this anomaly? What would it be?
You're talking to me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Restate the question or rephrase it.
Absent of this event being an evolutionary split off, what other thing would explain this anomaly?
Well, I mean, the human body, biology is riddled with different mechanisms that come into play or could. Of course, they haven't come out and actually demonstrated it, that it's able to happen either one way or the other, either by chance, in a common ancestor, or by chance or by design, or some sort of a controlled processes within individual organisms. Now they don't know how that it happened. They can guess, but who knows? What chromosomes can do. There's various mechanisms that involve fusion events of varying sorts. So, it and that kind of brings up a different question, though.
Hold on. What do you mean by chance? What do you mean by chance?
Well, I just mean mindless, just random chance events. No, nothing that's purposeful or designed or planned out or intelligence based. But like I was saying, that brings up the issue of.
I don't think such a thing is actually known to occur in biology. I'm not sure how that describes anything.
Okay, well, I'm not going to get bogged down in that. I mean, chance, if you don't know what chance or random accidents, mindless, unintelligent processes mean, I can't really define it any better than that.
All of this implies intent, though. All of this implies intent.
I'm saying it's just a lack of intent. That's all I'm saying when I say random. I'm not going to get bogged down with that.
So the genetic mutations are random, but when it comes to natural selection and the continuing survival of a certain species, then it's not so much chance anymore. Is it adapted to fit the environment well enough that the species is able to continue propagating? And if it's not, then it dies off, and that chance event is no longer something that continues on.
Right. Well, I mean, I go deeper than that. I mean, I have to ask, where does the chromosome come from in the first place? Where did the nucleotides come from? Where did the genes come from? And, all this stuff, when you actually zoom out and look at it from that angle, then it starts getting real tough for the evolutionists, for the naturalists, because it doesn't matter what you're looking at in biology. It doesn't really have an explanation by way of mutation.
Wouldn't that just be moving the goalposts? It sounds like
not at all.
It sounds like you're trying to set up a God of the gaps hypothesis.
No, I believe in God from the outset. So the issue is, you guys claim that evolution is science, and you're trying to knock down my belief in God. I believe by faith. So,
do you believe in God as a presupposition?
At this point, I mean, I guess I kind of treat it that way, because when I start,
you're not an evidentialist, correct?
Only when it comes to defending it. So if I'm going to be defending my faith or my position to atheists or naturalists, then I kind of like to go into the evidence, but I don't base my faith on the notion that, well, I have seen no evidence that evolution can do it, or I doubt the mechanics of evolution, therefore I believe in God or believe in creationism. I believe in God by faith first, and that's how I found my faith to begin with. It was not necessarily something I found through
I see.
the study of evolution. I just, that was something that happened in my heart. So.
Okay, you said faith first, like, well, obviously you believed in God after you read the Bible, not before, correct? Like, I'm assuming Christian.
Yeah, I had read the Bible.
So let's just say by, like, for sake of argument, let's just grant that there aren't explanations for these things. Let's grant all of that, Tommy. Is there an explanation for God doing it other than just declaring that he did it?
Well, as I said, my position is faith-based. I mean, I can't prove a miracle. I can't go back and prove a past miracle. But likewise, the naturalists are in the same position. They can't go back and prove a prior or historical event happened purely naturally without the involvement of a supernatural being or explanation or event or power. So we're kind of in the same boat.
That's not what I'm asking, though. Like
I just told you.
I'm well, okay, but
He's saying you can't either. Therefore,
yeah. Well, that was the
therefore
thing, right? It's like,
is how he's saying it. I'm guessing.
I wasn't finished with my thought.
So,
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I already. Well, come on. Tommy, the issue is in my question. If I said, let's say that I grant you all of that, right? It's the way that you settle a question in science is on the merits of your case, not on comparing your case to other cases. And so let's just toss evolution and naturalism. I don't know why you're conflating those two things, because there are people that aren't naturalists who accept evolution. But let's toss that aside, right? Do you actually have a way of substantiating your case? Because it seems like you ask a lot of questions as to how these things can happen naturally, but you don't offer any explanations for your case.
Well, I'm a simple guy. So as we've talked about before, maybe, being a simple guy, if something looks like a duck, acts like a duck, walks like a duck, then to me, being a simple guy, I am going to assume it's a duck. And so in this case, if you look at the flagellum and you see that it rotates, 1,000 times a second, and it does in both directions, and it can change on a dime and start rotating much faster and do all this kind of stuff. That's just one example. But nature is full of this stuff that it looks like a duck. I mean, it looks like it's freaking amazing complex. I'm not saying anything about evolution being able to do it or not do it. Just on the face of it, it's astounding. It's just mesmerizing, and the human mind can't wrap around it. So I see nature, I see my life, I see the fact that I've got all these neurons in my brain that somehow connect, and I have an experience that I'm walking around alive and conscious, and I'm able to have emotions. It's not something I put my finger on scientifically and say, yeah, this scientifically proves that God exists. But again, intelligence seems to be the logical, rational explanation based on what I see around me.
But you would also acknowledge that we don't have examples of God creating something, right? We don't have examples of these natural phenomena coming about by design, right? You're comparing them to existing design things, right? Like that are designed by humans, whereas you're inferring, it's all good and well to be a simple guy, but it also helps to be a thinking guy as well. When you don't have, you don't have an inductive record that a God could have designed these things. Like by your own admission, we have absolutely no clue how God might have done it. So, I mean, I could have said my magical potato in my fridge did it. It's not, we're talking about a triviality here. We're not talking about something where other than, oh, wow, I feel this, stirring in my chest, right? Like, I don't see any substantiation beyond that.
Well, I could turn it around on you and say the same thing about chance doing it. You don't have any empirical evidence that chance in the past did anything as well. Yours is Okay,
So-
well, you do believe in chance if
No, I don't.
you don't
Don't
believe
misstate-
that
don't
God
misstate-
preordained it.
Tommy, why is it that anytime that I ask a question about your stance, it always comes back to my stance?
Because I'm just showing that yours is a mirror position of mine. It's just in the opposite way.
Actually, Tommy, no, it's not. We've been over this earlier, dude. That's why I asked you what the hell you meant by chance. And if you're saying that if it's something inherent in evolutionary theory, it's just not the process.
All right, I'm not going to get in chance this conversation. Wolf keeps wanting to go to, so let's just keep on going with that. We're talking about non-intention, mindlessness, non-intention.
That's like the core. That's like the core
unintelligence.
Well, I mean, I don't see why it's necessary to I don't understand this fixation because we don't know how intelligence could have designed a biological life form. Like, we just have no clue, right? By your own admission. So I don't think it makes much sense to frame this in terms of intelligence.
Prometheus.
Well, I would say consciousness did it. Yes, intelligence and consciousness are synonyms, but if I were to frame that, I would say this is basically a debate between did consciousness do this, or did blind, natural, quote unquote, mindless, unintelligent forces do this? We're talking about biology here. And I would say that there's all kinds of evidence that consciousness of a living being organizes, reorganizes, changes the system on the fly. And if that's the case, it kind of follows that consciousness is at the root of all of this, and very possibly, probably at the root of the origin of it.
Well, the issue that you run into a bigger issue here then, because we don't have an example of consciousness acting to design things other than humans and a few other primates, right? We don't actually, the idea that consciousness suddenly designed anything. Consciousness doesn't do anything. It's embodied agents that do something.
Well, I can make a case for that. I can make a case for consciousness doing all kinds of stuff just by bringing
Do you have an example of that?
Yeah, I could bring up lots. We've talked about this stuff before about, the epigenetic changes, for example. Like, I think the example was
not consciousness.
the fly and the crickets. I'm sorry, the crickets and the spider. About how, okay, so if Wolf is going to interject with this crap,
I honestly, I don't have a lot of patience for Wolf either. So I'm completely with you on that, Tommy. And I'm actually, I'm actually trying to listen to you.
Okay, so what happens
for the most part? Just so you know.
So scientists have set up experiments with crickets and spiders, and they've let the crickets breed in and around in an environment with predators, in this case, it's spiders. Their offspring will come out with epigenetic marks and traits that allow the baby spiders to, in some cases, they freeze, or they have different behaviors that match up to what is needed around an environment full of spiders or predators. And so there are all kinds of cases in the literature of these specific changes happening as a result of an interaction between the mother and or the offspring, or just a living creature, and the traits that pop up on the fly in response to what is needed or imposed by the environment. So
I don't see what that has to do with consciousness, though. Right?
It's the fact of being alive. So I'm equating being alive, being a conscious entity that interacts with the environment. This interaction produces hormones, or helps produce hormones, and then these hormones end up forming a kind of a cascade of biological changes, some of which can be mutations possibly, but epigenetic changes, other changes that end up changing the phenotype of the organism. So this stuff can be proven over and over and over again.
I don't see how that's consciousness, though. Like, you haven't described consciousness doing.
No, I can't describe consciousness.
Come on, man. I didn't interrupt you.
Okay, go ahead.
You didn't describe consciousness doing anything. You described a bunch of, you're in a problem here where you need to actually prove that consciousness is actually a thing that does stuff rather than an abstraction. Like, I think consciousness is just an abstraction, right? It's something that our brains do. And so, like, I have no problem explaining that the reason why, for instance, mothers immediately bond with their children after they give birth is because of a huge burst of oxytocin, right? But the advantage that I have is I don't have to appeal to anything like consciousness. At base, it's just chemical. Like, I want an example of consciousness doing something, not an example of oh, something that can roughly correlate. Because insects are, I mean, I don't think it's accepted by any cognitive scientist that insects actually have experiences, right? Like, their brains are just not well developed enough.
Well, I know what it was. It was Aliens, Prometheus.
Well, if you look,
Wolf, that's not helping the conversation when you keep saying this shit.
you could do a quick search on epigenetics if you type in.
I know I do epigenetic research
Hang on,
for a living, though.
And then they say type in epigenetics and ghost in your genes. And I'm not going to go into that a lot, but just basically, there's something mysterious about the epigenetic changes in regards to what I've been talking about. But
what are?
Okay, hang on. You were asking me how I would prove consciousness in that regard. If you were to give me a test and you said, okay, Tommy, hold up by a show of your fingers, what is 20 minus 10? And I went like that. So would you accept that as a demonstration of consciousness?
No, because
in that way?
Unconscious computer programs can do that.
No, but I'm not an unconscious computer program. So
you're trying to prove that you're not an unconscious. Like, I'm asking you for a proof of consciousness, and you're assuming you're conscious to begin with.
Okay, so am I conscious or no?
I mean,
what would you take as evidence? What would you take as evidence of me being conscious?
You act like a conscious being. So, like, I think you're conscious, but you have to actually establish that consciousness is a thing that acts apart from just being another chemical system.
So your problem is I don't even know if you even believe in consciousness.
I do believe in consciousness as an abstraction of what the brain does.
An abstraction. So again, if you ask me to
like
hold up those fingers that prove that whatever 20 minus 10 is, and I hold my fingers up showing that that's 10, that would not convince you. That would not convince you that my answer required consciousness.
Well, we have plenty of unconscious things that can provide that answer as well.
Yes, because they were programmed, learned to do that by a brain, by a mind.
Yeah. So
I mean, if you look at like, I was going to bring up examples. It's like animals kind of do like very sort of folk intuition type of math, but beyond that, Tommy, like, you have to actually examine that consciousness is doing anything, that it's not just your brain doing something.
Well, I'm not really following that, but just to follow up the point, it's not just the crickets and the predators. I mean, it's all throughout nature that individual organisms can be tested by specific environmental threats, and they're not only their bodies, but the offspring that they sire can come out with specific traits that adapt to that specific threat. So in a way, the environment is testing the organism and or its offspring, and whatever this test imposes on it, the offspring is able to come out with an answer that makes sense and is intelligent. That would give the impression to the average person, that life is intelligent, and or that consciousness or whatever it is that computes or engages with the environment is able to do so in an intelligent way and respond to that in an intelligent way.
But Tommy,
you haven't stepped out of the realm of where this is just a biochemical reaction, right? Like, and this is why I always ask you is, how does epigenetics actually work? Like, at least the sketch version of the normal part, because what you're describing, I mean, these are just chemical modifications to the DNA and to the RNA that cause gene expression changes. I mean, we're not talking about things that are magical here, right? Like, we know that, for example, stress, which is something that can manifest mentally, the brain shoots out certain hormones and that changes your gene expression. So stuff like your blood pressure goes up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, these are just, But nothing in there requires consciousness as an explanation. We can just appeal to the chemistry there.
Wait a second.
So-
What stress is not related, or consciousness is not involved with stress or stress response? So like if I have somebody come up to me, a mugger or something, and he's trying to, steal my wallet, hit me over the head with a bat or something, something that really scares me, and my heart rate increases, my blood pressure increases, my conscious awareness of that person is not in the picture or involved at all?
There's actually debate as to whether that is, because
Okay.
there's something called the James Lange theory of psychology, which there is a bunch of evidence for, which is that really when you have conscious awareness of things, it's your brain catching up to tell a story rather than your brain actually doing something. So like, this is why, for instance, if you just force yourself to smile, you start feeling happy. And this is why like you can induce panic attacks and induce stress in people by like injecting them with hormones that are associated with a stress response.
Yes, you can do that, but that doesn't discount the fact that consciousness would be involved in everyday activities where you have an interaction with people or things around you.
Again, I don't know what you mean when you say consciousness is involved. Like you haven't defined consciousness in a rigorous enough sense that it means that that's
Can I give a simple analogy real quick? Tommy, what you're thinking is basically akin to genetic engineering, therefore consciousness. I mean that's basically all it is. It's just it's incongruent.
I don't see that that's what he's saying, Wolf.
I would define it as awareness, just awareness of what's going on around you.
I know. I just used an analogy.
Sorry.
But what differentiates? I mean, but again, like, I mean, is your understanding of consciousness is such an important part of your case? Does that have anything? Is that have any connection to the academic understanding of consciousness?
I have no idea. It has nothing to do with the academic understanding of evolution because they avoid consciousness. But I think consciousness is the actual competitor of naturalism. Naturalism avoids consciousness at all costs. They try to explain everything without consciousness in that mindless, just accidental changes or accidents in material.
Naturalism.
And the physical objects are what are responsible for everything around us.
That is just a profoundly ignorant statement.
Okay, so hang on,
Studies.
Wolf. Then explain if not consciousness and not a mindless, accidental origin of everything.
Well, Tommy, let's stick to one topic at a time.
What is the other explanation between intelligence and non-intelligence?
Well, Tommy, you need to slow down and stick to one topic at a time because you say a lot of stuff.
I'm going off of what you said.
Okay.
You denied that natural processes that don't involve consciousness are responsible for the buildup and pretty much for everything around us.
Oh, no. Okay, Tommy, can we stick to the topic? Because you keep changing topics.
Okay, well, I'm just going on what you said.
I'm going to go back to what I was saying because I really don't think you're paying attention and I would appreciate a little bit of effort on it. All right?
Your expectations are way too high.
Okay, Wolf, please shut the fuck up. You're not adding to this conversation.
Okay.
You're just saying stupid things.
You said please. I'll regard that.
Okay, what I was saying is that what makes what you said profoundly ignorant is the fact that most philosophers are naturalists, and that includes most philosophers that study consciousness. They don't try to, some of them try to reduce consciousness. That's, like reductive materialists, but majority of cognitive scientists don't do that, and they are naturalists. And philosophers of mind as well, I should say. But
consciousness is an effect in their mind, not a cause, and that's the difference. I'm saying consciousness is a cause. They're going to say it's an effect.
How do you demonstrate that?
Okay, well, we're just
like again,
we're staying on the subject, right?
You have not. Well, you haven't Well, no, you say, oh, look, these things have this feeling, or these things are in this environment. These chemical changes happen, and then there's this adaptation. You haven't stepped out and defined consciousness as anything else except brain activity.
What's wrong with awareness as a description or definition of consciousness?
It's far too incomplete.
Okay, well then how would you describe it or define it? Sometimes, the problem with life is, and this goes beyond just consciousness, you can't even, not you, but defining life is darn near impossible. Defining existence is impossible. Defining an atom or a gene, they have problems defining all these things. So this is not a problem just specifically with consciousness.
They do have problems defining these things. Not an atom specifically, but an atom, that's not a good thing on that list. But other than that, most of those things, well, but here's the thing is there's all of those things you're describing have rich fields that discuss different definitions and different discourses on these topics. And I'm wondering why we're not appealing to those. So, right, what's more important than awareness is self-awareness in consciousness. That's considered, so for instance, like the ability to, a key marker in child development of consciousness is the ability to recognize yourself in a mirror. I'm sure we've all seen those, when I took intro psych, at least that was still one of the standards. I don't know if it's still the standard, but there's that, for example. So something like a fly does not have the only things that seem to have self-awareness are a few other mammals, and not, it doesn't seem like anything that's not a mammal has that basic requirement. There's the ability to reason, right? Which, to some extent is the ability to, react to the outside world, another requirement. Again, these things, consciousness is not just a thing. It's more of a process, right? It's a process of what the brain does. It's the same thing as life is a process. It's not a thing.
Okay, so, well, when I say aware, I don't necessarily mean self-aware, even though that may be one aspect of it. But if I had something that flew up in my face real quick, real small piece of something, our natural instinct is to blink really quickly. We have incredible reflexes like that. So I didn't, I might not have consciously thought about, I need to blink real quick before this thing hits my eye. Same thing when you're sleeping, you have different processes that happen while you're asleep that you take care of business, your body does, without actually, being self-aware of this stuff. But it happens because your body is aware on some level. And so your hormones are like that. You see your wife, or you see something joyful, you have a certain response. You see something that's frightening, you have a different response. And this is not things that you actively think, okay, I got to release this hormone now. It just happens automatically. And so that this automaticness is, I know it's not a word, is what I'm talking about in nature when an organism interacts with its environment or its circumstances, and the circumstances generate a response, a biological response in the individuals, and then the changes take place from there. The theory of evolution says that one lucky individual who would just happen to be blessed with a certain gene or variant who lives in a certain environment will just happen to, it will breed better. And then the population will take off from there and expand based on that one helpful beneficial mutation. But in reality, it doesn't happen like that at all. It happens exactly as I'm describing it. And that's where the science is actually leading. The old science is outdated, dinosaur-ish, and yet still written in the textbooks. And people like Lance hear it and still believe it, and they don't know any worse for the wear.
What are you basing that on, Tommy, when you say that the new science contradicts this? Is this you referring to the popular science articles when you don't read the actual citations?
No, it's just, if you do a little search here and there and everywhere for what the theory of evolution is, you very rarely get a definition that matches up with what I'm talking about. It always is a definition that says populations only evolve, that individuals cannot generate their own adaptive traits. You never see that anywhere.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm going to interrupt. Lance, did you have any other things you wanted to talk about or ask or talk to Tommy?
Well, I was just going to say real quick that I have looked into it more than just the textbooks. I didn't actually learn evolutionary theory in school, it was more of autodidactic type thing where I've gone through the counterclaims piece by piece. I've looked at the evidence for it. I've looked at the arguments against it. You know, Haeckel's drawings, all that stuff, and I've come to my conclusion, based on an evaluation of the evidence.
What is the theory that you believe in? Can you define that?
Change over time with genetic drift. That's evolution.
I believe in that. So I'm a
Okay.
young creationist. So you're
you're
okay.
with
So
me.
change over. So you believe in change over time. I believe in change over time.
With genetic drift and
Okay.
variation and adaptability. Yeah.
Yep, I believe that too. So that has somehow convinced you, or at least played a role, I guess, in your atheism. Yet I believe in all of that stuff as well, and yet I'm a young Earth creationist. So obviously there's something missing in here that you need to probably look more into this topic, a little more in depth, and see the arguments from the creationist side, because I understand you're reading the evolutionist side and you think what you're reading is sufficient to make you an evolutionist, but it's not.
I'm looking at both, but I would love for you to point me to some sources, and I'd be happy to, watch videos, read articles, or whatever you have to give to me. But I noticed earlier you mentioned something about the flagellum, the complexity of it, and it seemed to me like the argument from irreducible complexity, like how could it have evolved on its own? It must have been created type of thing. Is that?
No. Here I've got my argument for a flagellum right here. I made it on a post a while back. It's real short. So I asked the evolutionists which came first, the components of the flagellum, which came into existence over time by chance processes, to the mechanism that regulates these components' dimensions, because they all have different dimensions and do different things, or 3, the over 40 genes involved in the expression of functionality of all this. So you have 40 different genes that are involved in the functionality of all these different components. You have a regulatory mechanism that regulates their size and dimension, and you have all the components themselves, of which are composed of genes and even smaller, I guess, nucleotides that had to mutate into existence slowly over time.
Genes? Don't you mean proteins?
Well, yeah, all of it.
What are
Yeah,
genes?
proteins too.
They're in the DNA, not in the motor or flagellum.
No, I didn't say they were. I said, but there are genes that regulate. Let me read it again. There are over 40 genes involved in the expression of the functionality of the flagellum. I took that right off of a paper from Nature. So the problem is you've got it's a whole system. Biology is not
Right.
just a thing that happens at one specific place. And I know Sam can explain this probably better than I can, which I can't. But the whole thing is dynamic, and we're a functional unit, and we're a functional unit as a whole. We're a functional unit as a whole cell. And all of this stuff involves different genes and different processes that are integrated, and that's kind of the key, is you've got integration of different things that had to somehow be in place all at once, yet the theory of evolution says it all comes about piecemeal, slowly over time. So there's just kind of a contradiction.
Correct. Well, there have been proposed punctuated equilibrium, which could be an answer to that question. But I don't
the
see.
answer to the question is the fact that Nature Microbiology actually published an article where people presented possible models of evolution of that structure.
Right.
Well, that's why I asked which came first.
Well, it could have all happened at once, but it's like there was no first human according to evolution. There's populations, and as the genes drift over, they become more and more distinct from their ancestors. If they become separated by something like a mountain range, one side picks fruit, the other side fishes, something like that. So there's different adaptations that are made based on the environment, and over time it drifts. Genetic drift. It drifts.
I
away
don't think
from
you really.
the original.
I'm not trying to be mean here, but I don't think you know what genetic drift is.
Okay.
Like, just to explain roughly, genetic drift is just changes in allele frequencies due to the fact that there are a limited number of offspring or a limited number of gametes in the population, right? So you don't get a complete representation statistically of offspring. So that's all it is. It's nothing more, nothing less. It's nothing beyond that. I would say.
As to your explanation, I mean, you kind of got off onto human populations and things, but you have to remember, let's stick with the theory of evolution. I mean, genes have what, maybe 1,000, 1,200 nucleotides that had to come into existence. They don't all come into existence at once. And so punctuated equilibrium isn't going to help you.
But why does that matter, Tommy? Why does it have to
that's
be
what your
all at
theory
once?
is.
But most models of how these systems evolve is piecemeal, right? Like it's one thing at a time.
That's my point.
And why is
You've
that?
got, what is it? What gene has 1,200 nucleotides. So 100 nucleotides don't just pop into existence by themselves, or 1,000 all at once. They have to be piecemealed. So that's the problem. And you've got
1,000 can come in all at once.
Well, do they just come in all at once as a functional gene?
Gene duplication can happen, not necessarily as a functional gene. I don't know why you seem to like. I don't know what it is where you seem to assume that all of these things had to be rather than there being intermediates that might have had different functions, right? Like one of the proposed pathways that's generally accepted is that initially the bacterial flagellum was the type 3 secretory system, which is how some bacteria infect their hosts. This is largely accepted. Well, obviously when that's a different function, but the structure is pretty much the same, give or take a few functional subunits.
Yeah, but doesn't that employ like 40 less proteins than the flagellum? So what about those intermediates, in and around or above that secretory system that led to the flagellum had to somehow be functional, and these 40 proteins had to somehow come into existence. And you have a problem even coming up with one protein, much less 40 of them.
Well, most of them, it would just be producing more copies of it. And things like gene duplication. Like I would suggest that you actually look into how these things evolved.
Okay, well, so here's the kind of where, here's where I'm at. You guys, Sam probably one of the most knowledgeable guys, A, in this community, and B, that I've come across in this field. So, and Sam doesn't even know. So, what happens so often is I'm a creationist, and yes, I have faith. But what so often happens in the evolution community is that they basically resort to not faith, but we're working on it, we're thinking about it. 1,000 different scientists have 1,000 different ideas. Blah blah blah. Pass over, nothing to see here. And that's what happens no matter where you look, almost without fail, when it comes to the evolution of anything, or really any specifics about anything. It all kind of descends into mystery.
Well, everything is going to have an answer.
Yeah, otherwise scientists wouldn't have jobs, right? I think that's a lot better than, I'm fine with saying I don't know or I haven't read that. Like this specific thing, I haven't read in a very long time. So I can't tell you off the top of my head. But the fact that there's not a complete answer and there's only a partial answer out there, that's not a weakness. What is it that makes you? Yeah, what is it that makes you psychologically uncomfortable with the idea of uncertainty?
Oh no, I celebrate uncertainty. I celebrate mystery.
You are not. But you are not
mystery
now. Come on, Tommy.
Mystery,
don't. Come on, Tommy.
Mystery is anti-scientific. Science.
What?
They work to eliminate mysteries. Correct? They don't really like mysteries. They like to solve mysteries.
No. Okay. Well, hold on. I think you misunderstand the pursuit of science. Of course, there are mysteries that exist in the world, but science seeks to explain the natural world. Solving mysteries like Scooby-Doo isn't really the whole goal here. A lot of what science does is innovate, and innovation isn't necessarily a pursuit of a mystery. It is us having a problem and trying to use science through technology in order to solve it. So I think one of the fundamental issues that you seem to have in some of these discussions is that you misinterpret the goals and the directions and the methods of science just in general, and then that's just kind of my lay critique of what I see going on with you.
I don't know if it's misinterpreting them. I just ask tough questions like, I could ask Sam, what are the mutations that actually build these components, these flagellum components? And
Well,
I've asked
I mean-
Fiona that
Well,
before.
off the
and
top, I mean, it's not my field though, so I
Yeah.
don't think that that's a fair. Like, I can give you a more or less specific answer, but I haven't looked into it in a while. Whereas if I ask you just something like, "What is the basics of epigenetics?" you can't provide any answers.
Well, again, we've talked about this before, and I don't really have to explain how a specific function happens within the cell. I mean, I
Yes,
can
you
look at a
do.
paper.
You're
I can look at a
okay,
paper and
tell
see
me.
that something happens. I
You
don't
don't-
necessarily
but-
know how it happens.
This is
That's
based
that's
on.
fun for scientists, but not me.
But this is based. Well, first off, if you're going to invoke something as a potential cause, I mean, it does behoove you to understand how that actually works. Like, every time that I've tried to pin you down on an actual cause, you've said, well, these things are mysterious, or like, you don't know it specifically enough for me. There's never, Tommy, you don't ever answer a point is the issue. And the second issue is that I'm familiar with you. Lance is not familiar with you. Stop pretending that you actually read the papers. You look at abstracts at most. So like, if this is something that got me frustrated was you said, well, this is like, that's old science. Well, textbooks are a little bit old, but generally speaking in the literature, evolution is doing fine. Like, I subscribe to most of the major journals. I get email blasts from them every single week. There's nothing coming out that remotely resembles what you're describing. So I find that, I find this to be kind of curious.
Actually,
that,
Sam, hold on for a second. Tommy, when you're reading and you're trying to determine what's old science and new science, what are you subscribed to? What are you reading?
Okay, well, first, if you don't mind, just let me have 1 minute to explain the "I don't read the paper" claim that is so common.
Sure.
You-
But
just
after that,
for-
could you answer my
Yeah.
question right after?
Yeah. Okay. So you have to realize, as a creationist, we're first of all, we're outnumbered, and so on any given thread or maybe in a hangout, we're bombarded with, like, if I make a challenge to somebody, a lot of times a very common tactic the evolutionists will impose will be to throw 20 papers at me, and within those links or citations, they almost never will quote something from the paper that actually refutes what I say. So the problem is, I learned a long time ago that a whole heck of a lot of time can be wasted wading through all these papers. And so as a result, I just stopped reading papers, when they're thrown at me by the dozen. Instead I'll say, okay, show me your best paper, and then highlight or copy the pertinent text that will refute what I say. And so what ends up happening is, since they don't generally will do that, they'll just throw the claim, oh, well, you don't ever read the papers anyway, blah, blah, blah. Well, if you don't do that, I'm not going to read them. I might read the abstract and kind of get an overview of what's going on. But no, I don't. If it doesn't appear to address my challenge, I'm not going to read the paper. So that's that.
Well, I would say that, Tommy, when you actually cite papers, I've on multiple occasions actually done this. When you cite a paper, what happens is the paper doesn't even agree with you.
Okay,
right?
well,
Like,
maybe you could give me an example.
You linked a paper a while ago about, I think it was tadpoles that developed differently. And in the paper, they said, well, this is a new, interesting avenue for us to explore the evolution of development in this species. Like, you literally quoted a paper that that devoted entire sections to discussing how this is an interesting paradigm for developmental biology and the evolution of development. I mean, my issue with you, Tommy, is that, I mean, you can say the whole thing of like, oh, wow, creationists are outnumbered. Being outnumbered doesn't prevent you from doing the hard work of trying to understand it.
Oh, I try to understand it. It's just I've learned that when you're discussing this with evolutionists, they tend to want to waste your time. Not all of them, but a lot of them will tend to waste a lot of your time, and you'll just end up running around getting nothing accomplished, reading stuff that's not even pertinent to what the challenge is.
I mean, do you think that people Google search random topics and
Yeah.
yeah. Wow, that's a new one.
I know it's very frustrating.
So if you don't read the paper, how do you know that?
Well, I mean, again, that's why I asked them to highlight or copy the pertinent text, and they never do. I might read the abstract, but I'm not going through 24 papers, and even doing that, if I don't know, I mean, I don't have time for that. I've got too much going on in life.
Then how are we to trust that you actually have any idea of what's at the pulse of biological understanding in these fields?
Okay, well, if I and every other creationist in this community bombarded you with 24 links every day,
I would read them.
you would get sick of it. Trust
Well,
me.
here's the thing: is hilariously, creationists never. The only times that when creationists give me papers, I read them, and then almost inevitably they are one of two things: either irrelevant or they don't actually support their case.
Tommy, have you made a post of your challenge out and then had just people reply to it?
That happens periodically, but generally just happens in the body of a random thread. You know, you're talking to a random person and you'll ask them for something, and then it's very common.
But random people don't need to have this understanding.
I know. I agree. Yeah, I agree. They're not all as informed as Sam or Drag are, but they want to debate it anyway.
I'm curious, where is that article in Nature you referred to? I haven't been able to find it.
Which one?
The one about 40 genes.
The
bacterial flagellum.
I don't know.
I've been trying to find it. I can't find it.
It may not have been Nature, but it was a peer review paper.
But I'm not finding anything yet.
Okay.
Like 40 pops up, it's talking about something else.
Have you tried to go to like the local colleges around you, Tommy?
It was on Science Daily. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, you found it? Oh, good, cool. You got
it's on. Well, hold on. It's actually it's from a website actually called Uncommon Descent, and then they copied some of the material from Science Daily.
Yeah.
It looks like.
Well, but there was a paper that it was linked to.
Tommy, have you went around to local professors and things like that?
No, but I would like to. I would love to.
I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm not sure where you've actually.
But someone like Sam here knows probably as much as they do. Yeah, I mean, I would love to take a biology class, and
I pay for it.
Well, college, a lot of times professors are willing to talk when they have some free time. A lot of them love to sit and talk about that stuff. So.
Yeah, actually, I just ended the last semester tutoring all the biologies. That is actually my second part-time job.
And you don't even have to do the local ones around you. I mean, we have telephones and internet. You can do other states and call their colleges and call that department and see if they're willing to talk with you.
I think the problem with a lot of them is like they have emails that only students can get in touch with them, or as I understand it, that the outside person has a little bit harder time reaching these professors.
Sometimes. Yeah, we can hear you, Pseudo.
Okay, it works now.
Yeah, I think part of the issue, Tom, is that you do need a bit of a background to understand some of these topics, and then that's not to that's for anybody. That's even myself. I had to do lots of studying outside of class, understand the stuff, and to get my position as a tutor. So part of the issue that I see with a lot of your arguments is that when you simply defer to something, you don't actually understand what it is. Like you say, oh, well, it's just epigenetics. Well, saying that it's just epigenetics is not something that, like, if I was having a conversation with Sam about something and we were spitballing about possibilities, I would reference a biochemical pathway and say, via yada, 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 I think this is how it is. I just wouldn't throw out the term and, oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. That's not how people who understand biology talk to one another. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but I'm not a biology student nor, someone in that field. But let me ask you, if I come across an article or a paper or anything from the scientific community, and let's just say we're talking about tadpoles and they encounter a new diet and somehow their jaws or something adapts on the fly during their lifetime to adapt to this food source. And they, it's plasticity, or let's just say, whatever. It happens within one generation, or let's just say maybe it happens, in their offspring. Why do I need to know the details of the biology when what actually happens is spelled out for us? And, kind of an overview is usually kind of explained in the article. But why do I need to know what actually goes on within the cell?
Because the
I know it's
mechanism,
not evolution.
because, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, I know it's not, evolution would say, well, one lucky individual had a lucky mutation, and then that happened to, confer a fitness. And from there, the population spread out over, thousands of years, millions of years. That would be the evolution story. Sorry.
Okay.
But that's not what's actually happening in one generation or during the lifetime of one individual.
So that something like that rarely happens with one individual in one generation. Like if something were to happen, if a mutation were to happen, that change would have been conferred genetically, and then as the organism develops, then that change would become prominent in the phenotype. And so if that organism, whatever it is able to find its niche better than the other siblings it may have or the members of its population, then it's going to proliferate more. And so now you have an individual within this population that has increased fitness. And that's what evolution seeks to measure. The increased fitness of an organism is going to determine how well it does in the environment. And of course, better fitness, better organism for that environment, it's going to breed more naturally.
Yeah, that is the evolution story. But what actually happens is if you have a whole population of tadpoles and they all encounter a new food source or a new predator, then the way nature is, the way biology is they interact with that particular threat, and they have this really nasty habit of coming up with just the right trait in response to that threat. So all the individuals, well, not all the time. I didn't say all of the time, but generally, when there is an adaptive response, that is what actually happens. So all the individuals within that population will change simultaneously or within that generation.
I mean, I don't know, but it would have to happen at the germ level. It would have to either be in the sperm or the egg. That's where it would happen.
Not necessarily.
Oh, yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, now I know that.
No, it doesn't.
Drag?
I'm trying to figure out, well, Tommy, if how do you determine what that I'm trying to figure out a way to phrase this. If you're saying that there's some type of adaptive trait that is just innate in all of these creatures, it's already within them. Like it just doesn't magically appear. Like they don't generate nucleotides and magically like gain this ability. It's already there. Like, so I'm trying to figure out how. I think we're talking about two different things, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the way I see it is the way God made us is He made us with potential, and so whether it be tadpoles or humans or whatever, we have alternate phenotypes that are able to be accessed, or different traits, specific traits that we have, the potential to generate that are already written into our genome or somewhere, information within the cell somewhere. So yeah, I think that's what has been dubbed evolution, is actually just an actualization of our potential and our ability to generate, an array or myriad of traits based on where we are and where we live. That's
patently false.
Okay, well, that's how I see it.
I mean, you can see it that way literally all day long, but I've actually explained to you how we've determined that organisms speciate. Like, we know the mechanisms in which they speciate. We know what happens. We know where and what genes and how. It's not that they randomly generate, these sequences or, that's because it's funny you talk about randomness, but then when you're talking about an entire population responding to something, they either have to have those sets of genes ready, and there's a stimulus that is used as a catalyst to activate whatever these sequences are, or somehow magic, here are some more sequences to do whatever. Like, it's either one or the other, but guess which one we've actually observed, right? So I mean, you can claim that it is magic all day long, but until you get in the lab and actually show it, I mean, you're just kind of assed out.
Well, I didn't say it was magic. I'm just saying
that's literally what you're describing.
No, it's not. It's unless you're going to call consciousness magic.
I don't know what consciousness is. What do you mean when you say consciousness?
Again, being alive. We'll just say being alive.
Being alive, I definitely no.
Puppeteer, the magic puppeteer, like the invisible puppeteer of you, is what he's claiming.
Okay, how would you? It does appear to be kind of magic. Like let's just say a tadpole encounters a predator, and the predator induces a larger tail, which is an actual case, produces or tends to generate larger tails in tadpoles and tadpole offspring. So this larger tail helps them escape from the predator. Faster swimming. So this specific trait arose according to a specific threat. In the environment. It does appear to be somewhat miraculous. I would call it just consciousness or an interaction with the environment or interaction with the predator.
Well, have you ever seen when people lose pigment in their hair, like due to some kind of trauma?
No.
So my explanation for that, and I'm not seeing this paper, I would say the adrenaline that is produced by them seeing this external threat, it's somehow reacting with the AER gene, whatever. I don't know which one. It may be the Sonic the Hedgehog gene, the SHH, but it may be AER gene, whatever. So there's a receptor on the cells in the tail that can receive that adrenaline, and that probably starts some type of signal cascade. But the genes are already there for that signal cascade to happen in the first place.
Right. It's messages. It's information in the environment that gets transmitted down the line. The organism is an information machine, and we process things that go on around us. And so our phenotypes, our bodies are kind of just they're an end result of what we see and feel. So
I found something about the germ cells and stuff. Somatic cells are cells in your body.
Mm-hmm.
Like your hair and your skin and all that stuff, heart organs.
Right.
Germ cells are sperm and egg cells.
Right.
There can be mutations and changes in somatic cells, but that doesn't cross over and affect the germ cells.
Mm-hmm.
Any mutation or whatever that can be passed on to the next generation has to happen in the germ cells themselves. But changes in the somatic cells does not affect the germ cells.
Yes, but I agree with that. But here's the thing. When you're dealing with organisms, they can generate traits on the fly, right? Let's just say,
traits?
Yes, they can. They can, like a fish can change colors on the fly, or change.
Oh no, that's okay. You're talking about their phenotype can change based on a stimulus. Like when you say generate traits, I'm thinking you mean generate like genes that then go on and change the phenotype. Okay, no, I see what you're saying.
No, I'm saying so individuals can alter their phenotypic traits during their lifetime, and also their offspring can come out adapted to a specific threat with those specific traits. The point is, you don't necessarily need those traits to be written into the germline in order for it to be, quote unquote, passed to future generations, because of the fact that each individual in each generation do actually do what I just said. They do actually interact with the environment and generate their own traits. So the point is, there's almost an impossible way to determine if a trait was inherited or acquired during their lifetime. You'd have to actually check their genome or check their epigenetics to find out. But since plasticity is so common in nature, then it's really impossible to know unless you did those actual tests.
You can karyotype the parents and then karyotype the embryos or the eggs or whatever that they make, and then test them again upon sexual maturity.
Right, you can. Yeah, that's what I was saying. You can test it. I'm just saying, unless you did, like in the past, before they had that potential to do that, there would be no way to know for sure if something was written into the genome, if it was inherited that way, or if it was actually acquired during the lifetime of the individual. So it's kind of a subtle distinction, but yeah.
Are we going to talk about blacksmiths and their sons?
Huh?
Are we going to talk about blacksmiths and their sons?
Here, I can briefly explain what Tommy's trying. He's put it in words that maybe you'll understand. Mind over matter.
Yes,
right.
Thank you.
So so there's a mind over matter going on, where in the minds of the organisms, they're just generating these sequences, these nucleotides, adding to their own genome because they are in the same environment as their parents.
No, well, I didn't say they added nucleotides. I mean,
I'm trying to find out, like, specifically the mechanism in which this thing is happening. That's what I'm getting at.
What they can do, evidently, is they can experience a threat in the environment. Their epigenetics can spring into gear, right? And then if the trait or the predator or the threat sticks around long enough, the epigenetic processes can then trigger mutations. And so over time, the mutations, it's kind of like a diary, you think something and then you write it down. Well, writing it down is kind of like the mutation. The mutation writes it down so for future generations, going forward and for long periods of time. Whereas epigenetics is kind of more on the fly and temporary. So that's kind of what it is. I mean, it's just mind over matter. Again, Xbox is correct. The whole worldviews are colliding, and that's what it is. It's mind consciousness versus matter or materialism at its core.
I literally just got done taking a genetics class, Tommy, and I've never heard anything that you're talking about.
Of course not. They don't want you to know that.
The woman who taught me was evangelical Christian, who's also a missionary.
She's also probably a materialist evolutionist.
No, she is not.
Okay. So
Okay, that's no.
she's
Like that.
not gonna. Did she teach Lamarckism?
No, you
Okay.
learn about Lamarckism like in your first or maybe sometimes second year, but that's been long since debunked. And I kind of thought that's what you were getting at. Lamarckism is not a thing, Tommy.
Well, I can.
I mean,
refute that.
didn't you argue with Steve about that for a
Yeah.
long time?
Yeah, he lost. What I actually argued was not Lamarckism, but rather the inheritance of acquired characteristics, which Steve does not, in fact, deny. So
Okay.
it's not deniable. It happens all the time.
Lamarckism is
Yeah,
not
you're
a thing,
saying
Tommy.
just like I breathe, right? Like I don't think about breathing, I just breathe. You're saying that my mind, some kind of subconscious thing, makes these changes to me.
Well,
Right.
yeah, your hormones, reach your cells, right? And so they can trigger adaptive changes in your genome or in your epigenetics, and all this stuff that goes on around you can change your phenotype, change your cells, change everything about you. It's hard for humans to actually see that in our lifetime, but and this is non-scientific, but it seems to be the smaller the organism is, the quicker they can change. Like bacteria can change like that. Flies can change pretty quickly. Tadpoles can change quickly, within just, a quick amount of time. But humans and elephants, we can't just change colors or grow a longer arm or whatnot. So it's easier to test the small organisms, which generally are very, very quickly adaptive.
Quick question, quick observation, if I may. If the mind over matter thing was real,
Mm-hmm.
how come that humans, like from 1,000 or so years ago, pretty much the same as we are now? If I'm not mistaken, I think we're pretty much the same. Overall,
Right. Well, how does that prove?
So this surely threats and stress and stuff would have made us consciously change. Maybe we could run faster, or not have heart attacks, or I could go out in the sun for 24/7 and not burn.
Well, look how much taller we are than just the people from, 75, 80 years ago.
No, but no, what I'm saying is we're still basically the same thing we was back.
Yeah, but you just asked for an example. I'm telling you, look how much taller we are, how much more faster we can run, jump. As a group, we're just kind of a different animal in a sense.
Well,
that we
Tommy,
have changed a little bit.
one of the things that you're missing there is height is a multifactorial trait. It's not something that you just directly inherit from your parents.
I agree.
So it's just
Look
saying.
at the Orientals.
I mean,
But that's just
what-
one example.
Yeah, and using height is a really bad example, especially things that will require us to try and measure like levels of fitness and all these physical attributes, because we have a dramatically different nutrition than people hundreds of years ago. So trying to measure them is apples and oranges, unless you're pointing to the fact that yes, height is a multifactorial trait that, of course, we're going to reach our peak when we have the best nutrition available.
Where have you learned that
argument
height,
is kind of
that height has anything to do with nutrition? So are short people malnourished or?
No, it's not malnourished. Is that if you'll have a lower average height I'm talking about population, just not individual people. Overall, you will have a lower height if you don't have proper nutrition. For you to grow tall actually requires a lot of resources, a lot of enzymes.
So what
And
about
to
the
make those-
Japanese? The Japanese have historically been more, healthier, live
That's-
longer than
and that's
us.
why I
They're-
say
they're quite short.
it's a multifactorial trait. If their cap genetically is at 5'7", I don't know what it is, then that's their maximum height. They'll actually be shorter than that if they don't have proper nutrition. So if you're talking about a population Japanese, then that bar just lowers. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but the other problem is it seems like tall people, if you look at people who are 6'4", 6'5", and taller, they tend not to live as long as short people. Short people live.
Well, yeah, there's a reason for that. You need a certain amount of the human heart really doesn't adapt with one size. So you have people like Andre the Giant not having a heart that can properly pump blood throughout his body as efficiently as someone who was regular size. So that's really kind of what that issue is. There's a name for that. I can't remember what it's called, but there's a certain not equation, but there's a certain ideal parameters for physical
for
body.
different organisms, just like with dinosaurs and stuff. They can figure these factors out. Like for dinosaurs to be as big as they were, a lot of their bones had to be hollow. The leg bones had to be monstrously thick. Look at elephants. The difference between elephants and dogs' legs, for instance. I was going to bring up one little thing about dogs, by the way. Saint Bernards and other dogs that are really, really big. If my understanding is right, they bred for bigger dogs, but it increased their size, but it didn't allow for their hips and joints and stuff to adapt to the bigger size, to the bigger weight, because big dogs generally have a lot of trouble with their hips, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's something I'd like to bring up too, since we're talking about dogs. I made a post the other day about dogs, and the post basically was a picture of different dog skeletons, like a Chihuahua and a Great Dane and Boxer, maybe various different dog breeds. And if you look at the pictures, they're similar, but they don't exactly. Their skulls don't have the exact same. They're not the exact same dimensions. And they have a wide variety of their kind of shapes are different. So the point is, if paleontologists would have dug up these different bones, let's just say they lived millions of years ago, if they had dug up their skulls and put them next to each other, they could very well assume, and probably would assume, that they're different species of dog. So the question is, why, but in reality they're not. They're just different breeds or different types within the same species. So why did they do that with humans, which also could have a capacity to change our shape, sizes of skulls? Why would they do that with humans and assume that we're different species from, say, our ancestors based on skull size or shape, when it's clear that dogs, even today, have a big variation in their sizes and shapes?
Well, there's a big difference between us and our ancestors with dogs. You have artificial selection as opposed to natural selection. When you're looking at the different skulls between humans and dogs, you'll notice something. All those skulls that you see there, the foramen magnum is going to be in the same place. But between us and our cousins, the foramen magnum is going to be different. That's really going to help you determine whether an organism is bipedal or quadrupedal. Or you really can't tell if it's like facultative biped, but between those two, the placement of the foramen magnum specifically is going to help you determine that. If you actually look at the iliac crest for many organisms, that's going to tell you its posture, where it carries most of its weight. There are certain little key things when you study the physiology of the bones of certain animals or any organism is going to inform you as to the mechanics of how it operated and lived on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, that first thing you mentioned, that was a hole in the back of the skull, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and if you take a human skull, the skull of a dog, and the skull of a reptile, there's going to be a lot of big differences in between the bones. How they're shaped, the number of holes in the skull, a lot of different factors. The teeth, articulation of the jaw. There's going to be a lot of different factors within just in the skulls where they can go, okay, this is human, this is dog, this is reptile. They're not the same species.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, if you compare a human with like a modern human with a Neanderthal or a Homo erectus, and we're not talking about apes, we're keeping apes out of this. But if you compare humans with these ancient humans, you'll see that pretty much these skull shapes, although they do get a little more rounder over the years, they're generally the same. They're constructed the same. And
Here, look to a layman's eye. Right, to a layman's eye, but not to a paleontologist or an anthropologist.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying they're the same, but they are generally, equipped and constructed with the same things in the same places, basically. A little more here, a little more there. But I don't know how they can suggest, based on what we see in dog breeds and their different types, sizes, and shapes of skulls, that are all obviously part of the same breed, how they can just make that leap and say, oh, well, this person's skull was a little bit, Neanderthal was bigger than ours, and it had a little less round skull, so it had to be a different species. It's kind of a non-genuine way of doing science.
The difference, sorry, Greg, the differences in dog skulls is proportion. It's still the same bones, it's still the same functions. It's just proportion is different. Some dogs have long snouts, some have short. Some of the heads are a lot bigger than the snout. Some of the snouts are bigger. Well, we know there's differences, but it's still a dog.
Right, we know that now.
This is still a dog. It's got the same bones. The only difference is proportions.
So one of the things that we moved away from relying on so much is morphology. Now that we have the advent of technology, especially in genetics, there's no guesswork. You simply use programs from the field of bioinformatics to make these connections. So, I mean, we can say that we don't agree with some of these different skeletons. Tommy said he'll be right back. I'm gonna waste my breath. So I may invite Jade when she's ready. I will invite Jade.
I was gonna mention, if I had a chance, just that the fossil record is a strong indicator of evolution based on dating, and the further back in the dating we go, the quote unquote simpler we find the organisms to be, and that implies that there was once a common ancestor to all life. DNA mapping, DNA sequencing, all that stuff, just like the general stuff you would tell someone.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm talking to folks on Facebook.
Yeah, Drag, I hope I'm fairly accurate in some of the stuff I've been saying.
Yeah, I've been paying attention somewhat.
Okay, it's just little things I've been picking up here and there.
No, well, part of learning and getting stuff wrong, because I still get a lot of stuff wrong.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm trying to pick up some. I'm trying to make sure that I know genetics, because I don't think that this semester in genetics was a really good one. But
here's the problem. The problem I think Tommy's having, I typed a little bit out on the live chat, but it's like Tommy's wanting to get into these little, like I said, esoteric details in different fields of science and evaluate the evidence there without the expertise to actually evaluate the evidence there. So it comes across, it's easy to misinterpret it, really easy to misinterpret it like that.
Well, what have I misinterpreted?
I don't know, because I don't know those esoteric details. But if you're disagreeing with like the majority consensus of what science is putting out there, not single scientists, but like I said, the majority consensus of those groups, if you're disagreeing with that, you're obviously misinterpreting it.
Well, no, it's not that I disagree with it. The way I usually phrase it or frame it is I'm just simply asked for the evidence. Just like I asked Sam earlier, well, can you name me a mutation that formed part of the flagellum?
Right. But you're not in a position to even evaluate that evidence. That's my point.
He is a scientist, so he knows the literature. I asked him if he knew or could tell me of one. He couldn't. He said he didn't, work in that field, which is fine. But that seems to be the common thing. They kind of resort to ignorance and can't answer the challenge. So I would love to talk to a biologist, a university professor, someone who could actually show me, the answer to my challenges. I would certainly, look into that.
So if I told you
anything, but Tommy, you glanced over some things. I'd rather not talk about that right now, or do this or that.
No, I don't do that.
So I mentioned the AER gene, Tommy, specifically when referring to the new development of anatomical limbs. Like when I mentioned that, how would you go about researching what the AER gene is?
Okay, well, the idea that a gene is responsible for a specific limb or a certain trait is not, I'm not going to argue with that. I mean, the issue is your claim is that this gene and this trait got built up over time by way of small changes, small mutations. So God didn't do it. There was no miracle. There was no big bang, big poof. It was no, God didn't do it. Instead, we have mutations, these thousands of tiny, little changes that happened over time that added part of this feature. And so the question is, okay, show me one of these. I need to be convinced that God, since I have this faith, convince me that nature did it instead. And that's where the roadblock is.
Okay. So that didn't answer my question in the least. So if I mention the AER gene and it causes the growth of new anatomical limbs, how would you, Tommy, go about researching that gene?
I probably wouldn't, because.
Okay, right. Hold on, right there. So
okay, because I don't.
Hold on for a second.
The theory
Tommy,
is about mutations.
Hold on, Tommy, just a second. Hold on. You had just said that there's a roadblock, right? Because when you asked Sam, that's not his field, and that's fine. And you said that's all you encounter, and you would like someone to give you that information so you could go research it. So when I did mention a specific gene that I know for a fact causes anatomical changes and how you would go to look it up, you said you can't. So
no. That's not what I said.
Okay, well then
that is not part of the challenge.
That's not part of the
challenge. I don't even argue that certain genes may cause or be responsible for certain traits. The issue is how this trait came to be, or this gene came to be by way of mutations. That's what the theory is.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Okay, well, how about this? It came because of, let's say, nonsense mutation. There we go. So it's nonsense mutation, AER gene. How would you go about researching that?
So a whole gene came into existence by way of a nonsense mutation?
Yes.
It's not possible.
It's not possible?
A whole gene came into existence by way of a single mutation in a single nucleotide?
That's how sickle cell happens.
But that's not a whole gene coming into existence.
It's not?
Nope.
Where'd you find that out from?
Well, aren't there like 1,200 nucleotides or 1,000 nucleotides in your typical gene?
And?
So
how did you come
is there
to
a gene is there a gene that only has 1 or 2 nucleotides?
There's only one type of mutation that causes sickle cell, and it's a nonsense mutation.
Okay, so what's your point?
So how would you go about looking that up? Because you had asked before about Sam giving you specifically the genes that would lead to the bacterial flagellum, whatnot?
Those components.
Okay, so how would you go and find that? If he gave you a gene, what would you do to find out?
Well, first of all, I'd probably, since I'm not a scientist, I'd probably go somewhere like Sandwalk, or I'd probably go maybe to PZ Myers' place and see if they've talked about it. Because I actually do like to read the evolutionist side first. And then they probably would link a paper, some of it which I may understand, maybe not some of it. But yeah, I would want someone to explain it to me in layman's terms first, so I kind of have a handle on what's happening. And then from there, I can go try to find a paper and understand what I can.
Okay, so one of the things that really kind of confounds me is you want information, but you don't necessarily know how to reach a conclusion about it and determine it.
Right, exactly.
If I said nonsense, I made a mistake. I meant missense. Sickle cell is a missense mutation. Nonsense mutation causes albinism. Excuse me. So if I told you, Tommy, I know exactly what causes these two conditions, right? I know how the sequences change, what mutations cause them, and we know several genes. One of the genes, I think it's like OCA6 or something like that, causes albinism. And like I said, it is a nonsense mutation for that one. You going to PZ Myers would inform you about like how it would happen. But if he tells you that, yes, Drag is right, it is for albinism, a nonsense mutation, how would you take that information?
I would, you know, honestly, on that sort of situation, I'd probably take their word for it and understand what I could understand. I mean, I know my limitations. Something like that is not really in my wheelhouse. So, yeah.
But how do you understand this consciousness thing that you're putting out? Like, it seems like you don't have a really good grasp on that as well, but you, for some reason, go with that idea.
Well, let me get back to the other. But the issue is, you know, before, again, as someone who believes in God and believes by faith in miracles, I would want to see, you know, from the opposing team, the actual evidence that of an alternative explanation for how something got here. So you guys would need to come up with the actual events that led to the flagellum. And that's what I have failed to come across ever, not from PZ Myers or from Larry over at Sandwalk or anyone else, Sam, Fiona. Nobody seems to know where to even find this information that would show me the alternative to God doing it.
There's something in the side chat here about the flagellum mutation from the NCBI.
Okay, what happened? What does it say?
Lance H posted it. Let's see, flagella length in the biflagella alga, Chlamydomonas reinhardtide, is under constant and tight regulation. A number of mutants with defects in flagella length control have been previously identified. Mutations in 3 long flagella loci result in flagella that are up to 3 times longer than wild type length. In this article, we describe the isolation of long flagella mutants caused by mutations in the new LF locus LF4.
Yeah. Okay. So likewise, there's doubling mutations that will double or increase the muscle mass of certain individuals. And so again, we're looking for something new. We're not looking for something that merely increases or decreases the size of existing novelty. So there's nothing really new there. It's just, you know, obviously dogs and people have different sizes. You know, we have different features that are different sizes. Mutations can alter that stuff, and it's not really controversial either way. It doesn't explain where the novelty came from to begin with.
So my biggest issue is that if you don't understand like the basics of how genetics works, like it's hard for me to sit and explain to you. Like when Sam said, you know, inversion, he spoke of inversions happening and creating, you know, unique sequences. Did you know what he meant by that?
Yeah, I mean, I know there's different kinds of mutations, and that's one of them.
Well, what is an inversion?
You know what? And that's the thing I was going to say too. You know, when I'm talking to Sam or anyone else, really, I mean, I'm basically, if I'm answering questions about biology, I'm real gun shy, because anything I say, if it's even can even be slightly wrong or slightly off, it's going to be, you know, hammered. And so I kind of err on the side of safety as opposed to making a fool of myself and or them. As you know, Sam's very talented at making you look like an idiot, even though you might have gotten it kind of right. So I just, you know, I err on the side of just not even trying, at least on air. Now, you know, in person, you know, I can at least make a vague attempt, but I don't even try on this.
Could I ask a question about the whole consciousness thing, if everyone here in the hang doesn't mind? Or would you rather just keep the question going as it is?
Well, I want to bring some head, because frankly, that head of yours scares the bleep out of me.
I didn't even know who it was.
You look like a serial killer.
Well, I've gotten skinhead before, so serial killer is a step in the right direction.
Where's all that luscious, fluffy hair?
I shaved it all off. I don't know. It was kind of an accident. I was doing some trimming in the back, and it went up a little north. And to make sure I wasn't looking like too much of an idiot, I was like, "Yeah, screw it. Let's just get the whole thing off."
Well, speaking of looks, Tommy, you lost weight.
Oh, really? Oh, thanks. Yeah,
you lost some weight since last time I saw you.
Yeah, that.
As
You're
I'm
nice
sitting here
man.
eating a piece of pie.
That's why I was
so,
asking out on a date the other day.
No, that's the last thing I need.
Okay, so I'm trying to keep this hangout a little small. I didn't mean to really invite this many people in, because I know folks want to talk to Tommy, but I forgot to say my policy is in effect, just a tip. So folks, be nice to Tommy.
Thank you.
All right, I guess to pursue the whole mind over matter stuff, if everyone here in the hang doesn't mind me going into it, considering that I think science is about just what model best explains the phenomenon. That is, the reason we have science, the reason that the way science works, in my mind at least, is that we all experience the same phenomenon. We build models around that, posit entities, whether or not, and from that we construct a model. And even if those entities don't exist, that by entities I just mean the unobservable stuff. You know, the stuff that we posit to explain the phenomenon we all see. My question about that is, what does it matter whether or not matter is at the baseline or consciousness is? It seems to me what everyone's getting at, whether they're materialist or not, is the phenomenon itself. And the way we study the phenomenon is with mathematical and statistical models. We don't actually observe, the stuff underneath that. And by that, I just mean things relating to DNA, chemistry, all that other stuff. We usually examine those through tools or instruments. So,
what was your question?
It's a good question.
My question is, as long as everyone here just cares about the phenomenon, what does it matter whether at the base of it is matter or some consciousness?
Well, okay, so science at its core is they're determined naturalists. So the whole point of science is to explain our existence in a non-miraculous sort of way. So they don't come out and say it, but they're trying to actually do away with God. It's kind of the backdoor way of getting away with God, getting rid of God by saying, well, if we can explain everything naturally, mechanically, then you can have your faith, but they're basically reduced God to doing nothing. But the larger, yeah, go ahead.
Wait, let's just say, for example, that it is God doing everything at the bottom of it.
Mm-hmm.
As long as what the scientist only cares about is predicting the phenomenon. It doesn't matter whether at the base it's God, some universal pantheistic consciousness, random matter, whatever.
Right.
It's phenomenon at the end of the day we care about, and what we care about is mapping it. It does.
Well, there's two ways of looking at it. So here's how I look at it, and it'll come together here.
All right.
When you look at organisms, either God made them whole, and we adapt and change as wholes on the fly as we interact with the environment, or we mechanically got built up by little pieces adding on top of each other, mindlessly, accidentally, however you want to say it, over time, without consciousness. So the point is the change that we see out in nature one or the other? So when I see changes in tadpoles, let's just say they change their tail length, for example. So the evolutionists would see that, they would possibly look at that phenomenon and say, hey, if they didn't know better, they could say, hey, look, this population of tadpoles changes, their tail changes. That's evidence of evolution. That's evidence of small random changes building up over time to form animals and animal populations. Whereas I would say, no, that has nothing to do with origins. That has nothing to do with where the whole came from. That just indicates that the whole is able to interact with the environment and change itself on the fly. Has nothing to do with where the organism came from to begin with. And there lies the rub of, if it's my way, then the naturalist doesn't have an explanation for origins. They don't have any explanation for how things got here.
So, okay, in response to that, you started off with a disjunctive, either X or Y, X being God or some theistic answer, or Y being a naturalistic answer. But metaphysically speaking, those aren't the only two options. You could always just add more. So, for example, Jade said, or evolution was part of God's plan. There is also panpsychists like David Chalmers who would say consciousness is a basic property of matter, just like weight or mass. Or we could be like Aristotle and say there's teleology, which is inherent within the universe. It's not something necessarily which God imbues, but rather we have an eternal universe where things just have basic tendencies or ends, and that's why these biological systems arise. And no matter what it is, as long as the scientists can make up statistical models, make up maths, and explain the phenomenon, that's all that matters, whether it's any of those metaphysical theories.
But
So,
see, if it happens my way, then
Yes.
all of the changes that happen in biology, out in nature, and every creature have nothing to do with buildup. It's just an indication that God made us adaptive and changeable. So that's the point. My way, evolutionists will look at genomes and make assumptions on their age or how old an organism is, or according to the molecular clock and all this stuff that supposedly ticked. All of that stuff will be negated, because mutations would be something that happened on the fly during the lifetime of the individual, probably happening all the time. And so none of that would be any indication of any evolutionary buildup. It's just a function of a living organism. And so it would basically undermine the genetic evidence of any sort of buildup, whether it be evolutionists that are naturalists or evolutionists who are theists. It just negates all of that. It would have to be a top-down theory whereby God created organisms that operate in a top-down way.
Okay, say that everything.
Actually,
I don't mean to interrupt, but say that everything that you just said, Tommy, say that it was true, that science is completely wrong, and you're right. How does that get us to the Christian God?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Could be something else.
It doesn't even get you to a God, period.
It doesn't.
All right, and
the intent and the power.
wait,
just enough to explain.
Well, in any case, I think you are providing an invalid inference. What you're saying is, if your way is correct, then we should expect to see. What was it exactly? We should expect to see. We should expect to see things top down. From the whole producing, effects in a Lamarckian fashion, because ends and ends and the way things develop are imposed. But and therefore, but your second premise seems to be, this is the way things are. But this is in logic what's called affirming the consequence. It could be the case that things are exactly as you described. Everything is just built in from the top down, but it might not be because of the antecedents. It might be for another reason. Like I said, I gave David Chalmers' explanation, which is consciousness is irreducible to matter. It's a basic property of things, just like mass or weight. That I don't see as being incomparable to that, nor do I see it as incompatible with something Aristotle would say, where teleology is just an inherent part of the universe, just like any other form of causality. So I think this is just needlessly playing metaphysics. I think really at the end of the day, what scientists are concerned about are statistical models. Even if scientists will then take those statistical models and create their own kind of metaphysical worldview, I don't think that's what they're doing in the laboratory. I think what they're doing is making a map of the terrain. They're not actually saying this is the way the terrain is in and of itself.
Well, I'm not really sure I'm following the affirming the consequence charge, because all I'm doing is reading the evidence that's out there and seeing what animals do and how quickly they do it, and then just I'm a big believer that if it's happening now, then it's pretty sound to assume that that's the way it's always happened. And I think science operates like that too.
So just to explain what the affirming the consequence is, in logic, when you build up something like modus ponens, it's if P Q, P therefore Q. If God designed it this way, we should expect a top-down model. God designed it this way, therefore we should expect a top-down model. That is a valid inference. But the problem is, you're trying to say, if God makes the universe like this, then we should expect a top-down model. We have a top-down model, therefore God, or
no, I'm not even bringing God into this. And whoever was asking, how was Heavy Holler, how does this get to the Christian God? I don't know how it would, or how it even prove God on the surface, other than the fact that there is again, it looks like a duck, it acts like a duck, it walks like a duck, then scientifically, I don't think it's a stretch to scientifically assert that it's probably a duck that did it.
Well, if I start saying Allah did it all,
I also wouldn't say it's a stretch to attribute it to all those other metaphysical models as well, but the point is we could always throw in some kind of alternative metaphysical viewpoint. But
it would just have to be something that's capable or has the capacity to generate or to create something as complex as the flagellum and life and consciousness and DNA and all this stuff that is so mind-blowing. It would have to have that ability. So you start ratcheting up the qualifications of the designer when you start looking at nature, which is, even people back in the Bible times, they looked around in nature and they said, you know, that you'd have to be a fool not to acknowledge that, you know, God's not behind this. The atheist is a fool. So even them, without the knowledge of, you know, DNA or any of this stuff in biology, they knew just by looking around, just, you know, in their minds that, you know, it's just the way it is. You know, you just have this God that is amazing, complex, and beyond astounding.
Well, I mean, I don't think you've really addressed any of the alternative models, and in any case, it seems like you're going to God mostly out of it seems like you're going to God out of some kind of incredulity to the alternatives.
I do defend. I mean, well, I don't know if it's defense, but I do defend my God, but I think it's congruent with my God. And
true.
I don't, you know, I would not say that because it happens a certain way, then that proves my God. So, you know, I'm not going that direction, but I think it is congruent, and, you know, we're called on as Christians to defend our faith, defend the gospel, and that includes how things got here.
I would agree that a good Christian should have. I would agree that Christians should have some kind of apologetic or some kind of reason for the faith, and it should be something that could stand up to scrutiny from not just non-believers but other Christians who should challenge one another's ideas just to make it stronger. That's kind of the whole enterprise of not only philosophy and Christians who engage in philosophical theology, but if you look at how I do it, I generally go with ethics. But in any case, the reason I'm bringing this up is I'm not sure how these non-God models aren't also congruent as well. And if they are just as congruent, then they strike me as equally capable of explaining the phenomenon too. Heck, even I'm not even sure why a naturalist model isn't incongruent with it. Take, are you familiar with Thomas Nagel's Mind and Cosmos?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't have the book, but I've read through it. I sat one time in the bookstore and read through probably 2 hours worth. That's all I have of it. But yeah.
Thomas Nagel's an atheist. He says, I'm a self-described naturalist. He seems to be reinvigorating some Aristotelian ideas. And I don't see how his idea or his conception of naturalism is even incongruent with this information you're providing. So
yeah,
I'm not sure what at the end of the day.
But he doesn't address a cause. I mean, so he kind of, as far as I saw, I mean, he may be an atheist, and a lot of the stuff that he said in his book, I was like, yeah, that kind of makes sense, you know. But ultimately, though, you know, it ends where it ends, and there's no, okay, just leaves you hanging there.
That's because there's no, in evolution, it's not to explain causes or origins. It's to explain why the things that are here get so diverse.
Yeah, I would actually agree with Xbox on this one. And to paraphrase something even William Lane Craig said, for a theory to be scientific or the best theory, it doesn't therefore need some kind of antecedent theory to explain that. If Thomas Nagel doesn't want to go one step further or one step back, then I think he's well intended, or I think he has just about as much right as to someone who says what created God. One could say, well, why do we even need to discuss that? It seems like the intelligent designer is sufficient. Likewise, why not go with Nagel and say, well, why go one step backward? It seems that a universe that has natural ends and tendencies, some kind of teleological conception, doesn't need anything further either. And furthermore, when it comes to the science, I think as long as the phenomenon is best explained, mapped, and predicted, why do we need to explain an antecedent cause as long as the phenomenon is being explained? It strikes me as being more about metaphysics.
Yeah, I agree.
Science.
I agree. And to put it in like layman's terms, it'd be like evolution doesn't have this explanatory power of explaining why my dog is here, right? In evolution, I mean, obviously they're having babies, but it's not going to explain how this dog came into existence. But it is going to look at how the dog, how it diversified through the genes, right?
Yeah, but I have to disagree with that. I mean, at some point you have to admit that, like, let's just say the flagellum, there's components of the flagellum or the secretory system or of, fish didn't have all the traits that humans have. At some point, you have to realize or admit, I think, that certain features in biology did have an origin.
Which is going to explain the chain of events of how it arose. It's not going to explain why or how it got here.
The point is, you do have to explain. Maybe origin isn't the right word, but you need to explain how these features came into existence. Like bats can have the echolocation. Where'd that come from? Well, it does need an explanation of how everything got here. And I would call that origins, but maybe that's not the right word. But
yeah, that might have been what's thrown off. Because if you're just talking about how features arose, then yes, it's going to try to be explained in biology anyway.
Yeah.
Right. So, but I think in terms of any model, there's always a bit of room for mystery. No one expects, like, if someone was to say, why did God act in such and such a way rather than this other way? It's perfectly okay to say, well, I don't really know why, but we trust in God because he's a perfect being in that case. Likewise, I don't think that evolution needs to capture every example of cause and effects. And as long as a scientist is able to use evolutionary models to map the terrain and use that terrain to explain the phenomenon we are seeing and should expect to see, then that seems good, whatever the underlying ontology is.
Well, here's what they do. The scientists in the scientific community, they fit the data, they fit the evidence onto. It's like they place the evidence onto the theory, so it has to fit a certain paradigm or it has protocols and boundaries, that it has to fit within, and they have to make it all squeeze in there. That's the way, these protocols is the way that it has to go. It's not really something that can be altered. They will never allow for a consciousness-based theory of adaptive change. They're just not going to do it. It's got to fit into the paradigm of mechanical, mindless, random mutation, natural selection, or whatever thoughtless mechanical processes they can think of, but they're never going to allow that to go outside that box. So all the evidence has to fit into that category or into that paradigm before you get to see it. You see what I'm saying?
There's a good book called The Scientific Image by the Christian, he is a Christian philosopher, specifically Roman Catholic, Bas van Fraassen. He's an excellent example of a philosopher of science. He's the person who propounds the same thesis of science I'm pretty much propounding now. Science is about explaining the phenomenon. And he actually came to his thesis by working in a lab, observing scientists. And in terms of it, he said the best way to capture or understand science is by understanding science as being about explaining the phenomenon. It's not about, it doesn't matter whether or not the underlying entities really exist, the ones that can't observe. It's just about what best explains them. And he said that's all really a scientific model is. It breaks down into, it really just breaks down into math. That's about it. If you open up a physics textbook, or if you open up a textbook on chemistry, the more fundamental the science is, the more it turns into mathematics. It's far rarer to see words like cause and effect at that level. It's just mathematics.
Right. That's because they reduce evolution, the theory, into a theory that can explain diversity by way of chemistry and physics. That's the whole goal. And that's why consciousness does not jive. That's why what I've been talking about will never jive in that theory. And they don't construct the theory to even allow that, because it contradicts the notion that physics and chemistry can explain the diversification or the origin and diversification of everything.
Actually, it's not a conspiracy. Why? The reason why is because human beings tend to see things in one of two ways. There's the manifest image, and then there's the scientific image of the world. If you look at your desk right in front of you, then physics will tell you that that is mostly empty space. But it doesn't look like empty space. It looks like from my perspective, it's wood. I'm not ever going to put my hand through it. I'd be foolish to try to walk through, but that's what it is. My senses are not going to pick up on that, because that's what the measurements of physics are telling me. This doesn't. Right. Now, this doesn't entail that scientists have a secret Kabbalah. It just means that they're more, what their enterprise is about is explaining why we have the phenomenon that we do, why what we predict is going to happen, and that's what all our technology.
But see, what they're doing is they're treating life, and they're treating the theory of evolution like the desk. They assume life is nothing more complex than a desk. And they assume that your ear, your ability to hear, and your ability to smell, and your ability to think is no more complex as far as the way it got here than this desk. It's all physics and all chemistry, and all of it is mindlessly arose somehow, and they got selected merely because it operated well or allowed for fitness. So that's the rub on all of this. They're trying to do away with life. It's kind of like a pro-life, pro-choice thing. You know, the pro-choicers are trying to do away with life. Well, in that same sort of convoluted way, the materialist, naturalist is trying to do away with life in regards to the emergence of life in man.
Have you ever thought that the manifest image is just very shitty in the laboratory? Like, it is. Because if you look at what the manifest image tells us, we tend to see things in terms of Aristotelian physics. But that's not what happens. If you go into a physics lab assuming that, you are going to have a tough time. It's not because there's a secret Kabbalah going out there. It just is that it's not very helpful in the laboratory. Now, if you want to say that that consciousness is really more real than the phenomenon, which is something that Plato would say, or if you want to go with something like maybe Kant, where he divides the noumenal realm, the realm, the metaphysical realm we don't see, from the phenomenal realm, the stuff that's open to the phenomenon, consciousness, all of this, the data that we just see.
The thing itself kind of deal.
Yeah, exactly. Then feel free to do so. But I think the problem is, Tommy, you're trying to import these elaborate metaphysical models and ideas and even conspiracies into the science, where
I'm not conspiring with anyone. This is all me.
No, I'm not saying you're conspiring. I'm saying you're assuming scientists are conspiring amongst one another.
They operate within a paradigm. I don't necessarily call it conspiracy. Maybe there's a fine line there, but they do operate within strict boundaries, and it operates functionally like a conspiracy. If you have to operate within that capacity, but that's the thing. I mean, life is different than non-life, and so that's the thing that it seems to me biologists, scientists have a problem with life. A lot of them don't even like life. A lot of them, like Sam. I think someone like Sam would just assume consciousness not even really exist, or if it exists, it's more of an effect of some sort of a kind of a weird, almost fake sort of thing that's just an illusion. That's how biology and science wants to. They're just so confounded by life, they would just assume do away with it because it doesn't really jive with the simple physics and chemistry that they want to make our existence, boil down to.
Well, okay, so Jade really wants to get on this, and I don't want much of her time, so I'll just leave it at this. I think Sam's philosophy of consciousness and mind is wrong. I think that consciousness is there. I think it's I think I have more of a warrant to believe I'm conscious than in the external world. But what I will say is, just because Sam has a terrible philosophy of mind, or a flawed one, I'm sorry, Sam, if you want to engage in a discussion with me on that, feel free. Doesn't mean his science is incorrect. Doesn't make him any less of a scientist. I think he's a fantastic one, especially in terms of the time he's willing to devote to educating all of us. And I really think that you should probably look into more of the philosophy of biology, because there are a lot of philosophers of biology and even biologists themselves who take consciousness very seriously. They see it as a very synthetic thing. Anyone who sides with John Searle over Daniel Dennett, and there are even biologists that do so, would see this. So without any more time to waste, Jade, please take it away.
We know you're there, Jade.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, first of all, as a side note, before I want to talk about what we really want to talk about, Tommy earlier said people don't change color. I do. Some people do change color.
Change color? I didn't say they didn't change color. I changed color.
You did.
I said, no, what you asked if people's hair changed color when they got really frightened.
You made some mention about, I heard you made some mention about, it was when you were talking about the dogs or something. You made some mention about.
Okay.
You were talking about like fish change color, people can't change color.
Okay, well, yeah, well, we can, but yeah.
It just kind of a funny point. I have this gene that is not terribly common, and I do change color during the day, and the next morning I'm back to my original color.
Okay.
It's interesting. Yeah, it was actually traced to Denmark at one time. It's probably why, even though I'm very fair-skinned, I don't burn easily. So it's just an interesting little.
Yeah,
I have a couple of interesting little. Everybody has genetic variations. I just have a couple of interesting ones. I have that one.
Yeah, for sure.
And the fact that I have, and a lot of people don't even know what theirs are. You could have a genetic variation that gives you an advantage in some way that you're not even really obviously aware of. But no, what I really want to talk about is we're going back to the flagella. Now, I don't know.
Going back to what you cut out just briefly.
Okay, the flagella.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I don't really know about the flagella per se. The question is, where did it come from? And I the flagella, but I can give you a parallel. There's an animal called, let me make sure I pronounce it right. Wrong. Mixotricha paradoxa. And let me give you a link to this article. Margulis and Dorian Sagan, who was her son, and also the son of the other Sagan. It's called The Beast with 5 Genomes. Mixotricha is a protist that lives in the stomach of termites. And as you probably know, termites themselves actually can't digest wood. Can't digest cellulose. They depend on in their systems to digest wood, and there are different protists in different termites. Well, this is Mixotricha. What's interesting about Mixotricha is the animal. It's when she says it has 5 genomes, that's no joke. Mixotricha has cilia, or what look like cilia covering it. Okay, and they work like cilia. They have to move the animal along and what have you. They're actually bacteria. They're in a symbiotic relationship with this. Not be separated from the protist. This protist has 4 different kinds of symbionts, all of which are bacteria, all of which perform functions from the cell. Now, this is now for those of you who don't know, Lynn Margulis is the one who came up with the theory that is now accepted, although she really had to battle, of endosymbiosis. And endosymbiosis says that certain parts of the cell came about by a earlier organism taking in another organism but not digesting it. we know now by looking at the mitochondria, for example, they look just like bacteria on chromosomes, their own genes. And when you look at chloroplasts, well, they look exact blue-green algae. And again, same exact structure. So this is how it is believed a lot of the organelles in our cell came about, and possibly even how we developed a nucleus complete with a cell wall. Because if you look at earlier organisms, bacteria and archaea, they don't have, they're chromating around in there. They're not enclosed in a cell, in a cell wall. And the current hypothesis looks to be like a ancient archaea took and kind of developed on into eukaryotes. So what's interesting about this is that it is like a step along the way to forming organelles. These bacteria are still identifiable as bacteria, but they can't be separated. They're an integral part of this organism. It's a communal organism. They're an integral part of it. You can understand how this is how cilia may have came about. Somehow, bacteria attach themselves to an early organism, just like these bacteria did, to them. You've got the larger protist. It can move around easier than the bacteria can. The bacteria has, oh, by the way, this bacteria also does have flagella, but it can move around, and it in new locations where there's a greater variety of food. But the bacteria themselves can move and help. I don't think they propel the organism as much as they guide it. They can help it signals. So this is a possible way that something new like a flagella could have come about.
Do you have any peer-reviewed papers that will confirm that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, let me give you let me give you a link to the beast with 5 genomes. Now, as I said, I don't know. I can't tell you about flagella per se.
Well, the human.
But this is about cilia.
Okay, never mind.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you're going to say we have organisms, you're right. As a matter of fact, we're no longer looking at humans as a single organism.
Right.
We are a communal organism. We are our own biome. And we're discovering just how much some of our symbionts have an influence on us, especially our gut bacteria. And we interact with each other. However, the gut bacteria are still gut bacteria. They haven't become an integral part of ourselves. And they can, of course, I don't know about all the gut bacteria. There are a lot of them there. But certainly some of them, such as Escherichia coli, boy, I bobbled that, can live with the Myxotricha. The 4 symbionts, the 4 bacteria, cannot live independently. Now, we do have examples where symbionts can live separately. There is a paramecium, can't think of the name of it. The paramecium has blue-green algae that live in it. Okay. And kind of like chloroplasts do in plants, including plants microscopic size, because there are plants that are microscopic. But if you take the algae out of the paramecium and the algae live just fine separate. But if you put them back together, they will go back together. So the thing is, we see these different steps that give us an indication of how these things could have come about. Until we really look at the genetics, we can't where that is at this point. That's not something I follow that much. So I can't tell you studying this sort of thing, because doing looking at the genome of a creature, genome is fairly new, relatively speaking, in science. It wasn't that long ago when it was very expensive, took a very long time. And, we now have, like Ruhif was showing off his Min ion, I mean, we've moved to a whole new era. Yeah, when I was a kid, you could buy a chemistry lab. I had a little chemistry set that I buy a bio, what's it called? Anyway, you can go buy a kit for your kids now that allows you to do some bioengineering. Things have changed so very much, and we may no longer be in our infancy, but we're still sort of toddling around as far as understanding the genetics of a lot of things. And Sam could talk about this a lot better than I could, but over a period of time we're getting better tools too to help us analyze the genome. So I don't know what the status of this sort of thing is. We are pretty convinced that mitochondria were bacteria and that chloroplasts were blue-green algae. I don't know about the other organelles. I know there's been research done on those. And we see these steps, and there exists, just like when Darwin was talking about the eye. And he said, look, we have all these organisms that exist that show you how the eye could have evolved, because these different organisms have all these different steps that make sense, from a pigmented spot that's light sensitive, all the way different steps. We can see how this happened because different animals exist that have stages that look exactly like it should be.
Why don't you appeal the construction of the eye to the same mechanism that you're appealing to the construction of a flagellum? Where do you start and stop with that?
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Well, you're appealing to this Lynn-Margulis mechanism, I guess, for the construction of the flagellum, right?
Every mechanism isn't going to work in every situation.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is, how do you know what it did and what it didn't? And so that's why I also asked for the paper, if anybody else in science is actually thinking along those lines.
We look at extant examples. The extant examples for cellular organelles is endosymbiosis. That's the theory that Lynn-Margulis first proposed. And research has shown this is a really good theory. Does it explain everything in the cell? I mean, I would say not. There are certain things that, came about in different ways.
Yeah, but this is just a little more than wishful thinking on your part.
No, it's not.
Okay, well then I'd like to see the paper that describes, how this is a real possibility.
Why don't you start with The Beast with 5 Genomes by Lynn-Margulis, which I gave you a link for. Look at that.
Okay, but does she address the flagellum?
No, she's talking about the...
Okay, well that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the construction of the flagellum.
And I'm saying, from the very beginning, I said I don't.
Okay.
No.
Okay, fair enough.
But
I mean, it sounds like to me like the multiverse explanation is like, oh well, it could have been.
It's the cilia.
Well, yeah.
I'm talking about cilia. Okay, not the flagellum. Cilia. Cilia perform a similar function, and there are similarities in structure, gross structure, not fine structure. And my point is that if we can see that cilia may have come from a captured bacteria, or a bacteria that just hitched a ride and decided to stick around, then perhaps the flagellum might have originated in a similar manner. I don't know that. I don't know what the status is on the flagellum. I'm just introducing a possibility.
All right. So this is your own possibility that you thought of, or is this something somebody else? I'm just trying to understand.
It's
Tommy, hold on, Tommy. You're really not trying to.
No, I am. I'm trying to understand her justification for assuming this.
Let me make I'll be brief with my comment.
Okay.
You're not in a position to actually examine the flagellum without doing some extra work behind it. But you say you're not willing to do the extra work behind it.
No, I'm asking her for a scientific confirmation that this is even a possible theory. I'd be glad to read what she has, or if she's just making this up on her own. And she just, I guess, has admitted this is her own theory.
No.
Okay.
This is part of endosymbiosis.
Right. When it comes to the
I
creation
think-
flagellum, though, it's your theory that it may be similar to the cilia.
It may be similar to the origin of cilia.
Right. That's your
Okay.
opinion. Okay. But I can't go read about that somewhere.
I don't know if you can. I mentioned from the very where I started, didn't I start by saying I don't know about flagella? However, cilia, which are something that resembles a flagella in many ways and propels an organism just like a flagella does. We have this example how cilia likely came about. Just like, you know, we have examples of how mitochondria came about, how chloroplast came about, and other organelles. But I'm vague about that, so I can't really talk in specifics. But this is just an example. You want to know where something brand new came from, in essence. Well, certain protists, well, actually, even in other cells, because not just protists, there are cells in other bodies that have cilia, right? Probably came about, by endosymbiosis. And we have a living example of an organism that is partway in between, is on its way to becoming a single organism with cilia. It's just that those are actually captured, or whatever term you want to use, those are actually bacteria that perform the same function and work in the same way. So this is like, this is what happened before they completely integrated into a complete protist, just like our examples of mitochondria and chloroplasts. Beginning, I don't know about flagella. I haven't looked
Just
that
making
up.
sure we're on the same page here.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just giving you an example of how a new organism, something similar to a flagella in growth structure and function, came about. That's all. Because you want to know, well, where did something brand new come about? Well, this is a possibility, but I haven't looked it up to see if this fits. If the flagella fits the endosymbiotic theory.
And you were pointing to another example with the beast, and there's plenty of other examples of why you would think the flagellum might have come about the same way as these other things. But that's what I say, you don't want to go look into that. You need to have, you're not, I keep saying it, but you're not in the proper position to be evaluating this evidence, and you want to criticize the evidence there, but you don't even want to go look at it.
I was asking for what, a place to go read. But here's the point. What if I, as a creationist, made some claim that was basically just my idea, and then I pass it off as a real possibility? There was no peer-reviewed papers. You guys, rightfully would be all over me, and so I'm just sort of stating that, just acknowledging this is your concept, your idea, and no other scientist out there is putting forth this idea that the flagellum came to be by way of this process.
To be fair, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jade, while this might seem to be hypothetical, I think it's only meant to be hypothetical. I don't think it's meant to be anything more. And while a hypothesis just might be, a guess until you get to the theory,
Right.
I think it's just being levied as nothing more than that. And if what's being posited on both sides is nothing more than a hypothesis, then
Yeah, it's just which is more reasonable to believe in. Is kind of the question.
And although, yes, it is a hypothesis, that, or I even could say less than that, because I haven't researched the flagella, endosymbiosis, the fact that structures have come about in this manner, is a theory with a lot of support to it. I don't know if the flagella theory. I do know that cilia do.
So, and what's more, it seems like if this is a hypothesis, we could just take what we learned from, what is it, Jade, the flagellum, and just apply it to the cilia, or the other way around?
Other way around, yeah.
No, you can take from the cilia and from endosymbiosis the flagellum and see if it fits the same pattern. I don't know if it does. But if, Tommy wanted, well, how could it have possibly happened? This is a possibility.
Right.
Do it.
And it's
I haven't, but
Well, here's the thing. I'm not at all, just to address Xbox, I'm not at all against investigating possibilities or biological events or mechanisms at all. And that's part of what, just me as a creationist who has gone through this little this little foray into evolution and biology over the last several years. I've learned a lot. I've sort of morphed my thinking and some of my beliefs and understandings, and the awe of life is even bigger than ever. But, I'm just astounded at the things I find that biology can do. So I'm not saying I'm even against it. I don't even care. If that's something that came about, this way that you're describing, then if they can show that, prove it, test it, in any sort of way, or make it believable, it could possibly be. I don't know, but that's why I asked, if anybody else on the planet is even,
I'm not
putting
saying
this
you're
forward.
not. I'm not saying you're not willing to investigate it. I'm saying you're not willing to. You're not in a position as a layman to actually evaluate this evidence, and you're not willing to up your game.
I would actually.
I do think you do go out and in these conversations and books or papers, and I do think you read some of that stuff.
I would actually say you are scared to investigate, if not Jade's hypothesis, but your own. I mean, if we could apply the same methodology to both of these things, and at least put it in a test, and if it doesn't work, throw out the hypothesis. Is there any way one could put the design hypothesis into the lab, and if that doesn't work, falsify it? Would you agree to any of those kinds of parameters?
Yeah, absolutely. I would have to ask you in advance what you would accept as evidence for design or evidence for consciousness. What kind of demonstration could we set up? What kind of experiment could we set up with animals to test that? And what would you accept as evidence of design or consciousness or intelligence?
You're going to need a philosophical argument. What I think.
Okay, so then that's what I assume that you guys would answer. So there's no way to convince you guys.
So wait, so now I'm gonna be a little trepidatious here because I've never worked in a lab before. But if you could actually set up a series of controls and an expectation to come about through these controls, whereby the expect UC to be there. To appear, something we actually didn't know about from before, a new series of evidence, then yeah, I'll be far more convinced of your hypothesis. And it would have to have a way where we could expect to see something such that it would take away from the validity of your hypothesis as well. So those would be the kinds of parameters I'd be looking into. Anything more specific, I couldn't tell you, but this is where I would trust people more and more into the sciences to give their validity towards such a theory. And
I think if you're talking origins, whether it's designed, intelligently designed, or naturally designed, I think you're either going to have to make an abductive argument by showing me the factory floor, but also showing me that this process does arrive from intelligent agents, and it's usually only by those that you see it arise. Or you're going to, since it's this origin thing, I think you're going to need, other than that, you're going to need some philosophical argument. I don't think you can actually show.
Well, I can show. I can
show. You can only get to this is the best explanation kind of answer.
I can show individuals being tested in certain ways and them answering, quote unquote, coming up with the correct answer, the correct biological response to match up to that test. And that means changing their body physically, changing their fins, changing their length of their, some of their limbs, but and a whole variety, a myriad of different things that organisms do on the fly, in response to a specific threat. So that's all I can show, which is all anybody can show in life. If you test a student in the classroom with a math equation and they come up with the right answer, then you can assume that intelligence was involved. Well, likewise in biology, if an individual comes up with the right adaptive response, a response that makes sense and helps them survive better, then it's only fair to assume that there's something within the individual that allowed that to happen, and weigh the be aware of the environment and somehow compute what it needs to to change itself in an adaptive way.
All right. So I agree that's like there are psychological models that do measure things like intelligence and the like as well. But I think the problem comes in what specific mental thoughts it takes or requires to actually produce a biological outcome, and it would also have to be something we couldn't witness underlying biological phenomena to explain it either. So for example, we could actually behavioralists, for example, within psychology, actually look at social conditioning, but they could actually explain it in fairly neurological terms, and biological ones as well. And these are just a series of cause and effects that you can see at the neurological and biological level. So I don't see why it needs to be answered on the level of the consciousness. I don't see why it has to be measured purely on the mental level, where you couldn't just look at some of the biological phenomena going on there as well.
Well, why can't you just look at the effect of the test? You know, the effect of what the individual is able to conjure up. Irregardless of how it happens, you would have to acknowledge that the individual came up with this answer. So however it happened, it contradicts Darwinism, which says only the lucky will be blessed with the right trait that will, you know, be effective against this particular challenge, and he will outbreed the rest of the population. So regardless of how it happens, it negates or contradicts Darwinism. But it only makes sense if you've got an intelligent response to assume that intelligence did it.
Thank you. Sorry, Tommy.
Although, the first thing I'd throw in there is post-Darwin, Mendelian genetics. We usually measure evolution in terms of population, if I'm not mistaken. The second thing is, I don't understand why even evolutionary theory couldn't account for this by way of measuring what mental traits tend to adapt in certain environments and what don't. So, for example, we could easily explain why.
You're cutting out.
Oh, am I cutting out?
You're cutting out. You're muted now.
Test.
Yeah. Okay. That's better now.
Oh, thank you. Right.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it could. I mean, yeah, anything's possible if you could say, okay, well, only the organisms that are able to sense the environment, be dynamic, and change adaptively will get selected. Yeah, I mean, you could do that, and that's what a lot of biologists and scientists have done to get around this problem, which is not just my scenario I'm setting up with you guys. It's a common problem that's, put to the scientists, and that's what their answer generally is. But again, there's no mutations, variants, no known mechanism to make any of these processes come about. So we're just kind of going backwards, looking for your evidence that your theory is actually in operation.
Yeah.
All we can show is that the individual is dynamic and responsive, reflexive, reactive, and able to do things on the fly that are unbelievable and almost miraculous.
Well, if we can't, the first thing I'd say is just because there is no known mechanism, assuming there is no known mechanism, doesn't entail, therefore, consciousness. That strikes me as an argument from ignorance. The second thing is, I think usually we connect psychology to neurology, and neurology is connected to biology. We could always attach the mechanisms and functions of the brain into the phenomenon of the mind. Those two things don't strike me as being ontologically inseparable. So it strikes me as you're going back to the whole metaphysical picture of things rather than creating statistical models that we can measure in laboratories.
Well, what cannot be measured in laboratories is the idea that any feature, any organ, any cellular component came to be by way of small additions, by way of mutations. You guys, I asked Sam and all these guys over and over for even one example of a feature or an organ of anything that's created by mutation, and I get a big zero. And so if anything is non-scientific, it's your theory. My thing can be verified all day long by the scientific literature. Your guys' theory of how things operate, in the Darwinian way is never verified even once.
So from what I understand, eyes as a mutation, which eyes, for example, are organs that originate through various means of mutation. First by organs that sense things like bits of light, and of course those are adapted because they're better able to sense the environment, to fuller, more fleshed out organs that could sense particular colors and on a spectrum. By the way, Jade, I know this is your time, so I'm hoping I'm not cutting in too much. Please feel free to jump in at this point.
No, I've been in the yard all day, very happily, and I'm getting kind of sleepy, so you're fine. Although I would like to point out that a single mutation caused the navel and a navel orange. There's a new structure for you.
There you are.
That's not a hole. I mean, a hole is not a new structure, and we've been through that. It's just a duplication. Actually, it's a duplication of the orange that didn't fully develop, and so
new structure.
There's no new structure. It's just another. No, it's not.
a duplication does not negate the fact that it's a new structure.
Exactly.
Well, first of all, a hole is not a new structure, and you'll find no scientific paper that'll claim that it is. Yeah.
It's a navel.
There is no new. What is the new structure?
The navel of the navel orange.
It's an undeveloped orange, is what it is. It's a duplication of what was already there.
Well, which is what all mutations are. They're changes in stuff that's already there. There is no something that's going to pop out of nothingness. Every single thing we look at is a change in what has become before. So if you're looking for some magical new structure or new function, it's not going to happen.
No, I'm not looking for a magical new structure.
Possible.
I'm looking for new novelty, and what that is a duplication of what already existed. So it's nothing new.
Which is what a lot of things are. Well, how do you think we came out with corn?
This also strikes.
We came with a lot of other things. It's a change in what came before. A novelty, there is no brand new sudden, well, there are occasionally with Hox genes, yes. But most things are built on things that came before. Sometimes they're built slowly. Sometimes there are jumps.
Yeah, but if you duplicate a gene or a structure, that's not novelty. That's nothing new.
It is if the gene or structure takes on a new function.
This argument's
no, it's not.
To parody this argument rather quickly. This is like saying, since fluffiness doesn't exist within margarine, sugar, eggs, flour, baking powder, vanilla extract, and salt, therefore the fluffiness just emerged out of the cake from nothing. Like it amounts to that. What happens is with the new structure, it comes in from the old DNA code, sure, but the point is, it's a new structure that emerges. No evolutionist is positing that something came from nothing, just like the baker isn't positing fluffiness just emerges out of the cake from its ingredients, out of nothing.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. And I could give you several examples of new structures that would easily qualify for what I'm describing, but the problem is they happen in nature by way of different mechanisms that are not mutations. So I could list several of them, but the issue is, I'd have to get into that.
But
I'm not going to spill that because I don't want to open up a can of worms right now.
No, the theory of evolution doesn't say that everything happened by mutation. Duplication, we have polyploidy, which is a duplication of the entire genome. We have hybridization. There are a number of different mechanisms that come into play, and in plants especially, I'm more familiar with plants. You often have combinations of things.
Right, but the raw material, the source of novelty comes from, at least according to the neo-Darwinists, from copying errors from existing sequences. So that's the source raw material of the creation of new traits and new information. assuming
No.
that's actually accomplished.
It can come about by gene duplication, polyploidy, and hybridization, like it does with a
so
lot of plants.
Do you have an example of any of that stuff bringing a new feature or part of one into existence?
Well, there isn't any. See, the thing is, you keep asking for a new feature as if something's brand new. How about the corn cob?
Okay, what about it?
It's something new.
I would have to look into it.
Okay, well, there's a plant called teosint, and that is the ancestor of corn. We know that because it was suspected even before we were able to do the genetics. And there's a ton of genetics works done in corn because corn is a very important crop. There's you could look it online. It's an amazing amount of information.
What do you accept as new and novel? Like,
that's the problem.
I see if I take a hammer, right? Like, I can take some metal, I can make a hammer with it. I can also rearrange that into a doorknob. And by your standards, that doorknob is not something new, and the hammer is not something new.
Right. Well,
I'm not sure how you make the distinction.
I don't know if I have time to really get into it, but
we can do it some other time if you.
Yeah, I mean, there are situations where, like for example, there is a finch. There is a mutation that takes the beak from a more of a long, pointed beak to a more of a stub, and so the evolutionists will argue, well, is that a new feature? Is that new information, or is that a new novel feature? Is that something new that's been introduced, or is that just something that's been blunted that already existed? And so, yeah, it depends on how you want to frame this or define a new feature, a new novelty. But to me, new novelty doesn't mean you take a beak that was pointed and basically shrink it, make it blunt so that it can hit hard seeds or break hard seeds, and say, okay, well, that's evidence that beaks came into existence, and it's evidence that universal common descent is true, because you already had a beak, and it's actually, if anything, it's been kind of shrunk down. And
there's more to it than that. You don't just shrink down a beak. You have to also change the muscles and the structure and size of the beak, and the structure of the beak, the size and the thickness of the keratin of the beak. But going back to the corn, so teosint, we had a polyploidy situation, a gene duplication, and we ended up with maize, which is called corn.
Okay, what was added?
The genome was duplicated.
Right.
It's estimated that from 30 to 80% of plants are polyploid. What
phenotypic trait was added that was novel?
Well, the structure, the way it grows is completely different.
Well,
corn grows upright. Teosint is branched. A teosint has a single row of seeds. Corn has a cob with all seeds all around it.
Yeah, you've got duplications. They're a little bit bigger. They're a little bit different size. There's a little more of them. But does that actually
structure?
Okay,
a single row of seeds
novelty
without any cob in the middle is a different structure from a corn cob. And yes, I know someone's going to bring up modern corn. I'm talking about the ancient corn. We actually have examples of it found in the ancient tombs and things like that. So we do have an understanding what.
Well, again, like we were talking with the dogs earlier, you have a Chihuahua or a Dachshund, with a long snout, and you have a boxer with a smashed in face. Their skulls are probably different, different dimensions, different sizes, a little bit different shape. I don't know if mutations are responsible for those.
They are, and I
kind of doubt it, but maybe they are. Maybe they are. But is that really new novelty? Is that really an indication that mutation can bring out something new that didn't exist before?
But there's nothing new there. The skulls are all the same. They all have the same plates. They all have the same fissures. They all have the same fenestra. And that's what paleontologists and anatomists and biologists look at. So they look at the structure of the skull, not just the whether it's short or wide or long. They look at the structure.
So going back to the corn, what is new or novel about the corn from its ancestor?
Well, it's the way it grows.
Okay.
It's
got more kernels. Corn does. It goes all the way around. It grows differently. It's bigger, but it's basically the same thing with a few tweaks.
Which is what everything is. You really don't get it.
No, I get it. I get it. There's no novelty.
Built on what comes before. You're right. Novelty is meaningless in biology.
No, it's not, because the eye, for example, had to have different parts of it come into existence, like the lens and the retina and all these good things had to actually be created by mutation, of which none of them are known.
Oh, I wouldn't bet on that. I don't know much about the eye, but I do know more about the ear. That things I've been studying. I have a book here on the evolution of the vertebrate ear.
So you pick your organ, and I would love to see what you have, including the ear.
Okay, so how did the ear come about?
That's not what I asked.
I know, but the thing is, okay, well, the eye, as for the eye, I mean, Darwin basically had it right. And as I pointed out, we have examples of animals in existence today, different stages. We can look at this. You have a pigmented spot, which is light sensitive, which is really obvious if you understand the physics of light and the structure of certain chemicals.
Do you have a mutation for that?
What's the carotenoids? Is that the right pronunciation? Carotenoids, xanthophyll. But we know that certain chemicals, because of their structure, are light sensitive, and you learn this if you take chemistry and physics, and so you have a light sensitive spot, and the animal has a light sensitive spot, and this gives it an advantage because it can tell where light is and where it isn't. Where there's light, there's food. There are also predators, but there's food. And then you have an animal that has the light sensitive spot, this light sensitive pigment, and a little bit of a depression. Now that gives it a different advantage because it gives it directionality, because depending on what angle the light hits in that little depression, it knows which direction the light is. This animal with the light sensitive spot only knows when light is and isn't. The animal with the little depression has directionality. That's a big advantage.
Do you have mutations for, this is a Just So story, so do you have mutations documentation for any of it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know we have examples of exactly what Darwin said could work. And we see how they work. I don't know much about the eye. I said I've looked more into the ear.
Yeah.
Let me use the ear as an example.
About that. The bone is the thing I really love. How bone built up from cartilage in vertebrates. That's something I really am interested in.
Let me go back real quick to the finch. We were talking about the finches and the beaks, and you had mentioned that there's more to it than merely the beak itself, which I agree. There's probably tons of muscles, and I don't know what all's involved with beak construction, but the issue is, like I was saying before, you have God creating animals as wholes. We change as wholes. So you have one probably mutation involved in this beak that's being shrunk down. Yet this one mutation somehow coordinates all these muscles and all these, if there's tendons and whatever else biology is involved in changing the structure. And it certainly gives the impression like it's been set up to change that way, like it's been rigged, like the system's been set up, to change in that way. The Darwinian scenario with the beak would be that slowly over time, you'd have certain individuals selected that had these mutations that, over generations, thousands of generations, you'd have this beak that, was much smaller and more compact. But just like the beak, just like, in cichlid fishes and all kind of the lizards that have the cecal valves and a variety of different traits, these all happen very quickly, on demand almost, within just a few generations or maybe one generation. And again, the trait in question defies Darwinian logic. It again happens by way of a quick transformation in individuals.
No, it was always there. We're talking about the basic.
The capacity was always there. Yes.
Evolution. The basic evolution. The basic definition of evolution is fact, which is a change in allele frequency in a population over time.
Mm-hmm.
All animals have a fairly wide genome. Some like or have a problem because they went through an evolutionary bottleneck. We've also been through at least one evolutionary bottleneck, possibly more than one. But cheetahs are kind of in trouble because theirs was more recent than ours. But no, so there's a variety of traits. Whether an animal has a cecal valve or not will depend on the environment. Certain animals There's another group of lizards that, I forget the exact situation. The pads on their feet change, but it's not so much the pads on their feet change. It's the individuals that have the pads on their feet that are more likely to survive and more likely to give birth to others. And when you have animals that have a rapid reproduction, you're going to see changes much faster, which is why we do experiments with fruit flies, because they're mad.
The cecal valves is one of the things I was thinking of earlier, that had it been a mutation that formed the cecal valve in these lizards, then that would qualify for, obviously, it's new novelty, new information, a new structure that wasn't there before. Now, there is no mutation as far as I've challenged evolutions for years on this, and they can never cough one up. And in fact, it seems like plasticity is the culprit, just on the fly again within individuals. But yes, I can show that. But if you have a mutation to show that, then my challenge will be debunked. And so it's not like I'm being unreasonable. I'm actually looking for something to debunk this idea. And there's others too, but actually I do got to go. Probably better spend some time with the family. So,
okay.
Nice to meet you, Lance, if you're still there. Drag, thanks for putting this on and inviting me, and Max and Jade and everyone else.
Just to say one positive thing about you. Wait, Tommy, before you go, just say one positive thing about you. Not a lot of guys can pull off the blonde that well, so good job.
Pull off the what? I didn't hear you.
Blonde.
Blonde?
Yellow. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks.
Cheers.
All right. Y'all take care.
Yeah,
wow,
thing that,
we got that far, and he didn't make one anal sex comment.
Yeah. One thing I hadn't gotten to is that the genomes of the various different finches, the Darwin's finches, have been done, and they understand exactly what was going on. And if I could give Tommy the papers, but he won't read them, so it's worthless.
I think he's being too specific in demanding, give me the specific mutation of what formed, and you're just telling him example after example of different things that have changed, different functions, and that's not a different function. That didn't change.
Well, and by the way, for those of you who are listening, I did look it up, and Lynn Margulis, who is the one who didn't really completely originate endosymbiotic theory, but she's the one who popular, had to fight against the establishment too. And part of it, by the way, just for those of you who are wondering, was sexism, because a woman challenging the status quo was not very well taken at that time. But this does think, so this isn't just my idea. I just knew about the cilia. I didn't know about the flagella. Margulis does think that the flagella came about by endosymbiosis. Others question this because the flagella or flagella, plural flagella, do not have their own DNA or RNA, and you would expect to see that. However, it's possible that over time they lost it for some reason. So just found some references, haven't done a lot of research into it yet. So this isn't just my idea. When he's talking about flagella, it made me think of the cilia in the Myxotrixa, which is actually not a cilia, but a bacteria. And Margulis thinks that they came about the same way. Also, as it turns out, eukaryotic flagella are very much like close. Another point is that I didn't get to a Tommy, but he kind of jumped away from bacteria. He doesn't stay on one thing too long. I think if he gets challenged, it just zips off to something else. When you're talking about flagella, you have to be clear, like what kind of flagella you're talking about, because there's three different kinds of flagella. There's the bacterial flagella, the archaea flagella, and the eukaryotic flagella. But not only that, even within those groups, there's different kinds of flagella that are structured very differently. So a while back, I actually found some really cool references about that, and I saved them somewhere. I'll have to find them. But
I forget who it was. I was watching him recently, but I think it might have been, no, I don't know, but he was explaining, modern flagella, everything is all formed, and you take away one part and it doesn't work, kind of argument from irreducible complexity. But if you kind of go back in the history of the flagellum and the formation of it, you can kind of see oh, this something how it evolved to form the base for what became the modern flagellum, and that had a purpose, and it became a new purpose when it was repurposed over to the evolving flagellum. I think it was
Yeah,
Richard Carrier. I don't, could be wrong.
If I remember correctly, don't take this as gospel. Whoops, just a moth fly by. I was like, what was that?
Also,
sneaky little thing flying right in front of me. Freddie, you're not doing your job. You're supposed to be on off duty. What I was going to say is in the beast with 5 genomes, the Mixotrixa, if I'm correct, I think that at the base of the bacteria that acts as a cilia, there is another flagella. There's another bacteria, the round kind, which I can't think of the name of right now. It's silly, but that actually provides the power. It sort of acts like a power plant for the cilia. So it's even possible that a flagellum or a cilia could have come about not a endosymbiosis of one bacteria, for example, but of 2. So the base could have been one thing, something else. I have to look into that, but I don't know.
But Jay, that's just a just so story. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. But that's what we've had to be able to do. You have to look at this. You have to go, okay, how could this have happened? How could this have come apart? And you come up with a hypothesis. Then you go out and test your hypothesis.
Yeah, Tommy's design example doesn't lend itself to that. No.
All right, there we go. I'm back. Yeah, sorry.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I stepped away to do stuff. Let me get a link out to Mentor Days. I'm sorry, Myth. You're so hardly around. I forget about you. It looks like Tommy left.
Yeah, he's no longer gracing us with his presence.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah.
I actually
go.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed this conversation. I'm also really grateful that we all helped the just the tip policy, so that was blended.
Hi, I'm kind of new to the community. I don't know what the policy you're talking about is.
Okay. Well, I have a few rules when I have a few rules that I'll institute in my Hangout. One of them is called just the tip, and that means when we have a guest such as Atheus who is taking the counter position, that everyone should be nice to him, because Tommy takes a lot of shit. So, but the one thing I like about Tommy is that he can dish it out. He won't get butthurt over it, not too much. So, it's just basically means be nice to him.
That's good. I like that policy.
Yeah, Tommy is a decent human being, even though I abhor some of his opinions. But he's unlike so many of the other creationists we run into here, who are complete assholes, or maybe partial assholes. And Tommy, he really isn't, because he doesn't want to be. He just likes to ask questions, and then he doesn't listen, or at least doesn't listen completely, and he just asks then another question. I mean, I knew that coming in to talk to him, and I have this crazy idea that one of these days something will sink in, but probably won't.
He also is pretty graphic when it comes to his homophobia.
Yeah, that's the part that's a problem. Yeah.
But that's usually in comments more so than in video interactions. On video interactions, he's on better behavior.
Sorry, I'm getting messages. But yeah, that's Tommy can be kind of malicious at times when it comes. I think we all make a joke about why, but we all know why. But
right. And we wouldn't make that joke if it weren't for the fact that he's so malicious. It's
that and the subscription to Davey Wavy Gray. That
was just gold.
I'm sorry. I mean, it was pretty secret hush knowledge in the community, but some asshole, not saying who, me, released that information. So
yeah, I wonder who did that.
Yeah, that dick. Real dick. He looks like one too now that his head is shaved.
That's true.
Yeah. He also probably looks like a thumb with 2 thumbs. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe Rogan, for that joke.
A thumb with 2 thumbs. Oh man. Okay, Mithridates, I invited you. Well, let me see if I can. I put the link in that other Hangout, so you should be able to get in, sir. Hold on, or did I? Okay, put it in there. I did. Yeah, no, yeah, it's in there. Okay, so let me see if I can search. I can never spell his name right. Every Indian guy in the world comes up when I start typing this name. So thank you for having a hard name.
Sounds a pretty fun.
Isn't it supposed to be Mithridates?
They had the stuff. I made you the armor. And then
The hell's that? There he is. Okay.
Mithridates?
They had the stuff. I made you the armor.
Hey, Mithridates, how you doing? Or not?
Hey, I'm here. I'm just slow.
Oh, okay. Dreg, you still have to guess my background just from my voice. Huh?
Oh, Drag, somebody asked me to do the Hail Hitler in the comment section. I won't do that necessarily, but I will say it like this. How tall was Hitler and where did he live? He was this tall and he lived over there.
It's funny. I actually saw a guy today at work who had a swastika tattooed on his neck and the SS on the other side. I was like, yeah, it's definitely time to move.
Well, you know what though, with that haircut there, Max, I think you maybe should go to Mussolini rather than Hitler.
Yeah. I have been compared to a skinhead, but then I had to remind the people, my friend who compared me to a skinhead, that skinheads are actually working class, left wing British guys who were big fans of ska and reggae and who are kind of adopting the Jamaican thing, until it went rogue like 15, 20 years later.
Yeah, wasn't like one of the main early skinheads a black guy?
Yep.
That's what I thought. Yeah, but then it was taken over by the white supremacist assholes, and the whole idea of being a skinhead became a bad thing.
My heritage.
Hey, Drag. What were you saying the other day that you got accepted to? I couldn't hear you when you said it.
Oh, Hustler? No, I mean the University of Houston, Clear Lake.
That's awesome. For what program you doing?
I got accepted to the College of Science and Engineering, and I'm doing an undergrad in a BS in biology with a concentration in specialization. I think they call it in cell biology.
Yeah, I think they call it tracks usually. But that's awesome, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank goodness you didn't mix up your letter to Hustler to the letter of recommendation for your university. That would have been terrible.
That would have been awkward. Yeah.
You'll probably do a lot of chemistry too, given that track. I'm sure you'll be doing some organic.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no, I've got Chem 2 that actually on my. Well, I have my schedule for next semester. Actually, I can tell you what it is. Hold on. Let me. I have the website somewhere. Okay, here we go. So in the mornings, looks like I'll be dropping off my son at school around 7:45, and then I will be heading. The school is a 24-minute walk away. So hold on. Constitute pay all X. Okay, hold on. I had to submit some kind of payment obligation. Like I got the GI Bill. Fuck you.
By the way, I just have to.
Go ahead.
I just have to mention this for the heck of it, and for some people out there who like make mistakes, and I have a friend of mine's daughter who became pregnant by her boyfriend when she was in high school. Oops. She just recently, her junior year of college. She married the guy too, by the way. She just recently completed her junior year of college, and is now a Phi Beta Kappa.
Oh, nice.
That's great.
And her son is the cutest kid. Cute, but and he's going to be a freaking giant. At 2 years old, he was the size of a 4-year-old. He's also really, really smart. The part that I get a kick. He's 5. He's almost 5, and he does his homework with his mom. They do homework together.
Oh,
Yeah, but
That's
I just,
awesome.
some people make mistakes. They get pregnant too early, and then they let it screw up their life. She didn't. They just, Phi Beta Kappa. She's going to go on to medical school, and I'm just really cool. So
Good luck to her.
My schedule. So I have in the morning I'll drop off my son at 7:45 in front of our apartment. Then I'll walk my happy ass to class on Mondays at from 9 to about noon. I have chemistry lab, and then let's see. Then I have, this is political. I guess this is Texas government from noon to about 1.
Why are you taking that?
Because every Texas resident has to take Texas government.
yeah,
Oh shit, you're doing Texas.
I had a good friend that used to teach Texas government. Unfortunately, she's
Have
no
you seen
longer with us.
what Aaron Ra is fighting against with the Texas Board of Education?
Oh yeah, I've
They want
spoken
to
to
put like freedom to teach, the controversy or whatever type shit in their schools now.
Yeah, I talked to Lalandra on Facebook, and I've been kind of talking to her on and offline because it's disturbing, kind of what, because you see the lady that's, and I can't remember her name, that's advocating for it, and she kind of like hides what she's referring to, because she was like, oh, there are certain controversial things, and then a board member will go, what are you talking about? Well, there are lots of things, and so she'll go on with the spiel, and then
The strengths and the weaknesses.
yeah, it's like, well, like what? Oh, well, there's all kind of stuff, and then she'll go on with the spiel. But then later on, she'll actually come out and go, "Well, we're trying to teach creationism."
Yeah.
So it's just, come on.
Finish your schedule, Drag. You're bringing back good memories.
Texas.
I think the Texas public school board is just so far gone. They should abolish the public school system in Texas, and everything will be okay. That's just my.
Texas
That's
also.
the answer when you don't like something.
You can't wait. You can't teach. Wait. You can't teach creationism in public school if there is no public school.
Oh, God. Go ahead, Shade.
I was going to say that Texas also has problems with the way they teach history.
Oh, don't they teach the founding fathers, or like Moses or some shit like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they go quite so far as the slaves were happy, but they've been close.
Just pleasure cruise. That's all that went wrong.
Yeah. What was that 3-hour cruise that just went terribly wrong?
Well, ma'am, why were the slaves whipped? They were into some heavy bondage, Lucy. That's all.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
Damn, I got 13 credits this semester. Got a full load, but yeah, I got chemistry lab, chemistry 2 in the lab, Texas government, U.S. history, and because evidently U.S. history from my community college didn't work. There we go. And then I have technical writing, which is going to be interesting to learn how to write scientific papers.
Good luck with that.
I went into that class and they kicked me out. I had advanced placement English and they said, you don't belong here.
Gen Chem 2 is one of the best classes you can take in college because it's so diverse. It has to be the most diverse class in college.
What is it?
General Chemistry 2.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You go over all the electrochemistry and all that kind of stuff. It's really good to try to pair your physics course while you're taking that. It's a good overlap.
I just got done with physics too. Literally just got done with it.
Awesome.
I had a friend who took a philosophy of biology course. He thought it would be easy because his girlfriend was a biology major, and little did he know, how like a quarter way into the course when he got his first major assignment and all the readings, he asked her to help him, and she was like, I'm not sure what this is talking about because the biology papers I read are written for scientists, not art students. So,
yeah, the philosophy of science differs greatly than actually like doing science.
Yeah,
it does.
That's a good segue there, though, Max. Back to Tommy. Philosophy of science. Show me an example of a mutation that is not just a mere small change in the back of something already existing. Right there, he's missing it. He's missing the whole point.
I know, and he even when I bring up one of the most obvious ones, which is the and we even know what mutation caused it, which is the navel and the navel orange. Oh no, it's already duplication. No, for an orange, it's a completely new structure. Doesn't make any difference if it's duplication. It's a completely different structure. I dare you. Of course, we
Jade,
all kind of
I had to play nice. I left myself muted when Tommy said a hole is not a new structure.
I know, I did.
Because I was going to come in and make a comment.
I know.
And when the hole gets deeper.
You know what?
No, it's Tommy knows a lot about holes.
It actually has a very unique structure. Next time you need a navel orange, especially if it has a really prominent internal, take a look at the structure of that navel. It's actually a complex structure. It's completely new. It's not designed like a regular orange. You can say it's a duplication or an unborn orange or whatever.
God damn
it. She's obviously using design anthropomorphically, but
all right. Thank you, Max. Thank you.
But
he wants a new structure from an old structure with a huge leap in novelty, with one simple, easy to point to, easy to demonstrate mutation. That's ridiculous.
I think at one point
he provide what Tommy wants. He'll still say nope, doesn't count.
That's why I asked him. I was like, so if I told you about the AER gene, how would you go and find it? That's specifically why I asked him that. And it was, I'll go ask PZ Myers. Well, fuck me. Let me go ask Dawkins then what he fucking thinks when I find a goddamn new species.
Well, there is someone here. Well, he's not on YouTube so much, but he's a friend of mine on Facebook, and he still does.
Oh, great. That Steve guy showed up.
It's your birthday. It's your birthday.
Fuck off, Steve. I'm just kidding.
Hi,
Nice to see you again.
But you guys know Serious Mind?
I've heard the name.
You remember? Okay. Well,
Is he not dead yet?
Actually, yeah, I have.
Sounds like a new wave group.
He had the little puppy avatar, right?
Yeah, on Facebook, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he has three cute little white doggies that I'm not sure what they all are. Well, okay. He had a heart attack. He's a chemical engineer, and it'd be really cool to get him on. He owns his own company too. It'd be really cool to get him on for a discussion sometime. You might be interested, Steve. But anyway, he has an entirely new blood vessel to the heart, and if it didn't exist,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
he would have died. Yes, Serious Mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I know the story. It was a mutation.
At a certain point.
It's a mutation. It's a brand new vessel. But when you try to tell these people, they'll go, "Oh, it's just a blood vessel." Understand? It's completely new. It doesn't follow the pattern of the others. It just sort of popped up.
Does anyone else get the impression that Tommy Hall is a son?
Huh?
Sorry, Jay?
What?
Repeat yourself, Max.
You kind of cut out there at the end.
Oh, okay. I was just saying it's an entirely new vessel. Just because a blood vessel exists, if I suddenly had a blood vessel that went from my neck to my wrist, you'd go, "Whoa, that's brand new," and so he has this brand new vessel, but it's not good enough to them because it's still a blood vessel.
It's almost like Tommy is asking, "Hey, show me a new mutation that isn't a new mutation."
Yeah.
Well, Tommy doesn't even know what a mutation is.
Well, like I said, Max, you could show Tommy 1,000 new structures that qualify by his definition, and he'll say, "Nope, they don't count."
He wants a point mutation that turns an arm bud into a head with working eyes.
Yeah, that
still doesn't count.
Like that doesn't.
Still doesn't count.
It's still a head, and there's still eyes.
Yeah, that's just an old structure in a new place. Doesn't count.
Yeah, doesn't count.
If we found something that would satisfy him, it would disprove evolution.
That's just it. You won't satisfy it because you'll always say it doesn't count.
It's the ever-moving fucking target with Tommy. And it's like, well, Tommy, there's a weird intersection between shit you don't know and shit you want to believe, and you just can't make that leap from one to the other. It's fun to talk to him because it's a nice exercise of me trying to remember stuff that I just learned. But at like trying to suss out what he wants in reality, that's probably the toughest thing, because it's magic at the end of the day that he wants.
Have you guys used hemoglobin as an example with him and these people yet?
Hemoglobin for what specifically?
Like hemoglobin A, mutations where you have duplication and then point mutations after that, creating a novel structure of hemoglobin F. That kind of thing.
They're not a novel structure to him. He doesn't accept that evolution builds upon existing structures. He wants to see something become about ex nihilo.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Yeah, and of course that's just not going to happen because that's not how it works. Even a gene that's ex nihilo coming from like junk still comes from something else. He wants to see, oh look, you've got a third eye.
Yeah. Oh, but it's still an eye.
Still an eye, Steve. Doesn't count.
Still an eye.
Steve, was that me you were talking to when you said you're still alive?
It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting that he's pointing out to Darwinian evolution providing, organ mutations and appendages coming ex nihilo, when he wants to say that the mind is just creating these new things ex nihilo.
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh, Steve, you missed him arguing for Lamarckism again. That was fun.
Yeah.
I literally said, I was like, didn't you argue with Steve over this like a while back?
I wanted to keep him on philosophy of science in general, because I really think at the end of the day, he has a poor construction of what science is, and
yes,
this is where I want to be. This is more in my own wheelhouse, and I felt that in our discussion, he was having a far harder time keeping up and defending his own position than when trying to address the scientific portions.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
And I kind of did want to get into the ear, because that, I've had so many people say, well, how did the ear come about?
To be fair, he could have said the same thing with the eye.
Well, no, the ear is actually different. The ear is actually very different.
But you know what he would say? He would say that's just a just so story.
He did.
In a way, he's kind of got a point.
It's just variation. There's no evolution going on. It's just variation.
He asked for documentation, so he's kind of got a point. There's no possible way that we could ever show documentation. It was a weird phrase they even said that. But even if there were a mutation that caused a new structure, we really couldn't demonstrate it now. We would just have to show how it was plausible.
Well, in some cases we can, because we do know the mutations. And when people come up with something, the reason I like to bring up the ears, because somebody asked me that and I didn't know. And so I looked it up, and then I bought this great evolution about that not only in invertebrates but also in insects, that we all share the same basic structure that allows us to hear. It's called a hair cell.
Yeah.
Else is just funneling the sound to the hair cell. Or improving the amplifying it or something like that. But it's all hair cells. And they've recently discovered that they may be able to regrow hair cells and which is really cool. But so like the way our ear is structured is it's partly out of our jaw, partly out of other stuff. And it's just funnels the sound into the hair cells. In fish and in sharks, the hair cells are in the lateral line.
Yeah, what I've found is that a lot of these orifices, they're not really anything special. It's just you tell a certain section of organism.
My orifice is special.
Your orifice is very special, Steve.
I'm not gonna lie, it's
very, very. I'll always advocate for Steve's orifice. Matter of fact,
Tommy would like that.
Yeah, we're gonna change the name of this hangout to Steve's orifice.
I think that's a good idea.
Because Tommy's been in it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tommy has never been in my orifice.
And then we can advertise it as Tommy has been in Steve's orifice.
Yes, it works out very well.
No. Please don't mention Tommy and my orifice in the same sentence.
I knew.
I was in the orifice today.
Steve, blondes have more fun. Remember that.
Oh,
actually, I have a friend of
you've never dated two brunettes at the same time.
And you know what her response to that was? No, I had a good friend of mine who was blonde, natural blonde. And you know what her response to that was? What? It's not that blondes have more fun. It's just that we're easier to find in the dark.
When I was growing up, I used to have a major thing for blondes, but as I got older, I actually found myself more attracted to dark hair and even like redheads for some reason.
It's because the blondes rejected you. That's why, Steve. Admit it.
That's probably true. No, my baby's mom is a blonde. Maybe that's what did it for me.
Yeah, that could be it.
She was a cute
Well,
blonde.
I was never very attracted to blondes because growing up in Southern California, I met way too many bleached blonde beach bimbos.
A dime a dozen.
Yeah, and that kind of turned me off blondes.
How dare you attack beach blonde bimbos? They are the cornerstone of society.
Yeah. Bleached blonde
Max,
beach
you never
bimbos.
did get lucky, did you?
Nah, to be fair, hey, that is by choice, sir.
So I have a physician friend at the hospital. He has been kind of baiting me recently with evolution stuff. Usually I keep my mouth quiet at work about stuff like this.
Is it another physician?
Yeah, and he'll come up and have these little innuendos like problems evolution can't solve. He's never straight up said he's a creationist, but he'll be like, "How do you explain this?" And he basically hounded me about stuff the whole clinic day the other day. It's amazing how you'll see real educated people, not understand basics and not want to believe things and think they're somehow in the know,
Well,
yeah,
I
I
mean,
had a guy like that. He was when I was taking microbiology last year during the summer session. I was in a class full of nursing students, and then one of the guys who was it was me and a Marine doing a lab with this guy, and he was advocating like full Andrew Wakefield shit. Like he was full on like a proponent of Wakefield's assertions in his papers and all that good shit. And so I was kind of playing coy, like I didn't know what it was. Yeah, that kind of thing, I heard about that. Yeah. And so I have it on my Facebook where he's talking to the Marine and they're just going back and forth, and you just kind of see me stop because they're doing like I think it was like a catalase test or something like that. And I just hold it up. Like, what the fuck am I listening to? It is scary because this dude's gonna be in charge of people and he's anti-vax. Like I don't know how that works.
Well, if you want to talk about smart people,
Ben
who are really, really good in their
yes,
field.
Ben Carson.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Well, and another one, yeah.
I don't know how people can get it's such a severe cognitive dissonance to have that amount of education and yet throw it all away for dumb fuckery.
I think if anyone has watched Scrubs, I think Dr. Ben Carson verifies what Dr. Cox has been saying about surgeons all this time. They're glorified car mechanics.
There's some truth to that. There's some truth to that, actually.
Oh man, don't say that.
Well, if you want to go back a number of years, another utterly brilliant man, an engineer and a physicist, a man who was a co-winner of the Nobel Prize for developing the transistor, and that was William Shockley.
Oh, the vitamin C cures cancer guy?
No, that's Linus Pauling. That's a different one. Although he's an incredible
Linus
genius.
Pauling. Yep.
Now, William Shockley, okay, physicist, brilliant math engineer. Of course, he understood statistics very, very well, as far as he knew he did. However, he didn't understand social sciences at all. He also didn't understand biology very well. William Shockley was one of the founders of the Genius Sperm Bank, because you see these geniuses, he was a genius, thought that if a lot of genius sperm, they'd be geniuses, which goes to show he didn't really understand biology, because that's not quite how it works. But the other thing is, you see, Shockley looked at statistics, and he decided, Wolf, you're kind of noisy. From looking at certain statistical analyses, or at least I think that's you, Wolf, he decided that certain races were better than others.
Oh.
The Asians were the
I
best.
like Asians.
Second. And he really believed this. He wrote about it. He taught about it. Nobody could seem to get it through his skull. Hard science kind of person. He couldn't understand like the softer science, social sciences, that there were other factors involved, like poverty and racism. He didn't get it at all, or cultural differences. One of the reasons that Asians excelled so well at testing and in school was because of the culture at home, not because they're better than everybody else. But Shockley was genius, and yet incredibly stupid in other ways. And we see that sometimes when police. But man, Shockley used to make me facepalm all the time. And I actually had a friend who said, "But I think he's right. He's got something to this." And I'm going, "No, he's completely clueless about how these statistics are created." But yeah, that's another example of a brilliant human being who, in another field, is a complete fucking idiot.
One of the guys who jumps in my mind, he's not brilliant, but he has a legitimate degree from a legitimate school, is Jason Lyle. He works for one of the accreditation organizations. He has a legitimate degree in astrophysics or some such from a school out west, like Colorado or somewhere like that. How you can make it through a PhD program in science and be a young Earth creationist, I don't get that.
But you know, he actually says though that I mean, if you actually really press him, he kind of agrees that there isn't really scientific evidence out there right now for young Earth creationism. He's posited different things like asynchronous light, but he hasn't worked out a mechanism to make it working, to work yet. So I think he really wants to believe young Earth creationism. I think he's a true believer. But if you had to press him, because his PhD thesis, General has, and he didn't use any young Earth creationist models for any of his astrophysics stuff. So he realized that these are problems, right? He realized that
to have Steve.
I've reached out to him, but I've never heard back. I'll try again. But that's whenever I reach out to somebody, if they don't get back to me, usually they don't get my message. Like when I was talking to Mary Schweitzer, she actually had never received any of my other messages before. And the first time she did, she's like, "Oh no, I hadn't received those, but yeah, this sounds interesting." And we talked about a month, and I got her in. So they get inundated with messages. So I just have to try every couple months or something. I'll try again with Jason Lyle. That'd be interesting, right? Can you imagine him and Hugh on the same? Oh, that'd be awesome.
Wait. Have you talked to Jason Lyle at all?
No, I've tried to. Like I said, I've reached out to him, but he hasn't responded, which means that he probably didn't get any of my messages. Because I think that he would. He seems like a down-to-earth kind of guy.
Yeah, I think he's a young Earth creationist and a presuppositional apologist. So he works like both angles of.
Yeah.
If you ever,
I've seen like some of his videos. They're pretty cringeworthy at some.
You think he's honest though?
No, I don't.
I think he is.
I don't think any young creationist is honest. I believe that they believe it, right? But we always say there's some degree of inherent dishonesty in any younger creationist or flat earth position.
I'm not sold he's genuine. I might be wrong. I don't know. I just have a suspicion.
Why, you think that he doesn't accept younger creationism? Because I'm pretty sure that he does.
I think he is genuine in that he doesn't. So I think he's genuine because he isn't saying science teaches creationism like a lot of the more evidential ones.
Right. That's exactly.
This is why he has to fall back on the presuppositional stuff. And by the way, Steve, if you do get Jason Lyle in a hangout, discuss this, message me. Tell me ahead of time when you have this book so I can participate.
Oh, I do. I invite you all the time. I even
No. I don't mean invite me when the hangout is going. I mean be the first to contact me ahead of time so I can prepare.
Yes, sir.
Like, that is how into it I will be.
You got it, man. I like it when you're into it.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Oh, baby.
One of the things I wanted to mention is sometimes, actually fairly frequently, when you see these young Earth creationists who have legitimate degrees, if you look at their bio, you will find they got their degree before they became young Earth creationists.
And that might be the case. And I think maybe some of these people just decided to do it because they're being paid to.
That's what I was thinking about Lyle. I was suspicious of.
Steve, why would you throw away your credentials? Just to get paid because you'd make less money.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
I bet those guys make pretty good money from AIG and ICR.
I think they make more.
I mean, if you want to sell your soul, no pun intended.
Yeah, like that's like.
I mean that like professionally speaking, but
yeah.
Like I said, Deslau doesn't seem like a bad guy to me. He doesn't come across as somebody like Ken Hovind or Ken Ham. But
speaking of Hovind, I actually read his dissertation.
That wasn't a dissertation.
Did you get to the part where things were taped onto the page?
Dude, it's not far from that. It is the biggest clusterfuck. It is embarrassing. It is so embarrassing.
Hi, my name is Ken Hovind.
I've been a science teacher for 15 years.
It's so embarrassing. I can't tell you how bad it is.
And it's like riddled. It's riddled with grammatical errors. Like the original was also. I mean, he took like pieces of magazines and pasted on like the actual paperback copy. From what I've heard,
I have
so bad.
I have been a TA at a university level. I have had to grade undergrad papers. Well, some of them were terrible. Some of them terrible enough I had to grade an F. Even the F papers were not that bad. Like that should tell you something.
It's comically bad.
There you go, Max. If you ever do get a paper that's really bad again, you have to leave a little note in the margin under the grade.
But
at least this paper is better than what Ken Hovind wrote.
Here, this is Max, I want you to look what I put in the group chat. This is what Jason Lyle submits. This is actually what he said. Can you tell me what's wrong with that argument, just by even looking at it, just by the structure?
So the structure is valid. That's not sound. It's valid though.
But it's not sound.
Wait. So here it is. The structure is if P therefore Q, not Q therefore not P. So in which case, what it's saying is the Bible is true because if it weren't true, then logic would not be meaningful. But we know it's meaningful, therefore the Bible is true. A good corollary would be if there were not an elephant, if there were an elephant in my room would be destroyed. My room isn't destroyed, therefore there's not an elephant there. And I mean a fully sized elephant.
Yeah, but Max, we don't talk about the elephant in the room. So this conversation about an elephant destroying your room and being there will never come up.
Right,
Max keeps his elephant in the closet.
But that's just to show the structure. But the argument is wrong in the first premise. I agree with the second premise, but the first premise is incorrect.
You have to demonstrate that well, let's see. If the Bible were not true, logic would not be. You have to demonstrate that the logic couldn't be meaningful by some other aspect other than the Bible.
Not only that, but the opposite seems to be true. If it's because logic is meaningful that the Bible could be or could not be true, and not the other way around. I mean, the fact is, you have to open up the Bible, read the Bible, come to a conclusion about the Bible, note that the language and the translation methods behind it are valid. And of course, that presupposes that logic is, in fact, meaningful from the get-go. So he seems to be putting the cart before the horse as well. Those are two problems I could easily come up with.
Just a general point about logic, though. A statement is always equivalent to its contrapositive. So if P then Q were valid, it necessarily follows that not Q implies not P. But the issue is that if P then Q wasn't valid in this case.
Yeah, the contrapositive. If everything is true in the syllogism, the contrapositive is by default automatically true. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. Well, more precisely, a statement is always equivalent to its contrapositive, true or false. So that's important to realize. Like with truth tables, logically.
Mm.
And that's a common proof technique in mathematics and logic. So did you guys all follow that? A statement is always logically equivalent to its contrapositive.
See, I thought this. I'm looking at the formal structure here, and maybe I'm going wrong, but I thought it looks like it was denying the antecedent because it's P, Q, not Q, therefore not P.
No, he's not doing that because his structure is if P therefore Q, not Q therefore not P. So it's not. It's not that.
Okay, denying the antecedent would be P, Q, P there. P implies Q, not P, therefore not Q.
No, yeah, he's not saying that because.
How do you guys keep this shit straight?
Simple. Because in premise 2, he's affirming the he's affirming the consequent. In modus tollens, that's valid. In modus ponens, that's invalid. So he's saying, he's using the consequent here, but the consequence in the first premise is the opposite. So in 2 it's not Q, and in 1 the consequent is Q. This is why modus tollens is called by way of negation.
Right.
Right, whereas modus ponens is by way of affirmation. Modus ponens, you affirm the antecedents. In modus tollens, you deny the consequent.
The consequent. Yeah, see, and then the fallacy is affirming the consequent and denying the antecedent. Those are the two fallacies of those versions, right?
Right, exactly. Here, he would be committing that fallacy if he was to say, but the Bible is true, therefore logic is meaningful.
Gotcha.
That would be an example of that.
Well, how would I just say, if the Bible were true, logic would be meaningful. The Bible is true, therefore logic is meaningful. Would that be the simple modus ponens?
So let me give you a good example. If it rains, the ground will be wet. The ground wasn't wet, so it didn't rain. That I just gave you the contrapositive.
That's modus tollens.
Not quite. So no. So
well, it's a contra. Okay, I got it. It's a contrapositive.
This is an important point. The contrapositive says nothing about whether the original statement was true or not. It's just logically equivalent. So he was trying to make a cheap trick by using a contrapositive to make his statement easier but he didn't show that his initial statement was true. Did you follow?
Yeah, no, I am following actually. Yeah.
He would actually have to follow that one. Show that one follows from the other.
And that's where I'm like I'm at premise 1. I don't accept premise 1.
No, actually, that's everyone agrees with the middle premise.
Sure, absolutely.
Right. No one is going to disagree. Very few people are. Maybe super.
Obviously, if one of the premises is going to be wrong, it's not going to be number 2.
Exactly, it is definitely 1. So I would have to ask. Right. I would have to ask them, why would the Bible being wrong imply that logic is meaningless? Assume that the Bible isn't true. How would it follow that logic is meaningless? If he could show why, then I'd be happy to see. But he doesn't really do that. At least here, he might do it in other places. I think the argument they generally use is the transcendental arguments. So, look, abstracta is very abstract. Logic. You can't really go to the convenience store and grab yourself a big bowl of the law of non-contradiction. So it can't be material. And if it can't be material, then the only place we know it exists are in minds. Then, well, it must come from a transcendent mind, and of course it has to be the Christian God for some Trinitarian reason. Maybe I don't know. Usually presuppositionalists would say something along the lines of such a God would have to be both the subject and object of its knowledge at the same time, and the Trinity is the only thing that admits that. So
and his name must be Jesus.
And his name must be Jesus. I don't really think you'd have to go any further than that. I mean, it would be one could always come up with some kind of parody of anything else to show that it equally stands up to the evidence. One could come up with a parody of gravitational theory, but say but rather than attribute it to some properties of the universe, say that there's an evil demon doing all of it. And it makes all the same predictions and stuff. But in any case, putting that to the side, the argument doesn't really.
How many people are watching this, Max?
No idea.
I just looked. There are actually people watching this.
Yeah.
Are you surprised, Steve?
Well, there's no Tommy.
When people aren't watching your Hangouts, Steve, they do watch other Hangouts.
Bullshit.
So one way I would go about addressing the transcendental argument in the first premise is just to say, maybe one possibility is that logic is just coextensive with existence. Existence is a concrete property, and yet we can understand the more abstract stuff as being structural in a sense. There are structural things that the mind abstracts from other existing.
Oh God, pseudo.
Sorry.
Hey. Right in my hand, I have 6 albums. Of course, 2 of these are double length, but
Are
6
any of them Nickelback?
No, none of them are Nickelback.
Okay, you have 6 albums. Okay.
Right. And I also have 6 fingers up, and we realize, hey, the fingers share the same property as these albums in terms of numerosity.
Wow,
So
that's deep, actually.
Yeah, but so what our mind is doing is it's just abstracting these common properties. But what other common properties is our mind abstracting from existence that's nearly universal? The laws of non-contradiction, the laws of the excluded middle.
One moment, Max.
Logical laws.
Prudent, say goodnight.
What?
What happened?
I
don't know what you're saying. Hey, did you listen to Jack talk to the council Google Plus on that, Max, when they were talking about concepts, and they weren't understanding that certain concepts are eternal regardless if they're in a mind or not, like maths, like 1 + 1 = 2. That's going to be always and forever. It makes no difference because it's based upon certain axioms. So as long as those axioms hold true, we don't have to have a conscious mind to have that to be the case, because that is axiomatically valid, and it's done definitionally. So they didn't seem to understand a concept is independent of the mind itself.
Oh yeah, I mean, just saying that these reduce to analyticity. Something just being true by way of definition.
Are you sure they didn't just mean it couldn't be evaluated as truth?
Fuck. Hey, don't kick me out like that, asshole. Who the fuck do you think you are?
I was told I could.
Pseudo, you can't kick out Prudent. Stop it.
No, I was told. Drake said I could. I asked him, and he said, "Go nuts."
Well,
that doesn't mean you should.
Right now.
Why would you kick out Prudent?
I asked him, and he said I could.
But that doesn't mean you should.
That doesn't mean you should. No. Prudent's behaving himself.
Do you understand morals?
Yes, I do, Steve.
Atheists don't,
Right.
Atheists, no morals.
No morals. This is what happens when you become atheist. Yeah, Prudent, that's pretty fucked up. Tell Pseudo, go snipe Pseudo. Get rid of him.
One way you can go about it is, one way of going about it is just to adopt the notion of analyticity and distinguish it from more synthetic propositions. Analyticity being true by definition, something synthetic being true by way of empirical understanding, something about the world itself. I don't buy the analytic synthetic distinction myself. I think it's problematic because I'm not sure what the distinction. One problem is I don't know if the distinction is analytic or synthetic.
Well, didn't Kant call this what we would call analytic? Didn't he call them a priori synthetic?
So Kant actually believed that they're. So just to go into this, it starts off with David Hume. He starts off this distinction between matters of fact and relations of ideas. Matters of fact are true of the world. They can be true or false, and they're a posteriori, meaning they're. You're making a little bit of noise there.
A little bit.
Sorry.
So they're. So matters of fact are contingent. They can be true or false. They're a posteriori, meaning they rely on our experiences, and they're synthetic. They're about the world itself. Relations of ideas are definitional. By that, he means they're always true, they're necessarily true, and they can never be false. A bachelor is a married man by definition of what a bachelor is. They're a priori. That means, you don't need any experience. You just know this without making any inferences. And the third reason is, they're definitional. They're not true of the world, they're just true of the definitions we make up. So, but Kant actually comes in later and says of Hume, I don't think I believe in this distinction the same way you do. Like, I agree these are good categories, but I think that there are some things which are a priori, which we know without experience, but are true of the world itself. So, an example Kant would probably use is but causality would be an example of this. Causality is something you don't really need any empirical evidence for. In fact, experience itself presupposes that there are causal relations. Kant would say that anything which is synthetic a priori, at least as I understand it, is because these a priori are something we need to posit to make sense of experience. Induction is another example. What else? There are just a list of ways that the mind just naturally categorizes the world to make sense of it, and that's how we get the phenomenal stuff.
Numinal over phenomenal.
Exactly. This doesn't mean
I'm
that
learning some shit. See this? I've come a long way, haven't I?
You have.
Philosophy hurts my head.
Now this doesn't mean that there aren't.
I'm learning the lingo myth.
Now this doesn't mean you couldn't posit some entity a priori, but if you can't really connect it to the necessity of human experience, then it's noumenal. It's out there. We can't show it exists or doesn't exist. It's just something out in the ether.
So what would be the color blue?
Blue would be phenomenal. Colors are for Kant. Synthetic a priori. There's something we need to posit to make sense of experience. Even the color blind person, the person who sees nothing, he's fully blinded. He has some other qualities of feel, touch, hearing, nose. He has other modes of experiencing the world, but color would be a synthetic a priori that we know of because we know the way human beings in general, not all humans, but human beings in general, sense the world itself. So I think that's how Kant. I could be wrong, but I think that's how Kant understands it.
So what would be a noumenal? Something that like you cannot have by experience or through sensory perception. Give me an example.
From reading Kant's philosophy of religion, he would say that the immortality of the soul would be an example. The existence of God. These are things that are in the noumenal realm. He gives arguments for God's existence, but the arguments he gives, which he later rejects later on in his career, are pragmatic or practical arguments.
Would concepts be in the noumenal realm? Like a concept, an abstract concept?
No, concepts would be analytic. He would see concepts as being the same way Hume would have done. Just something we make up a priori, true by definition, not of the world itself.
Laws of logic?
The laws of logic would probably be definitional for Kant. Kant,
he has to throw monkey wrench into everything.
Kant. Now I remember. Kant's definition of analyticity is weird as we understand it, but for him, something is analytic if the object is contained within the if the predicate is contained within the subject. Like all bachelors are married men.
Yeah, that would be an analytical proposition, but that requires no other thing because the whole thing is self-contained in statement, right?
Exactly, but it's weird. But there are some oddities that come with this definition. Like because you could actually phrase things in ways that aren't propositional. So, for example, I could say, there is no tree such that it is taller or shorter than itself. That's not propositional. That's not A is B. That's actually a universalized statement about trees. Frege comes in later and he fixes this by saying, by adding an addendum, something is analytical if and only if the predicate is contained within the subject, or the statement reduces down to the laws of logic.
Oh my God, I'm about to have a seizure.
Wait, how is that any different than saying if tree equals tree, and you're just taking the inverse and saying tree is anything that is not the tree? I mean, if you're saying a tree cannot be shorter or taller than itself, you're basically saying the tree is itself because
that's how Frege. Yeah, that is exactly how Frege is correcting Kant.
I got this, Myth. Don't worry, I got this.
Yeah. So Kant doesn't take that counter example into notion, and Frege does, and he anticipates it. But Frege isn't the only. But Frege isn't himself saved from counterexample.
And you actually went to school to learn this stuff.
Yeah. One example is
I just read a book. I mean, I didn't have to go to school for any of this.
So the counterexample to Frege is there is no object such that it is green all over and red all over at the same time. Now one could say, this just breaks into the classical rules of logic. Not necessarily so, because to say something is red isn't to say it's non-green. There are a lot of things.
It could be both. It could be all 100% green, 100% red at the same time.
Well, no, it can't. Right.
It can be white and black and red all over.
Why not?
No,
You can
no,
have-
no. When I say the surface area, I mean.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
100%.
Sure,
You're right. When I say there's no surface area such that it is 100% green all over and 100% red all
Right,
over.
okay, I got you. Okay.
That doesn't seem to break down into the rules of classical logic, because red does not reduce to non-green and non-green does not reduce to non-red. So, for example, there are things which could be all over the surface area, which are neither references to green or red. Take matter, for example. Matter isn't non-green or non-red, and yet it's all over the surface area.
So the surface area is 100% red, but the atoms themselves, the matter itself, have no color to them.
Right, exactly. But so those don't necessarily reduce down to one another.
Unless you're a quark. Quarks have colors.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, not real colors. They're called quantum chromodynamics. There's three flavors of colors: red, green, and blue for a quark. So each quark can have three different states of red, green, and blue.
If anyone's interested in an introduction, if there's anyone who's interested in an introduction to epistemology, I'd highly recommend Lawrence Bonjour's book on the subject matter. He throws a lot of monkey wrenches at empiricism, because he is a philosopher who argues for something more in line with a neo-Cartesian rationalist perspective. He rejects Descartes' notions of God and such, but he does work in line with the rationalists and tries to pursue philosophy in that realm, where it's largely more considered an empiricist game now. So
clearly,
clearly.
yeah.
Right.
This is where my eyes glaze over at this point now.
This is why I'm very hesitant to accept the analytical synthetic distinction. I find there's two problems with it. Not only that, but there are some empiricists who are, so the kind of empiricist I described Hume as, the one making an analytic synthetic distinction that's hard between a priori, a posteriori, necessary and contingent, about the world, and definitional. There are empiricists who reject that completely and believe that all knowledge is empirical. All knowledge is a posteriori.
Yeah, so I don't think so. I can't see a justification for saying all knowledge is empirical or all knowledge is rational. There has to be some kind of mix between the two.
The most famous defender, the most famous defender of that position is W.V.O. Quine, the American philosopher.
The one that died in 2000.
Yeah, he would be. I'm not sure of his date of death, but he would be a prime example of someone
who died in 2000. Huh. Let me look it up. This is what we have Google for.
Yep. All right. When?
Yeah, December 25th, 2000. It's Christmas. Yeah, Christmas on 2000.
Oh wow!
What a shitty day to die. You died on the 2000. The year 2000 is Christmas. I mean, that's pretty messed up.
Right. There are other philosophers.
Don't ask me how I knew that. I don't know. But that's pretty
there
good.
Are philosophers.
Right?
Right. That is pretty good.
It's pretty random there, Steve.
Yeah.
Stay random. Right. So, this is kind of the extent I've studied. I identify more along the lines of the rationalist tradition as opposed to somebody like Quine or Hume. I wouldn't make the same defense Jack does, at least in the way you described it. I wouldn't say the laws of logic are just definitional. I would more state that these things are, just something we intuitively grasp, and there's something that are universal to all of existence.
Could it be both? I mean, I think it's intuitional, but I also think that it's defined because we have an analytical statement for them.
Oh yes, I actually think it is both. I think that definitions are things we intuit. Like, this is some. I think it's just as easy as that to define something is to intuit it in some sense.
And you guys just thought I was a pretty face. See, I can actually hold my own.
Max, do you think the laws of logic exist?
I think that they're coextensive with existence. So to say that they're coextensive with existence is merely to say that for anything that for anything that does exist, the laws of logic are there as a part of the structure. They're just in.
That's a fancy way. They're inherently with any type of anything that exists. These things have to apply.
Exactly. Just like numerosity, and we pick up the common properties just by way of comparing them to one another, like in math. This is why I use the albums as the example. I have 6 albums. I have 6 fingers. I find the commonality between them and call this 6.
Common designer.
How about when it gets to? Oh, go ahead.
Not really a designer. I'm just abstracting what's already there in nature.
What about paraconsistent systems?
Oh, okay. So I'm
now I'm gonna throw him a curveball. See this? Hang tight, Myth. Watch him wiggle.
Okay. So to preface it,
Myth is like, what the fuck is he just talking about?
No. To preface it, I know. I just took my first class in first order predicate logic. I've studied epistemology far better than I've studied logic. So I'm going to preface this just with my own background knowledge.
Well, a lot of this stuff takes second order logic.
Right. Exactly. For paraconsistent logic, these are logic systems that accommodate the laws of non-contradiction. For somebody, and I would claim that these systems are self-contained rules, but they don't really tell us anything about the way nature is. I think nature abides by a classical system of logic.
Sure.
I think now there are logic systems that are not going to abide strictly by the classical rules, but these systems are really more helpful descriptors. Like take, for example, fuzzy logic. Fuzzy logic doesn't operate by saying true or false. It operates by saying 1 or 0 with a gradient in the middle. In terms of using that, I don't think it's telling us about the object itself. I think what it's telling us is what's more likely to be the case given a gradient of 1 or 0.
Well, fuzzy logic just deals with relative. You have to have something relative in the case of fuzzy logic, comparison between one thing and another.
Right.
So it doesn't tell us anything specifically about this, the object itself, really, does it? I mean, it gives us an idea, but if I say, okay, fuzzy logic, are you tall? Okay, well, in comparison to what?
Yeah.
What's your reference?
Exactly.
Just being arbitrary.
You're just being arbitrary.
So
you're just being arbitrary.
With paraconsistent logic, I haven't studied the system well enough, but I think it's
dude, it boggles my mind. I can't even get into it. I've tried reading about it. I'm like, fuck this. This is like learning Russian to me.
It's made to get around certain kind of interesting examples, like the liar's paradox.
What's the other? Like this is a statement. This statement is false. You use second order logic to get around that one too.
Now, I'm not sure why that's a big problem. Like maybe someone could correct me, but I use Arthur Pryor's solution, which is when somebody says, "Is this statement true or false?" All statements purport they're true. So for me, the statement is saying.
See, I thought it was false.
It is. No, so to me, when someone says this statement is false, my response is, all you're saying is this statement is true, that this statement is false. I can't make heads or tail of that. Someone could. There's something else called the liar's revenge paradox, which is this statement is either false or meaningless. It tries to get around Arthur Pryor's solution by saying, if it's meaningless, then it must be true. But if it's true, then it's false.
Yeah, I think that's the way somebody was describing it to one time. If the statement is non-evaluatable, it evaluates to false under a specific logic system. I don't remember what it was, but Eulogy makes a good point. If it's between 0 and 1, just remember you can make it between 1 and 1.49 using intelligence and 1.5 to 3 using supernatural. That's a good point, Eulogy. Thank you very much for pointing that out.
Eulogy, that is.
We're never going to forget that. That's awesome.
Hats it to you, sir. That I found funny. That's my quick summary of.
No, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. That's interesting. I mean, like I said, I know nothing about this particular topic of paraconsistent logic, but I did try looking at it once, and it just made my eyes bleed.
So, paraconsistent logic.
Yeah, it's nothing that I'll ever be able to understand. I have an epistemic limit. I know my limit. That's it.
I will I will now that I have a bit of first order logic under my belt. I'll have to look into it.
Well, I mean, I had a hard enough time just learning, existential quantifiers. Right. And I find that to be fascinating. Right? You can write things down using, these existential quantifiers, and it's so much more formal and precise in the English language.
Yeah, it would essentially be like, so instead of saying Socrates is a man, you would be saying something like, there exists at least one X such that X is Socrates and X is a man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there exists one of the unit. There exists one of this in the specific group, right? So for all of X, there exists Y such that, and then you just whatever the hell you. Yeah.
Right. Although you could do things like augment the statement to also affect the quantity. So you could always just add on. There's at least one X such that X is Socrates and X is a man, and for all Y, if Y is Socrates, then
Y is a man.
Then Y equals X. That way, you could say if there's some other Y that's also Socrates, that's really just identical to X again.
Well, wouldn't that be like the law of indiscernibility? If two objects have exactly the same properties, they're indistinguishable from each other and therefore are the same object?
Yes.
I remember this shit. See, you know what? Hey, you know what? It's okay, man. I've come a long way in 3 years. You guys have no idea. I didn't know jack shit about philosophy 3 years ago. I just fucking had no clue.
You listen, Steve. I'm seriously impressed. Good job.
Yeah, see, I do remember some things. I do read. I know people don't think that I do, and I say that I don't, but I actually do read a lot.
I can't. I can't.
Sometimes I think my bookshelf could be a little bigger, though.
Yeah, you need the Matt Slick bookshelf because that makes it look like you're, erudite.
Yeah,
that is true.
Oh, Steve, I have not spoken to you since you went on the Google.
Well, whose fault is that? No, I'm just kidding.
Dude, it was so frustrating listening to that. You were playing whack-a-mole with stupidity. They would say something and you would start addressing it, and then boom, stupidity would pop out at you from a different direction, and then you would start addressing that, and then boom again. It was whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-mole with stupidity.
Oh my god!
Did you like Vincent's? Did you like Scholar Fiction's video or General Han Solo's?
I don't think I've even seen that. I just watched the live one. It was frustrating.
Go watch Scholar Fiction's video on it. He has a video. It's the one I actually engaged with Matt Slick when Matt Slick was not understanding the whole P or not P thing. And then the other one, General actually took that live and he made it into a little video with some commentary. And yeah.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah.
But you did a great job, though. I was very impressed.
Well, thank you, Miss. And that means a lot to me. I know people like Steve's self-fornicating. Yeah. No, I mean, I like. I'm the most self-deprecating person in the world. I'm the one person that critiques as myself, and I'm like, okay, I could have done better here, I could have done better there. But when somebody else says, hey, you really did a good job, I'm appreciative of that. It makes me feel good.
I just think it's hopeless. I mean, I think you can do as good as a job as you could hope to. I think they're just so resistant to education. I almost think we have a better chance of people like Tommy.
Well, they are, and I'll tell you right here and now, they literally. Some of them will believe flat Earth before they do like evolution. They are so ingrained that science has to be wrong and that the Bible has to come first. And until somebody gives up that approach, you can't get through to them.
Hey, Steve, would you? I actually want to run something by you because you seem to have more experience in this now that you post a lot of younger creationists. Yes,
I got some experience in dumbuckery. Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Yeah. Okay. Evolution is to young Earth creationism. Sorry, young Earth creationism is to evolutionary theory what flat Earth theory is to young Earth creationism. Would you agree with that?
No, because they're young Earth creationists that are flat Earthers.
No, yeah, okay. The reason I'm kind of making that position is if you talk to G-Man and look at how he debates flat Earth.
No, I know where you're going with this. Because he fucks up flat Earth, right? And so he doesn't know shit about young Earth creationism, but he'll advocate for it. And yet when he tries to advocate for a position that he actually agrees with and doesn't know how to argue it, he looks absurdly silly.
Someone said the outcome of this would be that G-Man would be convinced of flat Earth, and that made
people have been saying that. Yeah, actually.
G-Man is too stubborn.
I hope that.
I would be surprised if G-Man changed if someone could document one time G-Man has permanently changed his position on any issue online.
He did on vaxxing. He did on vaxxing.
Oh wow, good for G-Man.
Yeah, he used to be much more of an anti-vaxxer.
Oh, good for him.
Oh, good for him. Yeah. You know what? I think anti-vax is far more dangerous than younger creation.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, let's be realistic, sure, but they're also a smaller minority.
That is true as well. Yeah, but here's the thing: minority anti-vaxxers still have a big influence on the population, because if there's one kid wherein something like polio could adapt through him, it could affect all of us. The vaccine doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, see, I don't have the knowledge base to refute anti-vaxxers very well, though. I mean, I understand the basics. I mean, I know what herd immunity is, and I understand that it's not aluminum, or excuse me, what is ammonia that G-Man thinks are in vaccines. It's aluminum sulfate, or excuse me, ammonium sulfate. He thinks it's ammonia, which, by the way, would kill you, if I'm not mistaken, if you injected ammonia into your bloodstream. Would it not fuck you up, Myth? It would be bad.
Yeah,
right?
I believe it would.
It would be bad. Yeah. If you don't agree, take some bleach, see what happens. But I don't really know enough about the science to really know much about immunizations. I had a hard enough time when I was in biology. I remember learning about T cells and antigens, and I tell you, I just glazed it over. I don't remember exactly how these work very well. I could learn it again if I wanted to, I guess, but I don't know much about it. So I leave that to somebody like Myth, who could probably do a lot better at that than I could ever do. Younger creation's easy, though. That's I can.
Yet we can't convince them. Yet we can't make any ground with them.
There are websites still back up from 2005 that you could go to and debunk the same myths that younger creationists are.
Isn't it strange?
Yeah. It's almost like they don't.
Oh, but hey, you know what? Matt Slick today. Matt Slick actually admitted when Wolf asked him a question on Polonium Halos. Matt actually said, "Well, I had actually heard there's new information out there that kind of refutes younger Polonium Halos, but I haven't really looked into it." Good job, Matt. I was like, wow. He actually admitted that there. What's that?
Isn't the Polonium Halo argument one of the arguments Answers in Genesis don't want creationists to use? Like they have this list of arguments that they even will admit are so stupid.
I know. Well, creation.com has 12 arguments that they shouldn't use, but I don't remember Polonium Halos being on there. But Polonium Halos is one of those ones that if a younger creationist uses, it's probably the least known of how to refute properly, right?
It's technical.
It's technical, right? And that's one area that I do understand the argument pretty well, and that I can address.
But then Max Slick makes up for it by saying things like, "I've looked into epigenetics, and it disproves evolution."
Fuck, doesn't that kill you? He and Eric Hovind does the same thing. Eric said the exact same thing to us. Me and Isaiah were having a hangout with him. He's just like, "Well, you do know that epigenetics has already disproved evolution," and we're just like, "Oh."
I spent
get Sam in here.
Years studying epigenetics, right? And molecular genetics. Publishing papers, presenting at conferences, et cetera, et cetera. But Matt Slick, he looked into it.
He looked into it. He's the expert now. Okay, let me ask you.
He knows that this proves everything that's fundamental about biology.
I'm not going to fault you for either way you say. This is not a technical question. You can answer any way you want. If you disagree with me, I just have to hunt you down. But so I won't give you okay. I've asked this question to PZ Myers, and he agreed with me, so I'm happy. But is an epiallele a type or subset of allele?
That's interesting.
Yeah, I couldn't say.
Now, do you want the background on that question?
Yeah, give me the background on that.
Okay. As I read into it, and Fiona, who's a PhD, not to throw that out there, but she's a PhD, and she reads into it, all epialleles are a type of allele that only, instead of having the nucleotide sequence change, though, you're adding an epigenetic modification such as methylation to it, but it's still a variation of the allele itself. And the definition of epiallele says is a type of allele.
It's definitely a second order kind of thing, though, right? It's definitely it means a different type of allele in a sort of a different way.
there's two ways to look at it. Sam
There's
looks
still,
at it
it's still a different version. Though.
Yeah, it's weird because I can see both points of view. Sam looks at it one way and he calls it, it's a different type of thing than an allele, but Fiona looks at it a different way. And I can see both ways of looking at it, but it's kind of a distinction without a difference. I think that an epiallele makes sense to me as a type of allele. It's just the nucleotide sequence isn't being varied. It's
that
the
concept
methylation.
makes sense, but I don't know. I might be a
think about it and get back to me.
I might be a little more of a purist on that and agree with Sam actually on that.
Yeah, no, and again, like I said, it's all how you want to present it. I don't think there's a good, bad, or indifferent way of looking at it. If you're a purist, then yeah, obviously you're not varying the nucleotides, so I get that. And I do.
It's just a way of looking at it for sure, though, not really.
Yeah, it's semantic. It's a purely semantic issue.
But if you said to Matt Slick, and if, I'm not going to engage him anymore, but if I ever did, and he made that comment of epigenetics, I might ask him, what is the actual mechanism of epigenetics? Like when we say epigenetics, what physically
do you think he knows what a methyl group is? Do you think he knows what a 5-HMC is or 5?
Well, he's looked into it, so I'm sure.
Oh yeah, and that makes him an expert in biochemistry, I'm sure.
Oh, incidentally, there's a new article. I forget where it was published, but apparently there's a DNMT3C now. For those of you listening who know, it's there's always DMT3A and 3B. Now there's a 3C actually, which is, I don't know, it's kind of a new deal. But anyway, if you ask Slick, what's the actual mechanism? Of course, the answer is methylation of the DNA sequence, right, of the nucleotides, and acetylation of the
methylation and acetylation. Yeah.
That's like when we say epigenetics, what we physically mean is a methyl group, carbon, 3 hydrogens stuck onto the DNA, or a acyl group stuck on the histones, causing the DNA either to be more tightly bound by the histones or more loosely bound.
Those are two different things.
Loosely bound, then it can be transcribed by transcription factor.
If like cytosine will get methylated, right? You have 5-methylcytosine,
right?
But the acetylation deals with, like you said, has to do with on the histone itself.
Histones,
the histones. If the DNA is going to be tightly wrapped, where it can't be transcribed, or it's loosely wrapped, and it can be. So
the thing to remember is that you have the negative charges in DNA and the positive on the histones, and of course opposite charges attract. But if you spread out the charges, or if you have a physical blocking or something like that, then you can make the genes more available. The promoter.
Well, how that acetylation works is fascinating. How the actual process of acetylation on the histone works is amazing. But the key thing is it literally all has to do with gene expression, right? So it's not changing the nucleotide sequence; it's just changing if the gene is expressed or not, right?
Exactly. Yeah, but that's a whole another area though where you can have a response to the environment, right? There's a really cool video that Nova did several years ago now, but it's still a cool video called "Ghost in Your Genes," and it's about like how the stresses that one generation experiences can be expressed in some way by epigenetic mechanisms in offspring.
Which usually goes away after a few generations, though, right?
Yeah, potentially, and actually, from generation to generation, you have epigenetic modification as far as like maternal versus paternal genes. You got to turn one of them off, right? And you use epigenetic mechanisms for that, and that gets reset every generation. So that's interesting too. But if you ask Matt Slick, okay, since you've looked into it.
Do you think I have a better handle on it than Matt Slick?
Oh my God. If you asked him, okay, since you've looked into it and it disproves evolution, what do we mean by epigenetic? There is no.
I looked into it, but I've actually read stuff on this. I was fascinated by it, and I actually read up on it. I wanted to get a handle what the hell is meant by this stuff. I had a vagary understanding of it, just like, okay, barely. But after I was reading about it, I was like, this is freaking pretty interesting. How, especially the different the different places things could be not just methylation, but also things like photophosphorylation.
Right. A lot of my graduate work focused on looking at the gene expression of the different subtypes of the DNA methyltransferases and how they impacted
phosphorylation. That's what it is. Phosphorylation with methyltransferase.
Right. The differential expression of telomerase.
Isn't that cool shit though? I mean, how that works.
It's amazing. It's complicated.
I mean, I remember. Do you remember taking in biology? I remember learning about acetyl acid. What is it? Oh my god, now I forgot it again. For the tRNA, where it takes the charge of the codon and it puts the right amino acid with it.
Yeah, it reads the codon and then it goes and gets the appropriate amino acid and matches it up and slowly.
Yeah, amazing.
Amino acid by amino acid builds the new protein.
Isn't that it's just amazing how that works, though, right?
It is. It is. But Matt Slick looked into it. He's got it.
But he's got it down. He knows this stuff, right?
That's so insulting. You imagine us going to like a quantum physicist conference and being like, we looked into this and we've discovered that your whole field is wrong about X, Y, and Z. I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely.
It would be like, go fuck off.
That would be pretty funny, though. I mean, well, just to see it on the sideline.
Yeah. I mean, he thinks he actually like literally has debunked like all of evolution just because he can throw out a word, right? You know. Yeah, I was thinking. Okay, I had to look up what I was thinking of. It's actually the group I was trying to remember was acetyltransferase, which is the structure I couldn't remember in my head, but it's basically just a transfer enzyme. It's just an acetyl group that transfers these R groups, right? So you have a double bond O with an R group. See, I really hated the functional groups, learning them all, and I'll never remember them, so I actually have to look them up.
Oh, it's so important, though. That's so important.
I know.
Oh yeah. I can't place it up.
Well, I know you had to learn them, Drag. But I don't use them often, right? So when people say, "Hey, Steve, what's this functional group?" I'm like, I barely remember, but if I look at it up, I'm like, oh yeah, of course I remember now. But I don't use them.
Right, you really don't use it. That's amazing. I tell you what blew my mind. This is basic chemistry. When I learned that the acid is not about the hydrogen coming off, right? It's not about the proton. It's about the nucleophile, right?
That's why Lewis acids don't.
That's the truest definition of acid base.
Right, because like a Lewis acid doesn't relinquish a proton sometimes.
Right, it's the
go fuck yourself, Ronnie. Go fuck yourself, you little cunt.
Guys, there's something I have to read to you.
Max, come on, Max. Was that okay? Did I not know something? Come on.
No. It's hilarious.
You think I don't know shit about this topic, right?
Steve, you don't know how to put the pickle on the bun.
So I can't believe someone actually said this on the internet, but the Black Forest Gump said, and I quote, "You shut up. You be a sellout atheist mascot like G-Man."
Oh, that had to be to you.
What?
That was directed at you.
That was directed at me. I'm
yeah,
like,
definitely.
Who is the Black Forest Gump?
I think it's Simon McQuack.
Oh, he's hilarious. I was on with him in Antonio's hangout the other day, and he was playing like he was the real Antonio, and I was playing along with it. And Antonio was freaking out. He was like, "I can't believe you guys don't know the difference. I can't believe it." He stopped listening to the hangout. He was so distracted.
Antonio's so goddamn dumb.
Quick question. Another question about this. Since when did G-Man become an atheist mascot? I'm fairly curious about that. I could see me.
Somebody had said something about that.
Max, what happened was there was a group of people who met G-Man and took him to a museum. I'm not sure who they are, but they took him in the back room and they beat him with rubber hoses.
It wasn't a rubber hose. It was my penis.
Oh, sorry.
Well, that's Tom.
I knew you were going to go there.
And then they showed him all the transitional fossils that they had at the museum. All of them.
Hey, we told you he was going to get shit on. Rand Campbell played this up. It was easy to call this out ahead of time.
Oh yeah, we knew. We were joking about it.
Yeah. I mean, I know you guys were, and I knew at the time that they were going to make this into an issue. We even talked about it.
And the G-Man was so confused, he started playing Yu-Gi-Oh without cards.
God, I need to find somebody with like a program that I can edit out Hannah's face, because it's funny as hell, because you hear JD and Vincent Jones playing the same type of game. No, they're playing Magic the Gathering right next to us.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I like Magic.
But they don't have any cards.
Okay.
Yeah.
I much prefer Yu-Gi-Oh myself, but I guess we're also shills for Yu-Gi-Oh as well, me and G-Man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No,
I've been practicing my chess games. I'm getting ready to play JD one of these.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Max. If you're gonna play Yu-Gi-Oh, are you using cards or no cards?
I would use cards. I would buy a set.
Okay, thank you. Because you haven't committed all this crap to memory.
Oh, by the way, he also responded by saying, "I ain't no Mick McQuack, you jive ass motherfucker."
Yeah, that's Steve McQuack.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
that's
definitely somebody who's white because no one black says jive anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that ain't no black person.
I think
Still
you're black.
funny though.
Yeah,
Still-
back that maybe in the 70s.
Yeah, that died decades ago. But
Yeah,
no,
come
it's
on.
still
This
a good try.
website's out to teach you how to talk jive.
Oh God.
Drag. Speaking of jive, Drag. I'm excited for you, man. I really am.
You gonna help me through medical school?
Just the whole you're there. I mean, I miss those days of being in physics and being in chemistry.
I'm envious of him. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm so envious.
I am envious too. I mean, I like those days as well. Even though I didn't finish my degree, I took a lot of courses, but I enjoyed a lot of them. And I wish today that I would be able to take some more courses, and I would if I could. Maybe eventually. My ex, you know what? My baby's mom offered me next semester. She said, if you pick a class that is at the same time as mine, we can carpool and she'll drive. And that's very nice of her. So I might look into something. I do want to take like a biology or genetics course because they have it down here at San Jacinto Mountain College. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah,
that's my own
genetics.
not my degree, but just.
I'm gonna tell you right now, learning how to calculate the distance between two genes and the gene and the centromere. Yeah. You're not gonna like that. I'm just gonna throw it out there right now.
I went to Duke school. I think I can handle it.
What's the units? I forget. It's measured in units of
centimorgans.
Yeah, that's it. Centimorgan. Look at you, Drag. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, I sat for a week doing those fucking problems, and then I went on CRISPR, Rational Mind, both with me in Hangouts. And I was showing them my fucking homework, and we were going through it. That's how I fucking learned
it. I was thinking more basic than that. I don't know. Something just like
that's awesome. I was a TA in that in human genetics. I actually taught a third of the lectures, and I was kind of responsible for the office hour. So all the students would come to me, and I would work through all that with them. I probably couldn't do it now. I mean,
hey, Myth, how many people when they talk about genetics, instead of saying A, T, C, and G, actually say each one of them every single time?
Only if you're an asshole.
Or Ronnie.
Yeah, Ronnie, it was funny because we were trying to give Ronnie some actual advice. And Ronnie, no one actually talks like that. None of my peers in genetics say adenosine. You gotta put the adenosine next to the thymine because it matches. No one says that shit, right? So when we're going over homework and shit like that, oh yeah, okay, ATGC, okay, got it, whatever.
The only time I would say one of them if I was talking about something like thymidine dimers or something like that.
Yeah, okay, because that's a type of pyrimidine dimer, right?
Otherwise, if you say adenine triphosphate instead of ATP, then you're an asshole.
Yeah. That's just he's trying to we know why he does it. He's trying to appear like he's somebody special on the internet. We got it right.
How about
Drag? He is somebody special on the internet.
Yeah.
Drag, let me give you some advice.
Hey, what's this one, Myth? Nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide. Which one's that?
I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, NADH.
NADH. And then NAD.
Who said nicotinamide adenine?
No one says that. You say
no
one factor.
That's my point. Nobody would fucking
NAD. NADPH.
And NAD. FADH too. Come on. I tried to explain to him one time in a video this kind of stuff, but I don't know.
He took it as an insult. That's all. But what were you gonna say, Mithrates?
So here's the biggest thing I learned as far as going through all these science classes that gave me success. I called it front loading. Basically, before the semester would start, I would attack the shit out of it, and I would try to get to where I would be almost prepared for the first test. And then that's an over exaggeration, obviously. But I would be ahead.
Oh no, that works. I always, whenever I have a textbook, I always read ahead. I'm always trying to do the problems before I even get to them. So,
but think about it. Before you start, right? You don't have the commitments on your time, right? Depending on what else you're doing. But so you kind of have some time, right? And it's not like this stress. It's not this pressure. And every minute you put into it is like, oh wow, I'm getting ahead. So you feel better about it. So there's a positive reinforcement, right? Plus, the first. Hang on a second. The first volley of tests, right? They're kind of like one's 1 week, one's the next week, etc. So it's easier. It's easier to make an A on the first test than the final. I would have such a massive A going into the finals where I wouldn't have to stress it so much. And all the finals are at the same time. You basically have them all within like 3 days, right? So you really can't pour the time investment into the finals like you can on the first test. So why not put the time in early on, get an easier A, because the points are points. It counts the same, right? Get the points early on, and then you're more relaxed at the end when everybody else is freaking out.
Yeah, that's actually what I do.
Finals were never my problem. I did well on finals. I think the midterms are a hell of a lot harder.
It depends what the class is, but yeah, that's actually what I do. What I'm able to work. Some of you guys know where I work at. It's a stupid retail job, but we have computers, and so since I'm a sales specialist, I can sit at the computer enough and go over problems. And so what I'll do is I'll go in the back and I'll pick a few problems and work them. So what I did was I went to my syllabus for the classes, and I'll look up. Okay, so what are we doing? One of the first things I think was mentioned was chemical equilibrium. So I said, okay, well, what am I going to be tested on? Equilibrium problems. So let me go and find the equilibrium problems, go and learn the concepts in the lecture when I actually get in there, but know how to work these problems. And I had it up on the screen actually. Yeah, the same window that the Hangouts up, I have on a different tab how to do the different problems. And they're just like they're just doing basic like pre-calc.
Do you remember what I told you about physics though? Most physics problems, all you have to do is isolate what you have available, what knowledge you know, what formulas you have available, or you can change around to get the unknown quantity and just do the math.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's every time I write down my variables, the ones I have, the ones I'm missing. I got my fucking formulas at the top, and I just work them. That's exactly how I do them.
And sometimes you may not have the right formula, so say, okay, can I put these two formulas together? Can I mix and match? Can I rearrange for a specific variable?
I found it easier to actually derive the formulas instead of memorizing. Memorizing them or having like the index cards or having them stuffed in your graphing calculator. It's a lot of those are actually pretty straightforward to derive with the calculus. It's not as hard as it sounds.
See, I'm the opposite. I'm like, once I've derived, like when I had once I learned how to derive certain things, like like a theorem or whatever, it's like, okay, well, now I know why it works, but I'm just going to have to use it. I'm not going to have to derive it every single time.
I use mnemonics.
Why did the power rule
as a formula,
right? The power rule has to be derived, and there's a very simple proof of why the power rule works, right?
Yeah.
But you don't have to like do that every time to use the power rule.
But if you were 2 months removed from using it, you might not remember it off the top of your head. You might need to derive it. You see what I'm saying?
True. Well,
I just noticed that my speech was slurred a little bit. I might have had a little too much bourbon tonight. I'm not saying that I did.
You can never have too much bourbon.
I'm not saying that I didn't, but I might have.
You're doing brain surgery in about an hour, right?
Yeah, 4:30.
Look yourself up first. It works better.
I think I got an upper GI bleed. I think I got some seizures, and who knows what else is coming in tomorrow.
Oh, man.
It's amazing. You could do surgery, you could be drunk, and you could not believe that the pyramids used to store grain. Excellent.
But you know what, Mithridates? You'll never be as good as Ronnie because his dad bench presses 300 pounds.
Nobody's ever good as Ronnie.
That is our ongoing joke. But like Sam will go, hey, check out these graphs I just derived. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. But I'm sorry, Sam, it doesn't compare to Ronnie. His dad can bench press 300 pounds. Sam can write an entire fucking bioinformatics program and get something completely novel for his lab. I'm like, still, you're not as good as Ronnie.
Really Ronnie's been awfully quiet lately. I actually stopped talking about Ronnie this month. I haven't really.
No, that's probably good because my first impulse towards them is to be like God in the Bible, where I want to spread my wings over them and oh, that's so cute. You don't understand. Let me teach you this basic science. And then they start their presuppositional stuff. They start calling you names. And then finally you're like, you know what? Fuck you, asshole.
Is it wrong for me to say they're adorably stupid?
Yes, it is exactly stupid. It's like you get the stuff wrong that I tutor kids.
But it's not wrong for me to think that, is it? Because they are kind of adorably stupid. It's like, oh, look at them. Ronnie thinks he's corrected me on something. How cute.
But then they get so arrogant about it. And then you're like, okay, I can't deal with this. And then they get all presuppositional channel, and then finally you're like, okay, these people, you can't deal with them.
Well, Ronnie had his chance to tear me up about intelligent design and ATP synthase and turbines, and he fucked that one all to hell. So whatever.
Okay. I still need to do a live viewing of that. I'm gonna get my wife's friend, who coincidentally also works at the lab at the school. I want to sit her down and say, all right, one of these people is a doctor, and one of these people is a liar. I want you to tell me which one.
Why would you make him think I'm a doctor?
just it doesn't matter. Like, it's just Dr. Ronnie. Why not, right?
Dr. Ron.
Dr.
Ronnie
Ronnie.
texted me. He wanted me to come on the show Sunday and have a conversation about evolution with him. But after listening to his hangouts and listening to Darwin's, there's no point. There's absolutely no point in doing that.
No, he even called me out the other day. He was like, "Well, why don't we talk about it? There's a hangout." I'm like, no, you're a chicken shit. Nobody wants to go to your hangouts. Nobody watches your hangouts. Get over it. He can't get anybody to go join him to talk about this anymore. Look at the hangout they just had. This I think it was today. I just popped over to her for a second because there was like 4 videos or something he had deleted. It was really weird.
It's so funny.
It was basically him and Antonio. That was it.
They're sucking each other's dicks. Well,
yeah, that was it. It was
the reason why I'll mention them in some of my hangouts. I want to see if they're watching because I'm looking at the thumbs up and thumbs down, and so I can tell when they're watching because the thumbs down will go up, and it just went up because it was at 1 earlier. Now it's at 3. I was like, "Yep, they're watching."
Well, I'm looking forward to these Ronnies. That's going to be fun. Admit that you haven't heard yet. We're having an awards ceremony. It's going to be similar to Dumbfuck of the Year, but the Dumbfuck of the Year is the quintessential. But prior to that, we're going to have what's called the Ronnies, which is going to be an award ceremony on my channel where we offer like the best awards for like the person who muted and booted the most, the person who gave the dumbest fucking argument. There's a whole bunch of categories of stupidity, complete with award ceremony and graphics, and it's going to be awesome.
I like it.
Yeah, the Ronnies.
I want to be a
So
little.
he has a whole award. Not only do you get Dumbfuck of the Year and Line Cocksucker of the Year, he actually has a whole award ceremony dedicated to him. What can I say?
I think I'm gonna get some dirty glasses and grow a shitty mustache and just disguise myself as Nephilim Free.
You know what? With those headphones, you could.
Yeah, exactly.
Get a fetish for ladies in pantyhose. And
I'm more interested in Darwin's.
Max, you'd have to fill your room with a few empty liquor bottles.
I actually
did
have
you
to.
see the other day Darwin's was there?
I actually have to thank the Black Forest Scum for this idea. I know he meant it as an insult, but it really would work.
This is going to be a Pew Review asked when is this happening. This is going to be toward the end of the year, last month in December. So, but yeah, we're going to make it into a nice big event. I got 25 people that can be hold my room. We got people doing graphics. We got different categories already lined up. Different people are going to be being presented to take it on, as honorary recipients on behalf of Ronnie.
Is the top award still going to be Dumbfuck of the Year, or are you going to make it more family friendly?
The Dumbfuck of the Year is going to be on red still. It's going to be the same as always.
This is going to be the top Ronnie prize.
Yeah. I don't want to steal his thunder. So the Ronnies are just basically the award ceremony. But the Dumbfuck of the Year, if you get that, you got the best award on the net.
Is Nephilim Free still around? I have a question about him.
He can't figure out how to get into Hangouts. He can't find the button.
Still?
That's not even a joke. He can't.
No, still, but I
can't figure it out. Yeah, no, it's weird.
Yeah,
he does not know how to change the radio button setting from the encoder to Hangouts. He doesn't know how to do that. It's literally one change.
Does he appear on other people's Hangouts though?
No.
No, but he'll pop up on a comment section on a video every so often. He threw down like 4 weeks ago or something like that on a video of mine, and it's just like, Neffy, yeah. Bye-bye.
I got to figure out what's going on with DPR's Google because he can't get in the Hangouts for some reason. He says he keeps getting an error, so I got to find out what's on because he can't tell me what the fucking error is. And
could be the browser he's using.
He says he used like 3 different browsers. Like he tried Chrome, he tried Safari, he tried all kinds of shit, and it doesn't work. So I'm like, something doesn't sound right. So I got to find out what's going on with DPR.
Nephilim makes me sad.
DPR was in my Hangout the other day.
Really?
Yeah, DPR was here with who else was in here, guys?
I guess you got it fixed.
This was your room, but no, DPR was in my room with a couple people just a few weeks ago.
Okay. I haven't talked to him in a while, so you might have got it fixed.
Yeah, who invited him? Oh yeah, Xbox invited him over.
Yeah, oh wow, I haven't talked to him in a little while. Yeah, since earlier this month, actually. Yeah, still want to do the hangout with Ozzy and Hogtie and a few others. I can't have too many Canadians. We're gonna do it on food. Just he's gonna talk about our favorite dishes.
Foodies.
Nice.
Because I had a conversation with Ozzy for like an hour and a half on Facebook, and because some of you saw the comment that I made at the beginning of the other hangout where I told Ozzy I couldn't find a cheesemonger in Houston because I'm trying to make homemade poutine, and so he told me like what I should do in order to make it authentic. And so I'm going to call around to some places in Houston because for some reason some of them use Cheese Whiz and not actual like Squeak.
No.
Ew.
Some of them, yeah, okay. That's what I told Ozzy.
We told you it's cheese curds.
I know.
If you can't get that, you can at least substitute with mozzarella.
That's the other thing. Some people said that another restaurant uses mozzarella, but I'm trying to figure out.
That's fine, but you want cheese curd.
That they call it Squeak, I think.
Squeaky cheese or cheese curd.
I wouldn't even know where to begin to even find a cheesemonger in my area.
This is going to be somewhat embarrassing, but I'm just going to go out and say this. I really enjoy vegetarian poutines. They're vegan poutines. They're actually fairly delicious.
Is that?
Yeah, no, I
It's French fries, gravy, and soya curd.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I've had some vegan dishes that are pretty good.
So it's not regular gravy because regular gravy is a beef byproduct. It's mushroom gravy instead of regular gravy.
Yeah.
And you use soy-based cheeses as opposed to.
Or you can use a cheese, but you use one that doesn't use the rennet. Vegan-friendly rennet.
What about Famundo cheese? Can you use that?
No.
Famundo my nuts.
If you could find a vegan store in Houston that sells that kind of cheese, and some mushroom gravy or regular gravy, if you want it, you could just make the vegan version and still pretty delicious.
I do like cheese. I do get brie. I do get Gouda every so often. I do.
Gouda. Good
Gouda is
stuff.
good.
Good.
Yeah, Gouda is really good.
It is.
But a good brie. Oh man, brie.
I've not had these delicacies in this fucking backwards ass town.
You have never had brie cheese?
No, I'm really in a backwards ass town that has.
You need to go to Vaughn's or something and just get some brie cheese.
There's no Vaughn's here. Like we had to drive a half an hour to a Red Lobster.
Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's, does it exist up there? You don't have a Trader Joe's?
No, I think that's in like Baltimore, like 2
you
hours
haven't lived
away.
unless you've been to a Trader Joe's.
Drag, what part of the country are you in?
I'm in
Well,
Maryland
fuck,
right
Egypt,
now.
clearly.
Like if you look at the state of Maryland, look at the town called Northeast, and it's literally the most northeastern town in Maryland, and it touches Delaware. And there's nothing here. Like we literally have to go to Delaware in order to do anything.
That's. I feel sorry for you, man. That's
one of the reasons we're moving.
I like that kind of stuff. I mean, I just got some hummus again the other day. Remember I told you I really like hummus with pine nuts?
I can't get anything Mediterranean unless I go to the next town over.
Fucking good.
Where I trained, Birmingham, Alabama, they have really good Mediterranean foods. A lot of Mediterranean places. A lot of hummus. Delicious.
Yeah, I like hummus.
I like gyros.
I like naan bread. I like.
I love naan.
Oh yeah.
I tried hummus. It tasted kind of bland to me.
You had to try different kinds.
That's because they didn't make it with tahini. It has to be made with tahini. Otherwise, it's
the hell
just.
Is that?
So sesame seed oil.
I agree.
A lot of white people fuck up hummus because
I'm going to agree with you just out of principle.
Yeah, he's right. You have to add extra tahini, just like hot sauce.
Exactly, especially when you blend up, all the ingredients alongside the chickpeas.
I don't like it spicy though. I like just chickpeas and then roasted pine.
Well, you can make hummus spicy by putting in some hot sauce, but the tahini itself is actually, it sweetens it up, and then it brings out the flavor. It's disgusting without it. It's very bland, as Dragnot said. It's kind of like when white people try to cook black food.
There you go. See, you understand.
I've driven past Northeast. I've driven my motorcycle up 95.
You've driven past it. Exactly. You didn't stop here.
No, I didn't stop, but the area.
Thank you for verifying what I said. No one, it's really weird because you have all these bunch of fucking hillbillies, and then you turn into a subdivision, and it's all like $500,000 houses. Like it's such a weird what's the gentrification of this area that it's awkward, but nothing happens. Like you have people here who have money.
Gentrification, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all that really is a fancy word for we're going to take your shit property and make it slightly better so you can't afford it and force you to move.
Exactly.
It is crazy. Well, the place that I'm moving is nice.
I have to argue with you though, Drag. You don't know from hillbillies. I'm from the backwoods of Alabama.
You sound like it.
Roll motherfucking tide. Let me tell you, you don't know from hillbillies. My people are some hillbillies.
Yeah, no, Alabama. Yes, no. These people are interesting. They don't have much, but they want to consider themselves Southern. So what they do is this county is called Cecil County, so they'll call themselves Cecil Tucky. So
Right.
I'm like, you are not country enough in your own respect, so you must take from Kentucky to
Right.
get your identity.
That's actually
sad.
why DC was put there. It was a concession. It was supposed to be in a southern state, so.
They so want to be Southern. It's sad. Like it's so very very sad.
Though.
But they suck at cooking food.
Drag, check out on the sidebar there.
What the hell is this? Walmart Le Cordon Bleu poutine sauce. What the fuck?
That's the gravy.
They have it in a jar. You can get poutine in a jar.
Yeah, it's
No,
Walmart.ca.
It's the gravy. Okay.
The gravy.
By the way,
Yeah, that wouldn't be. You wouldn't be a purist if you got it anyway.
if you I googled cheese shops in Houston. There's a place called
For
Houston.
fuck's sakes, Max.
They might have the cheese curds. Hey,
Max, I'd hate to see your internet search history.
it's a shop in Houston that sells.
If you won't show your history to your mom, you won't. Yeah, then.
Oh God.
But in any case, I think it's imperative as Canadians that we help Dragnot get good quality poutine. I'm sorry, but it's just national pride.
Oh, okay,
all right. I want to try it too. Okay, that poutine
So it's
sauce.
like this. 2 people now sending me stuff so I can have poutine.
Does that have the curds in it too, or is that just a sauce?
No, that's the gravy.
But it has. It looks like it's. But it has curds. Curds in the picture.
Is that
You
curd?
have to get the French. You got to make French fries.
That's
And
French fries.
Not these string fries like you get at McDonald's, like fat French fries. Okay, and then you get your cheese curds, and you put the cheese on the French fries, and then pour the gravy on top of this. And it's best eaten in a bowl so you don't make a mess.
Yeah. Oh, I tried calling that place, Max, last week, and they never picked up. So I'm gonna try and call them again. Yeah, I've actually been calling around looking for cheese curds.
Maybe they won't pick up in principle because it's long distance.
It might. Well, my phone number actually is 337, so it's Louisiana, so it's more legit.
I see. Still relatively long distance considering it's Texas.
Yeah, they borrow enough of my culture. They need to pick up the damn phone. They have a crawfish festival going on right now.
Wait, Drag, see if they have a contact by email.
They might.
Uh,
I'm not
they have
kidding.
that.
Actually, they have a crawfish festival going on.
Hey, Lamed, Lamed's listening. I'm too lazy to type. Can I share what you just shared with me? That's funny.
What can you share?
Send us a quick message. Cheese inquiry.
I'll share it to the internal chat. That way you can save it. Don't share this live. But this is make sure that Lamed's okay with. I'm sure. This is what we want. This is gonna be one of the awards that Lamed just sent to me. Look at that. That's funnier than shit.
You sell cheese curds.
Ew, those are.
We'll put some ATT on it, and
those are the 2 most disgusting things imaginable.
Combined.
Oh no!
I like mayo.
You're white, of course you would.
I do like mayo, but I like mustard too. But
The fuck is this?
That's one of the awards
God.
for the Iranian.
Oh God.
It needs a little work, but that's something that Lamed just sent me.
Oh, that's rich.
Yeah.
Oh, let me say this.
No, I don't want to show it to the stream. No, don't show it. He says show it to the stream. No. We're gonna hold on to this. This is good stuff. I don't want to spoil it now. You got to wait for the Ronnies for this stuff.
Need to find some.
Speaking of little clops of shit, if you guys go to the hospital and you think you're going to need a rectal exam, for the love of shit, please have a clean ass. Please. Please have
You know
a clean
what?
ass.
Okay. Well, just for sharing, when I did have to go to the hospital a couple months ago, I was dying, and it was actually Hannah that said, and Fiona said, go to the hospital now. And I said, I have to clean up first.
Just wash your anus.
I took 5 minutes to go take a quick shower.
Thank you.
And I'm glad that I did, but it wasn't too much required. But I did have an MRI. But I'm like, yeah, I don't care if I'm dying. I'm going to be fucking hygienic. They're like, no, you need to go right this second. I'm like, I am going to fucking take a quick shower first.
I was gagging today. Gagging.
Doctors already have enough shit to go through.
Mithridates, I was talking to Hogtie. He says one of the hangouts he wants to do is weird tales from working in the medical industry. I'm pretty sure you'd be interested in having.
I would be embarrassed. I couldn't handle that. I'm like, no, I need to clean up here. I mean,
thank you.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I'd rather be like 5 minutes, late and yeah.
Just wash your ass if nothing else. But speaking of weird stories, I think I might have said this before. I had a lady about a week ago had 70 grams of meth up her hoo-ha.
Fuck that.
You counted and waited?
Why was she sticking it up?
Somebody did. I did.
She had to get rid of the evidence.
Oh, she was a mule.
I'm guessing. Yeah.
Was she Hispanic?
Well, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how did they determine that? Was it one of the bags broke or something, and she was sick, or?
No, it was incidental finding, as we say.
But by the way,
okay. I just happened to have my hand up her crotch and found them. That's okay.
The reason that I asked is it's usually I had my suspicions considering that innocent women are usually put in that line by thugs, and they do this stuff as a way of getting through the border.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, I couldn't imagine being that person where you go to the doctor and you haven't washed up or whatever, and it'd be like I'd be mortified. I really would.
Was she? Oh, by the way, was she okay afterwards? No terrible side effects.
She was fine.
No, but the doctors got high as fuck afterwards.
Could be more interesting. You could be a woman that's being tested to see how much you've been dilated, and the doctor takes a sample and finds sperm in there.
You know what almost the craziest thing is, though, and you won't even believe this. You think about stuff like mules and all this and all the crazy whatever surgeries and stuff. Working in peds, the names the kids are getting now is probably the absolute silliest thing I face on a daily basis. I had a kid the other day. I can't say the last name, but I swear to God, his name was it was spelled differently, but it's pronounced diarrhea.
Why would you do that to your kid?
DYARIA, diarrhea. That kid could go to Harvard. He could be brilliant. He's not going to get a job because you're fucking diarrhea.
If I was that kid, I would change my name as soon as I was able to.
Oh, absolutely.
I think the parents out there are spelling Daria.
Yeah.
The kids here are even more ghetto than most places, I swear. I've seen the millionaire, D comma to the top, millionaire with a Y.
I'm gonna name my next kid.
Greg, is this even legal?
All kinds.
Yes.
Why did they do it?
Because some of them are high.
In my mind, as soon as you give your kid a name like that, the special services should come, take your kid away from you. You have already proven yourself.
No shit, right? You failed the preliminaries for parents.
Well, it's bad because my mother has been working like human resources for like 30 years, and so she tells me all the names that she comes across, and she's like,
diarrhea, please.
She's like, I can't.
How is this guy ever going to get a job working at McDonald's? His name tag says diarrhea.
Food service industry is out of the question.
They've actually done studies where they track success of ghetto kids, basically, but with regular names and regulars. It's kind of pejorative, but like non-diarrhea type names, right?
Names that come out of a baby book.
Yes, versus the other. And just by having those names, you actually have more chance of not being successful in life.
Oh, I absolutely. Medical study is legit. Oh, I mean that's just common sense. What do you need to study for that?
Exactly. I'm pretty sure if you name your kid Raekwon the chef, he's not going to get too many jobs at the local bank.
I mean, do you want to hear the announcement? Diarrhea on aisle 5, please. Diarrhea, please. Aisle 5.
I will fully admit that my real name gets me so many job interviews. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
Some of you know my real name.
I do.
Now, hold on. In the case of diarrhea, if his last name is Brown,
Diarrhea Brown.
It might be confusing if he ever got a medical degree.
No, his last name was Squirts.
Because he'll always be paged no matter where he goes at a hospital.
Brown diarrhea, we need you.
No,
Brown
it's Dr.
diarrhea.
Dr. Brown, which is just code talk for diarrhea.
Dr. Brown.
I had a QT, Q comma to the top, and by that I mean apostrophe. That's what they say, comma to the top.
To the top, yeah, that's a Cajun saying. Comma to the top.
Q comma to the top, TAEY, I think.
Q-Tay. Hey, Q-Tay, girl.
I mean, that's
come on. I don't care if you want to give your kid a strange name like this. Fine, just give them a name that's normal as a middle name that they can use when they're an adult.
An alternate, right?
I had a Hispanic. The name was Jesus Messiah. Jesus was his first name, Messiah.
Oh, there was actually a court case about that. Actually, isn't that the kid that there was a judge saying that someone couldn't name their kid Messiah?
Well, mine did. I had it just recently.
I don't think it was in Alabama. It was another state, but there was a judge that was contesting that a mother couldn't name her kid that. I'm trying to remember what state it was.
Well, apparently they can, because this one did. Now that's the first and middle. I can't give last names, obviously, but it's first and middle.
What is wrong with people?
Yeah. I'm guilty of wanting to name. If I ever have a kid, I've been guilty of wanting to give it a strange name. I've played with possibly naming a future kid Aristotle, but I couldn't imagine like a name like, diarrhea.
Well, you know what? I have a coworker who named her daughter Eris, and it is named after exactly who you think it is.
Oh, really? That is
yes. And I asked her, she's like, "Yes, I did name my daughter after a Final Fantasy character."
Damn.
Better than diarrhea.
Better than diarrhea.
No, I know someone who named one of their kids after their D&D character.
Damn right, that's awesome. Actually,
you know what? I wanted to name my son Dragnot, but my wife wasn't having it.
It could be a middle name.
Dragon Nuts.
Drag nuts.
So I get the comment to the top name so much, right? That I was in a room the other day, and the new baby, the name was like David. I was like, "Oh, wow, David. Okay."
The comment to the top, David.
Well, the mom said, "Yep, I have 3 kids." And I swear to God, my hand is up. This is exactly what she said. Yeah, I have 3 kids, all with Bible names: David, Jeremiah, and Serenity. I was like, no.
Serenity.
Oh my God. You have
Serenity
2 kids with Bible names. Oh my God.
And you have 2 kids with Bible names and a kid with a stripper name. That's it.
And she was so serious. She was so earnest.
I can't say anything. My aunt did that actually. My cousins are named Jay. One's Jordan and the other one's Jerome, and the other one's Justin.
Serenity Now. Serenity Now.
Better than Serenity.
Great movie though.
I like the name Jerome mostly because it's after the church father Saint Jerome, but apparently everyone else in my family reminded me, hey, that's actually you probably shouldn't name your kid that. That's a black guy name.
How'd you get the nickname Max, by the way? I don't think you ever told me this story.
The reason I got the name was it was an inspiration from the church father, Saint Maximus the Confessor. That's why I have Maximus confesses, Max hangs out.
I never knew which one you were primary because every time I try to add you on Maximus confesses, it didn't work. When I try to add you on Max hangs out, it doesn't work. I can't find you. These are all like brand accounts, so I had to find out what your main account is.
I just thought it was like some weird way to pronounce his last name backwards.
No. My dad, he actually.
All right, Max. If you're gonna send Drag anything, you gotta send him a pack of Thrills gum.
Oh, that I can find.
What the hell's that?
Oh, you'll love it, Drag. In Canada, we get it all the time at Halloween, and we love eating it as kids.
Yeah, it sounds like candy corn.
Yeah. You can buy it in larger packs, but at Halloween you get like 2 little tablets in a little box.
But to be fair, I hate candy corn. I don't know why anyone likes it.
It's the poor man's candy for Halloween, right?
It's like wax.
Yeah, my if I send stuff, Greg, if I send some stuff to you stateside, would you mind sending me a couple packs of menthol cigarettes? Those are now illegal in Canada. Well, for sale. Yeah, you can't get menthols anymore up here.
Why not?
Sure.
To make your lungs bleed.
Oh, really?
No, actually, they got rid of flavored cigarettes.
Okay. It's because it's flavored. Yeah.
They considered.
Dude, I am so happy that I quit smoking. It's it's been a year and a half now. Best thing I ever did was quit smoking.
No, you just had to fix that oral fixation. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I suck a dick for now, just to get the oral fixation done. But no, I mean, I'm surprised that I quit. I mean, after 25 years, I didn't think I was ever going to quit because I enjoyed smoking. But now I don't think I could ever smoke.
You think you could smoke a cigar?
No, I wouldn't want to.
That's what I do.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to. I don't want. I mean, since I quit cold turkey and I quit, everything. I don't want to even take the chance. So why bother, right?
Bourbon, cigars. Yep, you're from the South.
Yeah. I like a bourbon though. I like a drink, right? So I mean, I can drink now and not have to have that cigarette. Before, whenever I used to go out to have a drink, I had to smoke.
Personally, I prefer pipe smoking, but that's just me.
No, I had cigars. I had a good cigar. Oh God.
No, Max actually has a pipe.
Yeah, corncob.
Yeah, it's the MacArthur variety named after the famous General Fund.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't miss it. Matter of fact, they've gotten so expensive here, and I think they're going up again. It's like what, $7 a pack here in California, $8 a pack.
Oh please! Do you know how much Philip Morris costs in my province?
$12 American.
Yeah. Yeah, actually.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
So yeah, I couldn't afford it anyway. So I mean, I had to quit. I mean,
hey Max, you got Hawkins cheesies.
My choice would be rent or smoking. Well,
the cheapest one I could find was in Quebec for $9, but that was it.
Yeah. In Quebec.
So I heard like after a year or two of not smoking, a lot of your shit goes back to like nominal levels. I mean, not obviously there's going to be some difference, but I mean, as far as statistically speaking, you're about the same for like a stroke.
Bounce back in a huge way.
So 2 years is significant for a non-smoker.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Each year and up to 5 years, it makes a huge difference. Definitely. On many criteria for sure.
Did you ever smoke?
Besides cigars.
Yeah, that doesn't really. Yeah.
I smoke probably like 2-3 a month, probably.
Same with pipe smoking for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I can tell you, I can feel the difference. I don't feel. I mean, I'm still run down. Don't get me wrong, but for different reasons. But when I smoked and I would like smoke heavily, you just had that feeling like, I don't know. It's like everything wasn't processing at the same time. It's that nicotine fucks with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does.
It's the dopamine.
It's the nicotine.
Well,
he's just echoing.
I got this COPD patient right now. She's on like a bunch of oxygen, stereotypical, got the can, will go outside to smoke. She's going to blow herself up one day. I mean, barely breathe, and she's smoking a pack a day.
See, my dad had COPD, and he quit smoking back in his early 20s. So that had long since had no effect. But I mean, my brother died of cancer, and he never smoked a day in his life. So I mean, these things do happen, even to people that don't smoke.
Right. There's a lot of ways to get cancer for sure. Yeah.
But on that note, it's 1 o'clock here, and I'm supposed to go to sleep and give my wife her Mother's Day shit, and then we're gonna go fishing tomorrow and other stuff. So I may or may not be around tomorrow.
Well,
let me say one last thing though. We're talking about where we get our names from. I'm gonna post a link that's an A.E. Housman poem. The link is from Bartleby.com. It's where I get Mithridates. I think everyone here would appreciate it. At some point, y'all can look at it.
Yeah, we'll check it out.
Yeah, all good.
I'm going to go play Mass Effect 2.
All right. Hey, Max, where you are, you have Hawkins cheesies?
I'm not sure if they sell them anymore here.
Okay. That's something Drag might want.
Night, guys.
Nice.
It's the cheesies that will stop you from
Later,
pooping.
everybody.
Nice. Drag